Greetings and salutations, race fans, motorsport lovers and others, and welcome to the start of 2 days of 84 cars going up the hill at the 15th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. I'm standing 25 meters from the start line, and in order to get to the finals of this event on Sunday afternoon, each car needs to be doing 100 kilometers an hour, 25 meters from the start. It is unbelievably exciting to see the dynamics of these cars as they rocket off the start line. We've got a full day today of practice and then qualifying runs. So tomorrow morning we've got qualifying and then King of the Hill in the 3 different categories tomorrow afternoon. I'm Colin Hasty. I'm joined by our crew in the box, in the commentary box, led by Sasha Montenegro. Sasha, it's an exciting day. Take it away, boys. Right, so start line, burnout area. The cars are going to start coming along. Exciting things. Johan Christofferson in an all-electric WRX Polo. We saw last year, or 2 years ago, Peter Solberg came out and absolutely entertained us. We think Christofferson is also going to do it. Let's go back to Sasha in the studio and he can take it away.
Thank you, Colin. I got so excited that I forgot to turn the microphone on. The atmosphere here at Simola, it is the 15th running of the Simola Hillclimb, the King of the Hill. We had a spectacular day yesterday, but today and tomorrow is all about the King of the Hill. Sitting next to me, we've got the fantastic. By the way, if you are up in the stands and you want to go and get yourself a coffee, just go and ask the barista for a Chiro and he'll make a lovely coffee for you. Chiro's with me, and of course Clifford at the moment, who will also be joining us during the course of the broadcast. He is up in the helicopter at present, which is stunning. A wonderful welcome to all of our worldwide viewers. The mention of Johan Christofferson, 7 times world champion WRX, is here in the electric Polo, which was mentioned. Also some brilliant entertainment that we're going to have during the lunch hour from the king of, I would say, trick driving, and that is Terry Grant back in South Africa. Wonderful to see Terry earlier on today. Besides that, we are in for just a phenomenal day. Chiro, I don't know about you, but if I don't get some sustenance into my body just now, I think I'm going to faint from the excitement.
The pit lane, I mean, I've been to 14 Simolas. The only reason I missed one was because I was ill. And I have never felt electricity like that in that pit lane this morning. And last year was tough. We had a couple of guys with DNFs because of mostly mechanical failure, and a lot of it not through their own fault. And I just get the feeling this year that everyone's trying a little harder and everyone wants glory. And I think we are in for this 15th running of Simola. I think we're in for something special.
Yeah, it is definitely a treat as we stand. The wonderful thing also to our live audience out on the heels of Simola, from the start line all the way up through to where the monster pit is as well. They're listening to us on the broadcast as well, so great to have you along. We're going to try and guide you through the through the whole of all of the sessions, but today and tomorrow is very much about the cars. And speaking of cars, let's introduce from Hillclimb Monsters, the wonderful Rodrigo. Rodrigo, great to have you along. Yesterday was fun with the Classic Car Friday, but today and tomorrow, this is where the monsters come out.
Oh yeah, good morning to everyone, first of all. And yeah, yesterday was a calmer day to prepare for the ensuing storm that we will see during these couple days. Like Chiro was saying, the electricity is in the air. We have on our hands probably the best entry list ever for Simola Hillclimb. I think even the issues we saw last year on some of the top cars, they have been solved. They not only that, the cars have been prepared even quite a bit further. So we're just about to see some proper monsters being unleashed up this very short but very fast and demanding Simola climb.
Oh, pool noodle already.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there, Rodrigo, but you know what, Rodrigo, a highlight of my year is being here, and a real highlight of my year is spending some time with you. And we'll forgive you for not being here this year, but I tell you what, I'm coming to Europe at the end of the year. How about you take me to one of your favorite hill climbs?
That is a deal. Just tell me when. I'll
I'll
get everything arranged.
Let's go.
so just to keep you updated as to what actually happens during the course of this morning, we are going to have 4 practice sessions. We're going to have a lunch break, and then we will have 3 qualifying sessions this afternoon. We'll have another 3 qualifying sessions tomorrow morning, and then of course we will get into class finals and the King of the Hill. We have 22 categories of vehicles taking part in the 15th edition. 22.
Yes.
And we've got cars like this Daniel Rowe, a magnificent racing driver, races in all forms of motorsport, and of course he's a VW motorsport ambassador.
Little piece of trivia about those cars.
Yes.
They're very special. So those are Polo Cup cars, but under the bonnet, Golf 8R engine and not stock. those are development mules.
Not at all.
I don't think we're going to see many stock cars out today, but we do have stock cars. We've got MGs.
Yes.
We've got Mercedes-Benz. We've got Suzuki. We've got Alfa Romeo. We've got.
That is quick.
That is going
206 kilometers an hour through the Suzuki speed
That is
trap.
Christopherson.
Hey, look
Whoa!
at that! First time up the hill, and he is holding nothing back. 206 through the speed trap, which is actually the top speed of that car. On the brakes, okay, he hasn't been through the S's, but there we go. Not playing around. He's adapted quickly.
Well, he's a 7 times world champion. I mean, this is just
Wow!
43.5.
First time up the hill. Sasha, how is that for laying down the gauntlet?
Rodrigo, a couple of years back, we had Peter Solberg. Now we've got Johan Christopherson. And I mean, these guys just don't know how to go slowly.
Oh no, they do. That is slowly for him.
From my perspective,
That was a warm-up.
wasn't slow. Sure.
43. I mean, Peter Solberg's best time last year, I think, was a 40.2.
Yeah.
And he lost to, I think, Richard, or year before, by, I think, 500ths of a second.
Something like that, yeah.
So if we're already in the 43s on a cold track, on cold tires, we're in for a treat this weekend, everyone. Yesterday's Classic Car Friday was the biggest Classic Car Friday stream we've ever had at Simola. 18,000 on the Kazakoza channel, about 40,000 on all the channels combined. It's about 3 or 4 times the viewership, and by my reckoning, last year Simola Hillclimb was the largest live stream, the biggest live stream, most watched live stream in South African history.
Magic.
So, if you're part of the live stream this weekend, we're going to have a lot of fun. Drop some comments. Sasha and I will be monitoring the comments. Let's chat to each other live on air.
Wonderful. Here we go. It all is free practice. Diane Paregachi in the Cayman. 3.4 meter naturally aspirated. Daniel Rowe's time, yes, I think, has been moved to the bottom because he did hit the noodle. And
I think that might have been Mokotsi. He was out just before.
Oh, was he out?
Yeah, Mokotsi was out first.
Okay, Mokotsi was out first.
Yeah.
So Mokotsi hit the noodles. Just for those who are maybe first to the Simola Hill climb, these pull noodles, that's what we like to call them, they are obstructions for the drivers so that they don't use too much of the grass area. If they touch one of those and move them, their lap immediately gets disqualified. So you got to keep it going. Look at that beautiful
996 GT3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and we love the way that Porsche number their cars. That's a 996, but then after that you got the 992, and then the 9. They don't know how to add.
991 somewhere.
Yes,
there was a 964.
Why don't they just go like 991 and then the next year 992, because then it makes life easy.
Yeah, I think.
Gerald, can you please talk to your friends?
I will have a word. My suggestion to them was just to, instead of having your model code start with a 9, just pick something else, because your car starts with a 9 as well, and enthusiasts like me can't keep up. But anyway, all right, Audi R8 V10 183 up into the braking zone for turn 3 under the bridge. It's a blind corner, tightens on you as well. It's tricky. This competitor did very well last year in his class. He was up against my colleague Ashley Oldfield in the BMW XM, and they ran each other right to the last minute, the last lap, track of the day, run of the day last year on the King of the Hill Sunday.
Yeah, track is what we would call green. You can see there are spots of sun coming out. Yesterday we had all sorts of weather, so we're not going to discuss the weather. What you see on the screen is what you're going to get.
Oh, a Mustang.
Whoa, there are a host. What would you call a gaggle of Mustangs? They're Mustangs. A herd. There we go, a herd of Mustangs. A whole bunch of them. Mustangs, Shelby, Super Snake Speeds. Just fantastic to see.
Look at that.
All of these Mustangs.
A Mustang going in a straight line. What a thing. I do love a Mustang. I just drove the Dark Horse. Oh,
really?
That car, it is so wonderfully old school in all the best ways. No, I'm a big fan. And car number 75, is that car number 75?
Yes, Dinesh Pagliacci, yeah.
Shelby Mustang, supercharged, 500 kilowatts on the wheels, which is enough, I feel.
Well, is it ever enough?
Is it ever enough?
Is it ever enough?
Shiraz from SA Beamer in his V10. Sasha, you know that car.
I love this car.
That car is the most fascinating history. Shiraz bought it as a non-runner. He then worked with BMW and one of his friends. They recovered that car with original parts in his friend's house. That car has gone to about 250,000 kilometers, and V10 BMWs don't have the best reputation for reliability. And he drives that car from Cape Town to Simola, drives it up the hill without his family up the hill, but from Cape Town, and drives it home.
Spectacular. Great to have you here, Shiraz. In that magnificent
Go
M5.
Shiraz, look at that, not hanging about. I think this is his second Simola. Yes, man. Whoa, look at the lean across the corner. He's going round on his door handles over the finish line.
He's having a go. James Temple out on track as well in another one of the Mustangs, the Shelbys. Wonderful to see these cars going up the hill at
that
Simola.
does sound good, eh? That 5-liter Coyote engine. What a great name for an engine.
Yeah.
The Coyote. What would that be in Italian, Sasha?
I have no idea.
Coyote.
Yeah.
No, it sounds Japanese.
Yeah, it does. Too Japanese for me.
Coyote.
Yeah, so here we go. 43.5 is the sort of benchmark from Johan Christofferson. Gordon Nicholson, a 49.8. Daniel Rowe with a 47.8. But he's surprisingly at the bottom of our timesheet, so not entirely sure. And we think that Jonathan Mokhotsi's time was deleted.
It was deleted, yeah. Paige Lindenberg in the Shelby Super Snake convertible. Had a chat with her yesterday. 750 horsepower going through the rear wheels in that car. She's not driving that car up the hill, she's wrestling that car up the hill.
Yeah, that takes an incredible skill. Another one of the Shelbys.
Six Shelbys this year.
Yeah, Josh O'Callaghan. Also, all of them 5-liter V8s. Just brutal power. Brutal power.
You know, that car comes standard with about 300 kilowatts. So they're pushing about an extra 200 kilowatts to that car by my maths. Oh, Mr. Garth McIntosh.
Isn't that a beautiful car?
McLaren. Well, we'll call him Garth McLaren for the weekend. 720S, 555 kilowatts. That thing is wild. You know, Sasha, I've been lucky to do this for a long time. Every now and then a car scares me. That car scared me.
Yeah,
That is
I have driven that as well.
And this guy,
yo,
you've driven a 720S.
yes,
It's
I have.
wild.
It's
eh?
incredible.
It is wild. To push that car up the hill, rear-wheel drive, 555 kilowatts, weighs less than a Polo GTI. Imagine a Polo GTI with 555 kilowatts and rear-wheel drive.
Well, Jan Christofferson's got one.
Oh, well, there we go. You're right.
Well, he's only got 500 kilowatts.
Yeah, no,
he's
slacking.
Slacking.
Yeah,
there we
no,
go.
unless you've got 555, you're just wasting.
Yeah, you're wasting your time. Taking a nice little gentle run, got to say, on his first out.
Track's cold.
Track's cold and amazing, quite a bit of dust if you consider the amount of rain that we had yesterday. Just everyone cleaning up the track a little bit. And of course, as it goes on, more and more rubber will go down on that racing line, and the times will they'll just ramp up during the course of today.
Rodrigo, our apologies. I'm sure you can tell that Sash and I are very excited. But let's get you in here. You are officially, in my mind at least, the world's most what's the one I'm looking for? Prominent expert in the hill climb scene. Rodrigo de Oliveira from Portugal, joining us live. How are you enjoying the action so far, Rodrigo? Seem to have lost Rodrigo there. I'm sure we'll sort it out.
I think he's just as
he's
excited.
back. We'll get him back, I'm sure. He's all the way from Portugal, so we'll get.
Can you guys hear me now?
Sorted out. Yes, there you are,
there
sir.
he is.
Go ahead, loud and clear.
Oh. It was an issue on my end. I was just saying thank you for the kind words, and I am enjoying the action very, very, very much. Now it was sort of strange to start right away with Christofferson as the third car, and then we sort of slowed things down again with sort of stock-ish cars coming along, but we were just ramping up to some great action. So I'm just as excited as you, and just getting here on my seat, waiting for the big monsters to arrive.
Well, we got 82 cars in the field, and when car number 3 is Chris Christofferson in a 500 kilowatt electric WRX car, it's the field's got depth this year, I feel.
Just a little bit of depth. And a tremendous amount of horsepower as well. We've got a bunch of Mercedes coming up as well. This is the e-performance. This is 500 kilowatts. Watch out for Clint Weston in the AMG GT
Oh, Clint
SE,
Weston.
600 kilowatts.
So he was probably one of my favorite drivers.
This is him here. This is him there. Car number 65.
I think that's an AMG GT. I think if he's in the GT63, that'll be a 4-door. Let me quickly look at the entry list.
Well, according to my entry list, that's him.
Is that
in the
him?
GT.
65.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got Clint Weston, Mercedes AMG E-Performance, you are right, AMG GT SE. It's brand new. I think this is its debut at Simola, actually. And watch this man push up this hill. He is one of the most exciting drivers on the grid. He lets it all out on the track. Absolutely brilliant driver, and a wonderful man as well, Clint Weston.
I mean, he just drives these Mercedes all day. Look at those little bumps. That car just handled the bumps beautifully.
Oh, 205. He's as fast as the WRX car into the top braking zone at turn 3.
No holding. Listen, those tires are so big. He needs to get that heated as quickly as possible.
Watch this through the S's.
Oh, a little touch in the brakes.
Yeah, little brake there.
Little touch there. That's super fast.
This is fast. 43 at least, 42 maybe. Let's see, we'll play final time bingo.
45.3.
Hey!
Here's an
I know
MG.
this guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ashley Oldfield, Nissan Works driver, Cars.co's colleague, and actually my boss.
You better say nice things about him.
Although literally he became my boss last year.
Well, the thing is, he's in
Look at that.
He's in the car right now. He can't hear you.
No.
You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, Ashley, you're an absolute... Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, the MG Cyberster, brand new to South Africa, the world's only soft top roadster with scissor doors, which is pretty exciting. I do like scissor doors. And 375 kilowatts, 765 Newton meters, around 1.9 tons, fully electric dual motor, one on each axle. And Ashley is not going to be playing around. He currently holds the SUV record for the hill in a Jaguar SVR F-Pace. And he is going for the electric car record, which Dion Hubert set last year at a 51 in an i5 M60. And I have a feeling that Ash might even beat that on his first run in the Cyberster. Remember, this is his first run in this car. I don't even think he's driven it yet.
Where did he land up?
And we don't have him on the screen. There he is. Okay, 53.3.
Okay.
So he's 2 seconds off the pace. Off the record pace, and that's his first run up the hill.
Fantastic, just brilliant. So as you can see, there are a lot of road cars,
Yes.
custom sort of cars that you can buy off the shelf. And then as we progress, we will get into the serious monsters. When they were warming up the cars a little bit earlier on this morning, I think when the Vinzumerans, just their cars at idle, I think was louder than anything we had, or all of the classic cars yesterday. All together still didn't match up to Vinzumeran's sound in idle.
Rodrigo, when I walked through the pits this morning, Ashley fired up the MG Cyberster, and when he revved that thing,
can you imagine the noise?
Sounded like my microwave.
Nothing more, nothing less. Well, the ironic thing is that we have someone gunning for the victory, sounding pretty much the same. But that's
I have a feeling
that's a whole other conversation.
I have a feeling that MG is going to. This might be its first competitive outing. Rodrigo, have you seen a MG Cyberster at a hill climb in the world yet?
Not yet. There's always a first. Okay, I think we have to take that positive from here. I have a slight suspicion that it will be outshined by some of the other cars here, but that's just a hunch from my side.
Paul Monroe in the Supra, and top of your screen, Pit Potgieter in the Julia QV.
Oh, beautiful.
And he comes every year, Pete, just loves driving it up the hill. But you tell him to put it in race mode, and he goes, I'm not too sure about that.
That car has an interesting issue. If you try left foot brake, it tends to go into sort of limb protection mode. And I think they solved it for racing by doing a flash on the ECU. Because obviously, a course like this, you're left foot braking. It's I think an 8-speed ZF Auto in there. And it's caused a lot of problems. In the early days of the Julia QV, it caused quite a lot of problems on racetracks for drivers around the world. I think they have resolved it now, though.
We've got the stunning M2 at the bottom of your screen. It goes over the line. The M2 of Leighton Fourie. Or is that him there? Okay.
Yeah, he's just about to start on the track.
I was the M4.
It's the M4 right out the box is a fast car. Pretty wild as well. M2 also one of the wild childs of the BMW range. I wonder if that is the X-Drive M4 or if it is the rear-wheel drive, because they don't actually sell the rear-wheel drive in South Africa anymore.
178.
I cannot believe Clint Weston hit the same top speed
as Christopherson.
At Christopherson. Well, look, he's got 600 kilowatts in that AMG, so it's enough.
He's got 50 kilowatts more than Christopherson. Come on, Tyrrell.
On a more serious note, I think that opens up also a question we will have later when we start seeing the times at the top, because there are some inherent limitations to the WRX platform when it comes to hill climbing. Top speed being one of them. We saw that with Peter Solberg's car two years ago. We have to see how it is regarding suspension and top speed there. It comes with some drawbacks, it comes with some advantages, but it will be interesting to follow through.
So, Rodrigo, I've actually got a good story about that for you. I went to go chat to Peter Solberg's engineer, And obviously the car's geared short for rallying, which makes sense. But now here you need a combination, I suppose, of short to get off the line and then a bit of a tall gear. So they found a way to get a couple of extra Ks out of it on the top end. And they got a call from Germany saying, how did you guys do that? That's one engineer with a laptop and a spanner in South Africa modifying a WRX car for a bit more top speed. And he gets a little call from Germany. What you up to there?
South Africans are very underestimated when it comes to their motoring prowess, without a doubt. Yeah, we've got some of the Suzukis that are out here, one of our big sponsors as well. Wonderful to see these Suzukis. We've got Swifts going up the track or up the hill on their runs. Ernest Page, this is Class A1. As we mentioned, we've got 22 categories. And in this, we've got the Suzuki normally aspirated Swift, naturally aspirated, and then also Swift Sport as well. It's a terrific car. Terrific car to drive. So much fun. Yeah.
You know, that car, for me, has the spirit of something like an MX-5 in it. Light, not crazy amounts of power. And you know, the thing is, a McLaren 720S, to get to the limit of a car like that, you're doing crazy speed, right? And cars are fun on their limit. And a Suzuki Swift Sport, you can get to the limit pretty easily and at pretty reasonable speeds. And it is just way more fun. A McLaren's an amazing car. It's an amazing experience. I don't think I'd describe it as fun because, just trying to kill you. But a Swift Sport is a fun car.
Magic car. And listen, speaking of fun cars as well, the Abarth, also a tremendous car to drive as well. Great to see Alfa Romeo at the Simola Hillclimb. They haven't been here for a couple of years besides Pete Potgieter. And this is the friend of Nico Nicolaides.
Ah, yes. This is Andre in his personal daily Alfa Romeo 4C. He dailies that car.
It's incredible. Also one of those, drive the car here.
Yes,
send it for a few runs and then drive home. Beautiful.
Yeah, no, trailers are expensive. Just drive the car here. And you need a tow vehicle. It's bloody complicated. Just drive the car up from Cape Town. No, he's a solid guy, Andre. I've never driven a 4C, and he said to me, you must come drive mine. He's a very generous guy. And that is literally his daily. He doesn't own another car.
Oh, no, he owns a RAV.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So he changes between his RAV and his 4C. I mean, as one does.
What a sensible man. Rodrigo, 4C, interesting car in stock road form. Do you see modified ones on hill climbs around the world?
Yes, you do. Here in Europe, you have probably the two most prepared ones to a pretty crazy extent. They both run in Italy, as they should, given they are Alfa Romeos. But one of them runs AER, a full race engine. For those who don't know, AER, it's a LMP engine. 2-liter 4-cylinder, 750 horsepower for 850 odd kilos. And the other
750 horsepower in a 4C.
Oh yeah.
Carbon fiber tank.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, the car is pretty well known. Those who follow my channel know which car I am talking about. That's the car run by Alessandro Gabrielli. The other car, which arguably is even more famous than the first one, it's Marco Gramenzi's 4C, which is powered by a Judd V8 4-liter unit with 670 horsepower at 11,000 RPM for 760 kilos, if I am not mistaken, and probably the best sounding car in all of European hill climb racing. I would arguably, I would put my money on that.
I've watched some YouTube videos on that as well. Yeah, it's the Judd engine. I thought it was the Zack Speed, but magnificent. A Jimny, one of the most popular vehicles in South Africa. Such a fun vehicle as well to drive. And this one got the slightly bigger engine, which I think was probably needed for this vehicle. But a stunning vehicle.
Yes, no,
so popular.
That is a brave driver. I drove a Jimny through a crosswind in Cape Town, the southeaster, and I just parked it. I just chose life.
Bottom of your screen, the Alfa Romeo Stelvio SUV going up there as well. Clifford is back from his helicopter jaunt,
Yeah.
and you're looking fresh.
Hey man, if there was a day, today is the day. I mean,
Yeah.
the
Must be
weather.
magnificent.
Yeah, let's discuss the weather for the last time. The weather is amazing. Some of what we said yesterday, but today is the day. So we took a trip, but I followed one of the safety cars up the run.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, different level of respect for these drivers. It's not as wide and as big as you think it is. So very narrow, and we followed the safety car up the hill there in one of the Ford Mustangs. They could do a bit of work on their lines, just saying. But yeah, proper. Hey? That's a whole different experience. But what a way to look at the Simola King of the Hill.
You very lucky.
Very
man.
lucky.
Very
Yeah.
Were you with Duran?
I think so. Yeah.
Blue helicopter.
That's the one. Yeah.
Duran, what a lacquer guy. He's so calm, he's so softly spoken, and then he takes you up the hill and just does like a full freaking, Huey Vietnam experience through the trees.
So I'm like picking up bits and pieces from what Chris, my cameraman, was telling me. But apparently, this chap put enduro bikes in that helicopter and flew to a race. It's like on Instagram or something like that. So that's living the life. I think like if there were career goals, they've just shifted a little bit.
One of the most crazy vehicles you'll ever see, the Nissan Patrol, the 5.6 litre, and that's definitely not
Sounds
stock.
good, eh?
Yeah, that's how you take your kids to school.
I think that's the Black Hawk. You can actually buy a Patrol, and there's a company, a dealership, which will turn it into a Black Hawk for you. They've got all the kits and I think it's a supercharger, if I'm not mistaken. Well, it comes turbocharged, and they just crank up turn up the wick a little bit. But it's dealing with those bumps well. Probably the only car that over brake there into turn 3,
Yes.
maybe missed a gear.
He lost a lot there.
Yeah.
To try and shift that way to trouble. But
Whoa! That was, is that Lee Thompson?
What have we got
Yeah.
there?
I think that's Lee Thompson. That was a
It is.
I don't think that wing is big enough, personally.
All right, now we're getting into the heavy hitters. Rodrigo, and listen, with the greatest respect to everything that's come before, this is what everyone is here for.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And this is one of the cars that I was most eager to watch today, given how badly things went last year for Lee. And I think this car, if everything goes well, he should be gunning for a place at the top.
He started off, but he seems to have calmed down quite a lot. So
The Golf 6 on the top of the screen is smoking quite a bit.
something seems a little off there.
Yeah.
with both of the cars,
Yeah, both
unfortunately.
of them. I think he probably just felt something wasn't right and just rather tap off and get it back to the pits.
Maybe he was just working on the launch, because I know in testing I was saw Lee practicing or whatever, and they were struggling with the launch of that car. So maybe he just wanted to get the launch going, and let's just hope that everything is okay. So Anton Cronier second. Anton Cronier is second. Courtney Nickel, Gordon Nicholson, Natalie Weston. And I saw Clint Weston's time was also DQ, Daniel Rowe DQ, and Eugene Norse, also a DQ. So
Why did Clint? I didn't see him hit it.
I didn't see him.
Well,
Well, he was going so quickly that maybe we missed it. Is this the Lotari?
One of our Lotari. I think the Lotari says Wild Rose Gin on it. This would be.
This is the Honda.
I think the Honda. With Rodrigo, do you know what engine is in this one? I'm pulling up the.
This is the Honda powered one, but it has a new livery, I think.
Yes. It's a Honda powered. It's the Honda V6 twin turbo, I think.
The J35 engine.
Yeah, J35.
The Lotus are forced to be reckoned with up here. Sorry, Rodrigo.
Oh yeah. No, I think he's taking his run pretty easy so far, or something's going on. But this is a totally new livery. I have no idea about it.
Yeah, Charles Hubert in the Honda J35. You called it Rodrigo, and I think he's picked up. That noise sounds a bit expensive.
It sounds like a bit of a misfire.
He'll be alright. back down to the pits, and hope and a spanner. Some hope and a spanner. Right, Honda Civic
Owen
Type
Bridger.
R FK2. That will be front-wheel drive unless they've done some serious drivetrain engineering. It is.
Such a stunning car to drive.
Front-wheel drive cars just really struggle on the launch because the weight transfer makes the front wheels a bit light and takes the weight off of them. So that was a pretty good launch, but I'm sure they would have tried.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the fastest front-wheel drive ever in Simola. This is Owen Bridger's K24 turbo unit. He beat the FWD records 2 years ago on it.
So the Lotari did not go out. Maybe
No,
just
that
keeping
was.
just keeping his powder dry for the next run. The Lotus of Derby Bear, Charles Brown.
Yeah, Lingard. Derby Lingard.
Car number 27. So you can tell them apart. They both changed their livery. The Lotari was blue last year. It's now white, but it has a massive Wild Rose gin sticker on it, and the other one doesn't. Skyline R33, love seeing Skylines on the track. That is an R33, just at the R34. That looks like an R33. Being chased by a Beetle.
I was going to say, how have we not mentioned this Beetle going hammering tongues up the hill? Like, this needs a special mention.
I got very distracted by the...
What would someone put into a Beetle to make it run like that?
Beetle did not look slow. Here's the R34. Farouk Dango's car.
The Beetle has a Subaru engine inside it.
There we go.
Of course it is.
Yeah, why would you just keep it, standard?
That's a good swap, actually. Apparently quite an easy swap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Boxer motor.
Okay.
Yeah. There's an amazing one in Cape Town, also running a Subaru engine, full roll cage, everything. Whoa, that sounds stuff.
It's about to get serious.
That's a true GT3R.
Is that it, Rodrigo? You said that's a true GT3R.
Yeah, that's it. You can hear by the sound and by the body kit. This is a proper machine.
Holy moly! Oh, you could feel battling for traction off the line there. That thing.
Oh yeah, this thing will suffer on the launches during all weekend. But apart from that, it will be solid and quick.
Wow, that's fast. Let's see what his trap is here, north of 190. There we go, 199. That's quick on his first run.
Now we could be in the 45s.
Rodrigo, do you think these Porsches that will struggle off the line over the course of the weekend, do you think they'll play a bit with tyre pressure to try and make it a little bit more efficient, or do you think it's pretty much done and dusted? What they're running now, they'll run during the course of the day, even when the temperatures get hotter?
They will play around with tire pressure when the pressure starts ramping up, and they need to make sure that their launches are as good as possible. Although what I have seen by my own experience is that people won't see much results coming from that, so they will start getting very aggressive on launches. And the best way to launch a Porsche like this on an hillclimb is pretty much to spin the rear wheels. So let's see what will happen. But I am fairly sure we'll see some pretty outrageous launches with heavy smoke until the weekend finishes.
I wouldn't want it any other way.
So we got some serious action. Oh, sorry, Rodrigo. Bottom of your screen is a Z4 with a Hendrix NASCAR motor.
Engine, yeah.
How that car stays on the track, I have no idea. Sorry, Rodrigo.
I was just saying that I know by my own experience, because I have a close friend who has a GT3R, the previous generation from that one, and I have tried to launch that thing a couple of times, and it was a nightmare.
A little sideways over the line. If you're not familiar with Simola and how it operates, one of the things that keeps us on our toes in the commentary boxes here, both in Niza and in Portugal, is that the running list we have in front of us is not necessarily the order that the cars go out. It's pretty close, but generally what happens in the pits is you might have a situation where someone's ready to go and then the drivers just sort of wave each other out. So they do come out in slightly different orders. This is a phenomenal car built by, I'll get to his name now, is Quinton Boylan. He actually builds all these Lotuses. Yeah, he's a specialist. This car has an SLS 63 AMG engine in. They had to stretch the chassis to fit the engine in. V8 in a Lotus from an SLS.
I mean, it's just fantastic. You've got 3 Loti, one with an AMG Mercedes, one with a J35 Honda, and one with a Ferrari 488 engine. It's just spectacular. I mean,
And we
the
are
sort of
missing
battle
one
between
with the
three.
GTR engine.
And a GTR, that's it.
Straight from the factory.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
we have
yeah,
one with a
that's how you
VR6
order
engine yet to run.
This is Rodrigo referring to Devin Robertson, the grey Lotus on the screen right now.
Yeah. No,
So
no,
that's
the one that is on the screen right now is Charlie, where we were wrong about the earlier Lotus that ran. This one,
Oh, he's just come out.
Yeah, Charles Hubert and Darren Goodmans
At the
with the R32.
At the bottom we have Craig Zank with the VR6 powered Lotus first gen.
We were chatting to Craig Zank earlier, and he says no, his braking points today will be very different to his Opel Kadett from yesterday.
R32 Skyline with a massive wing downforce, obviously hugely important in hill climb racing. And interesting thing about this car, they entered it into some of the Australian racing series. It did so well to embarrass the Australians so much that they banned it.
on what grounds?
It was too fast. It's too good. It had one of the world's most advanced all-wheel drive systems at the time, straight from factory.
I would advise looking at the leaderboard because we have a new leader.
Hey, where are we?
Yeah,
WB 41962.
Uh,
And that's the Lotari Davi Hubert.
Yeah, that's the Ferrari powered Lotus.
So,
And Charles Hubert, he's a bit off, but a 41.9, that is super fast. Okay, this is Peter Zeely with the world's largest rear wing ever produced. This car is magnificent. You are a big fan of this car as well, Rodrigo.
Oh yeah, I am. I am quite close to Peter, and I have been very close to the whole project since it came to Simola for the first time in 2018, I think it was. I was sort of responsible also to get into Europe to do a couple little climbs here. Hopefully we will get the car back once again, and this is one of my dark horses for the overall win on the modified saloons this weekend.
Rodrigo, correct me if I'm wrong, last year Peter Zeely lost by a tenth, a hundredth, a thousandth. It was insanely close.
A tenth. It was understeer on the S's.
42.8. He's second on the leaderboard. This is only practice one.
Oh, the Van Zimmeren.
Just listen.
The anti-lag. You feel the anti-lag in that car, and you feel it through your bones. It's phenomenal.
I mean, these are crowd favorites, deluxe. The way they handle this, they put on a show. Of course, they're here to win, but wow, that's quick. Imagine that as a cold start, waking up your neighborhood on a Sunday morning.
What a pleasure. I think first run a little bit loose on the wide, instead of putting out the conditions, because it hasn't been completely on rails, but I'm pretty sure we're still looking at a pretty quick time.
I think that's just Wade. That's him.
Remind me, guys, I won't tell you now because there's a lot going on, but remind me to tell you about the new remote rev feature on the new Mustang. And in relation to waking up your neighbors, it's a lot of fun.
I say sold.
So we got Aldo Scribante out on the track. Silvio Scribante only arrived at about 8 o'clock this morning. Seemed to have one or two little issues, but I'm sure Michael Steven is working furiously to sort it all out. Silvio coming up, the Scribante family, of course, here on force as always. This is Richard Roots totally rebuilt car from last year.
Yeah, he snapped his forward running prop shaft last year and destroyed the front diff. And look at that thing. And he was going to go out rear wheel drive, and then he made that great statement when Colin went up to him. Some days you're the statue, and some days you're the pigeon.
Yeah.
Last year he was the statue. Let's see if he's the pigeon this year.
I actually managed to catch up with him yesterday at the parade, and he said that their main focus this year is not to necessarily find more performance, but to look for more reliability. I know the car is capable, but it's a matter of keeping it running. So, different tactic this year, but if he keeps it running, he's an exciting finish.
Now, quite interestingly, when you walk up and down the pit lane, you ask the sort of power outputs. The teams aren't too keen to tell you, but Rodrigo...
top of the timesheet. Sorry to interrupt.
Go
top
ahead.
of the timesheets. Richard Roots,
There we go.
41.9.
Rodrigo, what do you think Richard Ritz's car is pushing out?
I don't know if I'm allowed to tell what I have been told about that car.
I told you, it's big secrets.
I can assure you that at a medium boost it's well over 800 horsepower.
Nice.
I boost it. It will get into the 4 digits with a very comfortable margin.
And here,
Well, we'll leave it at that.
and here comes
the sheriff.
one of the world's most famous hill climb monsters. Rodrigo, every
Turns
time you
out-
post this on your page, it goes bonkers.
Yeah, well, this is the car we on the thumbnail of last year's top 15 video, 1.5 million on YouTube. So I think the results speak for themselves.
I mean, what a car. 2 wings. I
From what,
mean, if you're not running
from what I
2
was
wings,
told-
you're just slacking.
from what I was told, it is running DRS on both wings this year.
So take us through that, Rodrigo, because last year he jumped. I spoke to his head mechanic. The car jumped on the bumps. The rears overspun and destroyed the gearbox. So what are you referring to as sort of a safety system for that this year?
I can't tell you for sure because I don't know. I was just informed yesterday about this, and they have been very secretive about it too. But I think it's really to extract performance more than as a safety measure. What happened last year the car was sort of a freak accident with the bumps, just making the gearbox it itself. Chances are it won't happen again. But then again, we are talking about huge stress on gearbox and transmission, so and all bets are off when you are running one thing like that at full boost.
Last year we had a lot of casualties over the bumps. I think Peter Zidi lost a boost pipe on one of the runs.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, do you think they've softened the suspension this year, a couple of the runners?
Yes and no. At this level there are some out of the box very creative solutions to deal with stuff like that. And for the and Peter Zini's MR2, we are talking about the third element on the rear suspension to control the movement on the bump, and it doesn't mean necessarily that you are softening the suspension in itself. You are just playing around with the settings on that third damper. But this gets super technical, and more than me here trying to give an opinion or trying to guess. I think Colin will talk with them later, and they can, if they want to, because you know how secretive these guys can get, they can open up a bit of their game, because there's some very neat engineering here to explain how these high powerful cars can deal with such a bumpy track.
You guys will enjoy this. I posted on my MX-5 owners group this little message. It said, "Lads and ladies, I need some help plugging in my MacBook." And now the group's very confused. I meant to post it on the technical team podcast.
See, it's the excitement. It's the excitement. Single seaters coming out here.
Got a bit of a slow mover out in the circuit at the moment. That's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not going to get you up there very quickly. That's Clayton Cole Enzer Smith in the
Well,
lead
it
up.
looks like we have a bit of momentum now. So whatever the problem was, we seem to have found a few more kilometers now up the hill. But hopefully it's not a problem that's going to need attention in the pits. You guys talking about the bumps and suspension settings and you know, we looked yesterday at what the hill looked like with the classic cars, but today is a completely different mindset for me on how much those rolling bumps affect the cars. It's completely different, yeah. So sparks, I mean, these cars are really quick, but I think there's a bit of time that can be lost and made up as to how well your car can absorb those bumps, because that's a key part of the hill where you can put power down to the road.
Last year it was about whether the bumps broke your car or not. We had a lot of casualties last year, but the big monsters, they do struggle up there. But you know, someone said to me yesterday, racing up Simola is like being on a roller coaster with no rails and nothing over your lap.
No protection.
Sure, you were talking yesterday, you thought maybe they could have softened the bumps as we look at it now. Do you think that's the case, or do you think they're exactly the same as last year with a bit of wear?
I think we should ask Ian.
I'll interject.
Sure.
They're exactly the same. There's no change.
with a bit of wear.
I've seen South African Roadworks department, and I didn't see them anywhere near this road last year.
I wonder if, because it's a public road, I wonder if maybe there's some sort of legislation we're not allowed to change it, or maybe we must chat to Ian Shrewsbury or Chick Ramsey and just see what's happening there. It's an interesting story. Rodrigo, if a hill climb happens on a public road in Europe, are they allowed to modify the surface specifically for the race?
It gets tangled up with local licensing and local rules and everything. But normally, people here in Europe are very aggressive at changing any bit of road that is deemed unworthy for an hill climb, especially one that runs on the European Hill Climb Championship, for example. It's not unusual to see some hill climbs here sort of taking 1 year off just to revamp the whole tarmac. One example was the event that I was last week in Austria. It is a very high-profile one, but even then, 3 years ago, they stopped the event altogether for 1 year to revamp everything from top to bottom.
Wow. I think what you pointed out there, Rodrigo, is that obviously the road is owned by the state, it's run by the municipality of Neisner, and I'm sure there's been some discussions, and we'll try to update you as the day goes on. But thank you very much for joining us from around the world. The live stream's absolutely cooking. It is so much fun. Drop us a comment. Sasha and I are monitoring the live stream, and we'll try to answer your questions. And if you say something particularly humorous, we might even relay it on air.
Okay, we've got all the way from Finland, which is wonderful to see. Mark Friedman, Mr. Audi Johannesburg, watching us and got it all at work as well, showing everybody. Good for you. There's a noodle in the road. Thank you, Avi. At the moment, it is Reggie Roots, who is Robert Walk. Here we go, 39.3.
Hey, first man in the 30s,
and he's got a brand new car. The only thing he's got a Gould. We don't have Andre Bezuidenhout, unfortunately, this year. His engine is still at McLaren getting repaired. But Robbie Walk is out there also in the Gould. He doesn't have launch control, but his talent could well see a new record during the course of this weekend, as all depending on what happens with the weather. That is free practice one. It's incredible how quickly that went, because... well, they're definitely not pedestrian, are they, Clifford?
Absolutely not. And if you just look at the top times, I mean, you have to go far way down to like 52nd place to see someone that hasn't broken a minute. And I mean, yesterday that was almost like the benchmark at a stage. Today it's a completely different animal. So yeah, the guys are moving today.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see. And I mean, Christopherson, third man out, set out that 43.5. And then, of course, getting into the 39s with Robert Walk. So outstanding first free practice. We did see one or two of the competitors having one or two issues, but hopefully everything is solid. And let's ensure that we have got everybody that is going to partake in free practice too. Chiro, just getting rid of your hat. It was so lovely.
I did feel I looked a bit silly.
Never. You would never look silly at my eyes.
And Peter said something. I heard him shout at me when I well, not shout at me, but I'm sure I'm going to get a talking to just now. I'm sorry, Peter.
Probably.
Definitely will.
Rodrigo, let's bring you in here from Hillclimb Monsters. First free practice. Everyone seemed to be okay.
Well, it is. Although Clifford was already surprised with the change of pace, I think we're just seeing the beginning of it. We are still way far from what these cars can do. So people can keep watching, because times will fall, and will fall greatly.
Rodrigo, you said that times will fall greatly. What do you think the objective was for most of these cars in the first session? And how do you think they're going to tackle the rest of the day in terms of strategy?
Now they are assessing track conditions and just comparing to the data they had last year. Christopherson, for example, is discovering the track altogether, which is another ball game. But it will be, and we will just start seeing people really going at it by the middle of the day onwards, when we start getting into the qualifying runs. But by now we won't ever see anyone going more than 75% of what the cars are capable of, and more than that, we are on the turbo cars. We are seeing everyone dialing up the boost way down compared to what we will see through the rest of the weekend.
All right, thank you, Rodrigo. Let's cross over to Colin. First free practice done. Colin, lots of excitement there in the pit lane.
I kind of agree with Rodrigo that we're going to see these times drop by, in my opinion, at least 10%. That was a sighter. It was a warm-up, both for the cars and the drivers. The top contenders not really launching that aggressively, particularly the GTRs. So idea now, oh, and by the way, we've got a new electric lap record. Mr. Christopherson is now the owner. 43 odd seconds. Come on, guys, we've got to pay attention here. This is the A game. The cars, the drivers, they brought their A game. Let's see what we can do. Let's have the idea now, we're going to walk up the pit lane, but you've got to have a look at this thing. I don't want to touch anywhere, even though the light is green. This is the power, the front drivetrain power thing of this car, and beautiful carbon, Kevlar carbon fiber stuff, and of course the umbilical cord. There's a nuclear power station out the back there to start powering it. Hopefully, we have asked to put a camera on that car. It is absolutely stunning. But let's not forget the other two local cars, Daniel and Jonathan Mkhotsi's cars, with wing of note. Because at Simola, you can never, ever have enough wing. We do love Porsches. We're not going to stop at every single car as we go up. White standard. This is the calm end of the pit. We've got the V10, 200,000 whatever kilometers BMW, absolutely stunning. And then the herd of a flock of Mustangs, all ranging with carbon fiber and powers and superchargers and things and Shelbys. It is a flock of, James, it is a flock of Mustangs. Yeah, definitely. And then where craziness continues is you bring a 720S that I'm sure insurance is fully covered on it. There's some more Mustangs down the back there. It is absolutely beautiful. And then we've got Mercedes-Benz with the AMGs celebrating Kimi Antonelli's pole for the sprint race. What a guy, 18 years old, sticks it on pole in, Miami. My contender for standard car victory, a road car standard, Clint Weston all of these three Mercs apparently have got the same drivetrain except this one's got a V8 with stuff and what, and that one's got 4 cylinders with a turbo in it and batteries and, you know, environment and safety and blah blah. That's my contender, and I think he'll get it down to a very fast thing. MG, I see no point in scissors doors. I see no point in fully electric cars apart from a WRX car. And scissors doors with a soft top. I mean, I suppose when you're cruising down Camps Bay, it's
How
just
did they get
beautifully
that door to
gorgeous.
open just on cue? Like
And now, one of my heroes, Guy, is a wheelchair user. Is absolutely, we're going to come back and talk to Guy, but massive respect. He's paralyzed from spine down, middle of his back down, and we had a long chat last night. And just because you get super injured or paralyzed doesn't count you out for life. Here's a man, rugby player, now he's a racing driver. What an upgrade. Absolutely beautiful. Toyota Supras. Grumpy, who looks after Volkswagens. Are you well this morning?
Very well, thank you. And you?
Yeah, fantastic, thanks.
Why you look so wound up?
I'm hyped. This is fun. I've got my turbocharger wound up to full. BMWs and a Mini. JCW, we love BMWs as long as they've got an M badge on them. We do have a wheel competition going on. The ugliest wheels are a little bit down there. But the prettiest wheels, it's a choice between Clint Weston's BMW and Peter Zeeley's. You've got to have a vote. No, those are too fussy. They too plasticky and honeycomb. Fastest car where's our chimney? Here it is. I mean, do me a favor. They should actually be forced to drive on the dirt on the side of the road. It can handle it. It is a lot of fun. Now we start getting to Alphas, we love them. Green, Quadra, Figlia, Follow, and now the Powers.
Yeah.
Anton Cronier's Subaru did a lot of testing at Kyalami, Swart Corps. They've done work on the gearbox, in fact everything. And we're going to have a pause in our walk just to admire the beauty of a Honda engine in a VW. And then we're going to go to studio because Terry Grant is sitting with the guys in the studio. So let's listen to Terry rather than me. Cheers.
Thanks, Colin. I mean, just the excitement from Colin Hasty in the pit lane is just incredible. A man I haven't seen for a while, although I've seen you on TV all over the world, including at the Race of Champions just a couple of weeks ago. Terry Grant back in South Africa, Mr. Trick Car. Terry, you can do anything with any vehicle that I've ever seen. From anybody in a car. So it's wonderful to have you back in South Africa.
Yeah, Sasha, it's always good to see you. It has been a while, I agree. Yes, I was in Sydney, Race of Champions, which is always a great event. You know, best drivers of the world just having a party for the weekend and having fun. So, yeah, and it is fantastic to be back here in South Africa, but also Simola. I've been here before, so it's great to come back.
What have you brought down for everybody to number one, the people to see on the live stream, but also for this fantastic crowd that we have here at Simola?
Yep, so a couple of things actually from me. First of all, let's start low and work up, or work up and work low. It's entirely up to you, I don't mind.
Start from the bottom.
Okay, only in the spec of the car, because it's still going to be spectacular. So I have I'm here with Volkswagen, celebrating the Polo, obviously. So they've kindly brought me over. Myself and Johan are on a secret mission next week, doing some amazing filming that will come out later on in the year.
Exciting.
I can't say any more about that,
Well, come
myself
on.
and we're at
good
the factory.
mates. We're good mates, Terry.
We're doing
good
some,
mates.
You'll just have to wait. It's going to be very, very, very cool, I can assure you. But the first thing I'm going to be doing is a Volkswagen Polo. Ramp at the start line, up the ramp, balance on two wheels, and see how far we can get up the hill. Now,
On two wheels.
On two wheels, so balanced
Well, as you
So-
do, Chiro, as you do.
Terry holds the record for Simola on 2 wheels.
do.
The best part was he was in a 4-wheel car.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what those times were, but the first time I drove the car was yesterday. So let's see how today goes,
Stunning.
and then let's see what my time was from back in 2017, 2018, and if I think we can maybe go for it and beat it, we'll give it a go.
So
But let's see. That'll be on Sunday.
Jaguar, Terry, the first time we met, I think it was probably pre-COVID, Jaguar asked if I'd like to sit in the passenger seat when we went on that run. And I'm at the top of the car, you know, looking at the tar through Terry's window.
I remember.
And you remember that? And
I remember
then
you was crying and screaming like a little baby.
it was more of a laugh. It was like a laugh cry.
It was
And-
a scare.
No, I've seen the video as well.
And
Yeah.
and I think what happened was we were a few meters away, and you said puncture. And
I
think
do remember.
and you
yeah.
just pushed it over the line, and then you dropped it. And the beautiful thing about that was it looked like Terry and I were just going out for some milk, you know, on 2 wheels. He's so relaxed, bottom of the car, and he's just talking to me. Oh, you know, Terry. And I'm like, Terry, you concentrate. Yeah, carry on.
It's a trait that any professional driver has. Where honestly, even Johan, the race, you just relax. You just chill out. You get your
in the
temperature
zone.
down. You don't get excited, and then you can do your job properly. And that's all what that was.
Now, for those watching, Terry became world famous for a stunt, which I think was the first in the world. Correct me if I'm
I've
wrong.
done a few. First in the world,
There
actually,
we go.
yeah.
He's done a few. Now, his CV is quite impressive. You see his business card. It's A4. The first ever loop-de-loop ever, I think, was in a Jaguar F-Pace.
I've done a few. I've done the first loop-the-loop.
Yeah.
And then we bought it on tour. Top Gear
Okay,
Live.
exactly.
Back
Yes.
in
Yes.
2010. So I was dressed in a silly white suit, and no one.
I
knew who
remember.
was.
Nobody knew you were.
And I was doing loops.
I remember in the dome and we were
all
going,
over the world.
oh,
We-
I really hope
done
this
it.
works.
It was-
We all just stood there and watched and went, okay, he's still alive.
Yeah.
We'll do this
I'm
in the
still
show.
here. So the dome, we also done it Cape Town in
Yeah.
a really tiny little arena, and I remember I smacked the wall a couple of times coming out, so that was quite sketchy. But yeah, that
The
loop the
F-Pace
loop
launch
was
on the
special.
Thames,
All
yeah.
of this stuff's on YouTube.
Yes,
but
no.
we pushed it with the Jaguar one. We pushed it because we went for the largest loop the loop in the world,
Oh, right.
and that was to launch the Jaguar F-Pace. So it was a world launch.
On the side of the Thames by London Bridge, I remember.
It was actually, it wasn't in the Thames. It
Yeah.
was. We done it a few times. We done it originally in Frankfurt the night before the Frankfurt Motor Show, and then we took it to Shanghai, which is what you're thinking of.
Okay.
Along
Okay.
the river in Shanghai
Yes.
with the city and the
Yes.
backdrop.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you got quite badly injured from that, from the G-forces.
Not from the G-forces.
Yeah.
I was kind of good. The very first time I ever attempted the loop back in the day, first go ever, boom, crashed my brains up. Went to hospital because no one had ever done it before, and I thought, right, I need to go fast or I'm gonna die. So I went fast and I nearly died.
What from a concussion?
No, the thing was way too fast. It bottomed out. It punctured a hole in the metal loop going through, which slowed the car down. Then it twisted. I hit the side upside down, and I remember tumbling down. And it just ended
Don't
up
try
with-
this at home.
No, big heap
Don't
at the
try this
bottom.
at home.
Kind of, when I have an accident, and I know this sounds very, very silly, but when I have an accident, I quickly check myself. It's something inbuilt. It's not normal. I quickly check myself, make sure I haven't broken anything severely, turn the car off, and just calmly sort myself out and get out. And that's what happened. I think I broke my wrist and my thumb initially. Went to a hospital, put it in plaster, went to bed, had a think of what we needed to do. Turned back the next morning in the car, cut the plaster off, walked in, told everybody, yeah, it's all cool, we're fine, let's go again. Boom.
Still broken.
Done it 3 times, bang, one after the other, bang, 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 that's it, cool. Drove back to hospital, told them that it got wet and it cracked and it broke and it broke back. Like I said, it's not normal.
You
but
can't make this stuff up.
That's my world. That's my world.
Terry, what else have you got that everyone can look forward to?
Yeah, so-
I mean, we don't want to give away everything.
No, let's not give away everything. Let's just go back to the Polo just very, very quickly, because this is special. It's a stock car. It was a road car a few days ago. It's got a couple of slight modifications, but it's basically a stock Polo. The modifications were done by school kids at the technical school back at the home where they build the VW Polo.
Oh, wonderful.
So that's fantastic. I haven't gone and met them yet, but I've asked if I can go in and see the kids and have a bit of fun with them. But it was kids. They were under supervision, obviously, but they done all of the modifications on the car that's here today to do that.
Brilliant.
So that's really cool. Then the other thing is very, very cool for me, because the guy that won the World Championships with this car is a cool friend of mine, but I'll be driving the WRC car up the hill doing some demo runs. So that's really cool. And Johan's going to be doing demo runs in the RX car that Petter was in a couple of years ago.
Oh, same car.
So there's 2 World Championship cars. I mean, these 2 cars must have won the most World Championships of any cars in the world. There's 7 for Johan's and 5 for Sebastian Ogier's cars. So, and then also as well, Johan's in the RX1 electric car as well, which he's going to be dulled on that. That thing's a missile, so I'm quite looking forward to seeing it.
Magic.
Sorry.
Terry, listen, wonderful to see you. I'm sure we'll catch up with you on the weekend. We look forward to you entertaining the crowds online and, of course, right here at Simola. Wonderful to see you again, my friend.
Always a pleasure.
Enjoy.
I'll come back whenever I have time, I promise you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Terry Grant.
Real pleasure.
So wonderful to have him
fun
back
out
in
there.
South Africa. Daniel Rowe, we're into free practice 2. Free practice 2. He seems to be going a little bit slowly. Yeah, that's... I hope that, I'm just hoping, Chiro, when we're seeing these cars slowing down at this kind of pace, that they working on certain areas of the car for the first bit.
That's exactly what they do.
Okay, there we go. Terry's giving us confirmation. Of course, it's from the VW stable. He knows something that we don't.
This is live R&D.
Yeah. And Terry's going to tell us what him and Johan are doing
I'm
next
so
week.
not. You don't win the whole event on practice day.
Can you tell us? Can you tell us if you're shooting in South Africa?
Yeah.
Oh, you're shooting here, Port Elizabeth.
Oh,
All
okay.
right.
We
There
like
go.
that.
That's all you're getting.
Oh, well, I just slipped an Apple AirTag in your race suit, so I'll see you there.
Listen, kudos and magnificent. Here is Johan Christofferson going up for his second run on the Simola Hillclimb.
Go, Johan.
Yeah, first time at Simola for Johan.
Little break
Incredible
there.
on the how long he holds on the brake. I mean, this
Four-wheel
guy's
drive.
crazy. This is
This
unbelievable.
is a 40.
Yeah. 40, you were right on
41.
pace. 41.
41-0.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah.
Johan
Second-
Christofferson.
Second run of the day, 41-0.
Stunning from Johan Christofferson. Yeah, and I'm just watching him how he's braking coming up to that last S, and you just know that he's gonna. Well, there's a lot in store. He's not going to win it right now. There we go. Listen, it's fantastic. Let's listen to these cars during free practice too. There are lots of people who are saying, please, let us hear them.
You know what that sounds like to me, Sasha? Permission to go get us coffee.
What a great idea. I'd like a Chiro di Siena.
Yes, I got you.
While we're watching some of the production normal cars going up here as well. Super lap from Jonathan Khotsi, also in the Polo 45.6. Daniel Rowe, very slow, but yeah, maybe just testing elements, various elements that they want to get right so they can hook up a lap after they get out there. Here is this very impressive G. Super lap there from Sean McKay, 50.9. Ashley Oldfield in the MG called the Simola, and of course the V10 Audi R8. Talk of a new R8 coming up in 2026. I've seen some renders of what it could potentially look like, and it's going to be even more stunning than the current model. Oh, there's a drone shot. So it's no longer a herd. We have a flock of Shelbys making up their run at Simola. Wonderful crowds in already. Spectacular scenery. Magic to have everybody here at Simola. The 15th edition, if you're just tuning in. Please share the link with all of your friends around the world. Rodrigo is with us. Rodrigo, Terry Grant. I'm sure you've seen his antics all over the world as well. A real showman.
Oh yeah, it is. I have seen him for quite a while now. I wonder what he has in reserve. He seemed very secretive about what's to come during the weekend, but he'll never disappoint. On that we can count for sure. And I wonder, between some sideways action, two-wheel action, or something even more outrageous, so something worthy, it's coming to this live stream.
Yeah, without a doubt, he really is a spectacular showman, a fun man as well. No big surprises in the first free practice, Rodrigo. Everyone just feeling everything out, as you mentioned, probably running at about 65-70% of capability of the car and themselves. Oh, that V10 got wide. Goodness gracious. Shiraz Bawa got very, very wide over there. And it's now just a question of just making sure everything is right, temperatures are right, trying to get yourself settled and find the right racing line.
Very, very much so. Everybody's assessing the track conditions, what is the right line. Now the shadows are messing up the track temperatures and all that. But more than that, we don't want to see any mechanical issues at this point, because as soon as everybody's settled, they will start ramping up both the boost on the turbo cars or the commitment behind the wheel. And we need to have everyone, so it is a level playing field, a fair one, and one where people can enjoy these monsters right up until the end.
Just going through the pit lane, and if you go back on the years of the Simola Hillclimb, the attention to detail, the amount of effort that all of these teams and drivers put into these cars is exceptional, and year by year it just increases. It's something that is ever ongoing.
Oh yeah, I think we are starting to see sort of a funny phenomenon where the cars are getting so direct towards this very race that I think in the near future we'll start seeing some smaller versions of the cars, the same way that some cars are known as the Pikes Peak versions. For Pikes Peak, Simola is such a unique hill climb in its nature that some of these cars are so finely tuned for it, they can be considered Simola specials at this point. And this is not a process that is getting backwards in any way. The level how hardcore these machines will only get much more profound every year that passes.
Yeah, that is music to my ears, and I do hope so. It would be lovely to have a specific Simola special hill climb car. As we're watching most of the road cars coming out there, the very impressive AMGs coming up the track. Western did put in a lap earlier. I'm just checking. Natalie Western has just gone to 49.7. Here comes Clint. His first lap was DQ'd. Let's see if he can keep it between the pool noodles this time. Super impressive GT. little bit slower than his first run, but I think this is where he caught the noodle. Oh, he's caught the noodle again. Yep, there we go. That lap is not going to count. Although these are just practice, but he's going to have to try and get a clean run before the qualifying starts a little bit later. He posts a time of 44.5, but that isn't going to count. Oh, there is the MG. I must have seen something earlier. Rodrigo looked pretty similar to this one.
In color, I think only the R8 has a similar color. Maybe it was that one that you confused both cars.
Yeah, must have been. So Ashley Oldfield in the MG. He's going to have to really try his best if he wants to get a new electric record. He's up against probably one of the greatest drivers in the history of motorsport.
Oh yeah. Clint Weston did a 44.5, which is already a very respectable chrono.
Yeah, it's a super impressive run. So I mean, as Colin Hastie said earlier, he says definitely the sort of his pick for the production car fastest this weekend. So yeah, I mean he's definitely a man to watch. He drives those AMGs all day, every day, and really knows how to hustle them around. So very, very impressive to watch as well.
And this year we do not have Van der Vaart coming with a Porsche, so there's a vacant spot to explore.
Yeah, very, very sad that we don't have JP Van der Vaart here this year. On the top of your screen, Guy Davies. He was interviewed by Colin a little bit earlier. Yeah, I mean, just such a beautiful story as well. So great to see him out on track and having a tremendous amount of fun. Letting the cars do all of the talking during this practice session. The Alfa Romeo Giulia QV. You'll see it under brakings, the hazard lights going, which means that he's definitely not in race mode, Clifford.
Yeah, probably not. I think if your hazards are going off, you're not going fast enough. I believe I went to the bathroom for 5 minutes and my seat was taken. What happened, man?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, well, you snooze, you lose, yeah. If you go out, others will jump in.
I believe it was a handsome chap by the name of Terry Grant.
Ah, wonderful, wonderful guy. Top class. Looking forward to his exploits during the lunch break this afternoon and, of course, tomorrow as well. Piet Potgieter goes into 15th place. At the moment, Christofferson, fastest, Mogotsi. Clint Weston would actually be second, but he's hit the noodles again.
So that's what I was going to ask you. Last session we had a couple of DQs, and now Clint Weston, naughty.
That's 2 out of 2.
I mean, so far 100% hit record,
which usually is a good thing.
Yeah.
But not when you're trying to go up a hill.
But he's a wild character.
He's going to be super fast, and he's probably also just feeling what the car can do or what he can do. I think we're going to have a super impressive time from Clint Weston during the course of these next 2 days.
But a Mini Cooper and Opel action out on track.
Yes.
Not cars you see that often on the hill climb, or not as many, but that Opel 128k is up the Suzuki Speed Trap, not hanging around.
No, don't forget, it doesn't matter what car you're in. It's still going to feel, I mean, if you can push it to its limits, I mean, that it doesn't matter what you're in, it's still going to feel incredibly quick. We're waiting for all of the big guns to come out, which will be coming out very, very shortly here at Simola. Opel out on track. Got a little Abarth that is on circuit as well. It's great to see these production cars out here as well, and also the manufacturers getting more and more involved in in Simola every single year. Suzuki, of course, our title sponsor, so wonderful to have them and bringing their sort of fleet of Suzuki Swifts along as well.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer, and like you said, it's good to see some of the OEMs get involved with motorsport in South Africa, but I'm a firm believer that what wins on Sunday sells on Monday.
It's an old adage, and kudos to VW for bringing out Johan Christofferson, also Terry Grant, and also, the WRX E-car, magnificent. That's definitely an exhaust with a tremendous amount of rhythm that's playing in the back. A daily driver, an Alfa Romeo 4C.
You know a lot about Alphas. What motor is in a 4C?
1750.
Because they're super cool. I remember there used to be the pace cars at World Superbikes, and it looks like a race car, but not so popular here, but they look fantastic.
Oh, they're beautiful. It's just a little 1750 turbo. It is a full carbon fiber chassis. It's like a little baby Ferrari.
Special car.
Yeah, it's a really, really special car. Not that easy to get in and out of.
As opposed to a Jimny. The 4C had an interesting run in South Africa, maybe globally, where it was quite underappreciated when it came out. It was expensive because carbon fiber is expensive, and it was one of the world's first cars where you could get into a carbon fiber tub for, say, sub-million rand, right?
Yeah.
Because normally millions, and then they struggled to move them off the floor. They were big discounts, so guys got them at big discounts. Then the reputation of the car built, and now you can get now they've appreciated really nicely. So the guys who bought in when in the dip,
they've made a fortune.
They've done well, yeah.
They really have. That was the first full carbon fiber tub road car, even before the McLaren. So very, very special car. The Jimny, going up a hill, you've got to have some pretty strong character.
Yeah, look, they would have upgraded the suspension and bigger tires, and I'm almost certain there'll be a turbo in there because they come naturally aspirated from factory. But turboing Jimnys is becoming very popular. There's a bolt-on kit from Australia, and it turns them into a little monster. And that Porsche was on its door handles going around the top of the finish line there.
Well, I must just tell you, while you were making Chiro di Siena, your good friend Shiraz was pretty wide coming through the end. Yeah.
Would we call it a moment?
I would say
Almost
a slight moment. Almost a
medium moment.
Yeah.
Sure, he's got to get home at the end of the weekend.
I can hear outside the door that some of the big monsters are beginning to get ready.
Rodrigo, do you know how much you know about the Subaru? Because it's a long-time campaign here at Simola, and it's quite a wild car, this.
Anton Coronia's car, it has. We have seen several different iterations of it through the years. This last black version, from what I have heard from Anton on different interviews, the car is running 600 something horsepower setup on normal boost. I think this year he can up the ante for a 700 or nearly 800 something at the very top. But other than that, Anton is very, very familiar with the car by now, and he wants to avenge last year's result, where he was one of the victims of gearbox issues.
And he just ran a 43. This 6 is
Smokey and the Bandit.
Vaping.
Yeah.
Watermelon and kiwi coming out.
That was a super lap from Anton Grenier. Let's hope he doesn't have the reliability issues, but super lap.
I know, he was moving.
Yeah.
And you can see how firmly that car sprung as well. Rodrigo, is it still running a Subaru engine, or has it had a transplant?
No, it's a EJ20 as Subaru engine, all right.
EJ20?
And nowadays, yeah. and nowadays they can. It's possible to take some big power from them. Of course, you take away a bit of their reliability, and of course there will be people with the memes of the head gasket and everything on the internet as soon as the Subaru enters
thing is, they didn't-
a live stream.
It didn't start
But,
off with much reliability. So and I say this as a Subaru owner and lover as well.
Just a couple of messages that have come in here. People asking for the classes and the sector times. Of course, we will definitely have even updated timing as the day progresses.
We still have to discover who is the driver of this first Lotus.
It's going so quickly, I can't see the number.
So the Lotus guys want to work with us. I just had a lovely chat with Colin Hasty while I was making us a coffee, and the Lotus guys would like to work with us and help us with their new liveries and all the different engine things. So as soon as I get a chance, I'm going to go down and chat to all the Lotai, the gaggle. What is the collective noun for a Lotus? I'm not sure. But we will get on top of this, because what's throwing us off is sometimes it's a fleet, because sometimes here in the commentary box we actually don't get a chance, depending on the camera angle, to see the number of the car at all. Then the cars come out in different orders as well, which is quite fun to what the sheet we have in front of us. And then all the Lotus have changed their liveries and all the rest of it. So we will get on top of it. We're like newborn wildebeest here, you know. R33 out on track, chasing a Beetle up a hill with a Subaru engine. I don't think those words have ever been said in that order before. Yeah?
As you do on a regular Saturday morning.
Of course.
So here we have Martin van Zoomeren.
Oh, I do love seeing a Skyline driven in anger.
Me too. There's just something about them. Doesn't matter what era they come out of. They're just super cool. I mean, we saw Skylines yesterday, and obviously ours today. But there's just something about them. It's just next level.
And the sound.
Look at that, an R33 and an R34 on your screens at the same time, and the next car out is an R32. 3 generations of what? Sorry, we've got the Porsche GT3R out on track now. The R32 might not be running this track, but this is a very special car, and Rodrigo says it is a true GT3R, not a recreation.
Yeah, Charles Orangi's also got a wonderful selection of cars as well. So let's enjoy the sounds of these monsters going up Simola Hill.
Ricardo Giannacaro's Mercedes sounds like thunder here in the commentary box.
Wild.
Day made.
Giannacaro, very impressive time, putting him 9th at 47.4.
In all my years watching Simola and now commentating, Ricky Giannacaro had one of the best saves I've ever seen. He totally lost the front end of the car, the BMW, through at the Essex, which is quite impressive given it's a rear-wheel drive car. And I thought, this is it. Like, that is the worst place to go off, you know. And I don't know how that guy caught it. He's got such amazing natural talent and ability and experience. I literally I thought I was about to see a pretty awful accident, and he just caught it and carried on. And best part was kept his foot in all the way to the top of the hill.
So Davy Bear out on track at the moment, fastest first sector out of anybody. There's a drone shot just for Chiro. He gets very excited when the drone comes out. Davy Bear goes top of the timesheets again, very consistent, 39.9.
There's the R32. So good it was banned.
Something going on with it.
It's not going though.
Nah, it's not.
Just testing things. Craig Zank also in one of the low tie.
It's live R&D you're watching on your screen right now.
Craig Zank had a very good first sector.
Yeah, very, very solid. Very solid. That's that Nissan GTR is definitely stopped.
Oh dear.
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna get into a yellow flag situation. Okay, it's
look at
reversed.
that. Using someone's driveway to get the car off the road. Is he going to roll down the hill now? What a considerate racing driver.
What is the ruling there? I mean,
He's going to have to wait till the session ends.
Is that the end of the session? Because I know the guys go up and go through the estate and everything.
Yes.
Obviously for the way that the whole event is organised and to keep the pits moving the right way. But yeah, when these things happen, it obviously throws a spanner.
Yeah, so listen, well done for getting the car off the track, but he'll wait till the session finishes. They'll just ensure that the car's out of the way. And then at the end of the session, fortunately for him, it's downhill. So whatever mechanical issue he has, he's just got to roll it down the hill.
And Peter Zeely will now have to be patient. There's the Mustang safety car. Just go checking if everything's okay.
We got to say it. We said it yesterday. We say it again to the officials, the marshals, clerk of the course. They've been outstanding. If you consider all of the weather changes we had yesterday, any incident was looked after so quickly, and yet again, everybody on point. So wonderful stewardship from everybody here at Simola.
I think the key word for the marshals yesterday was adaptability, because it was nothing consistent at all yesterday. But today it looks like we've got a bit of consistency, and the pits are starting to fill up. The crowds are coming in. It's a good sign to see. We're in for a great day.
Yeah, very good. Now, Peter Zeely over there, Rodrigo, his vehicle is allowed tyre warmers, but this sort of delay will affect him getting off the line.
Most definitely. But I think Peter, for now in a practice run, won't be too fussed about it. Most of all, he wants to gather data during these initial runs, see if everything's all right in the car, and just to confirm the initial signs he saw during testing with this new version of his MR2, which have been very, very promising. He shared some details about the data he gathered during these last weeks leading up to Simola. It is a considerably faster car than it was last year, and we ended up seeing it run at 38.5, I think, at the end of the event. So, well, if math lines up, we should be looking at a car fighting for a sub 38 chrono by the end of the event, and I'm just fingers crossed we will see it happen, not only with him but with others, and we want a close fight between everyone at the top.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if you were in space, if you could see the Toyota rear wing on Peter Zeely's car. Because that is, I mean, you know, I hope Toyota's pay him a lot of money for that advertising. Just got a message from JP van der Walt, of course, desperate that he's not here. He says he thinks the AMG of Clint's can beat his 42.5.
standard road car.
that he did in the Turbo S last year on the Saturday. Almost double the torque and all-wheel drive. He says that Merc is a weapon.
But can Clint keep it straight? That's the other side.
Well, can he do it without hitting a...
So far no pull noodle is safe in Neisner.
I think Clint could keep it straight, but he's figured out he goes faster sideways.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to pit lane with Colin. Colin, we know that there's a delay because one of the Nissans is sort of broken down. What's happening where you are?
Well, I'm just at Peter Zeeley's car. Just to your point about the tyre warmers, the tyres are getting cooler and cooler. But let me just tell you that this is a contender for the prettiest wheels on the whole event. These are absolutely magnificent. Now, these are the magnesium ones. Tomorrow they change to the titanium ones. And for sure, just to see how mahoosive this wing is, that's a super technical term. It is totally large. The side plates apparently help for a little bit of yaw. They've lightened the car, they've got a little bit more power, they've worked on traction, and Peter's worked on his fitness and his they've lightened it significantly, like about 50 odd kilograms, which makes a massive difference in this thing. Right, cars are going, let them talk.
Thanks for the update, Colin. Of course, this is free practice 2 if you're just joining. Beautiful crowds here at Simola for the Saturday. We've got 4 practice sessions this morning. Then we have a lunch break with Terry Grant keeping us very entertained, and Johan Christofferson. And then, of course, this afternoon we get into 3 qualifying sessions. Tomorrow, 3 qualifying sessions. And then, of course, it's all to play for. There is Peter Zeeley. Oh, we have a new leader.
That was a neat run, hey?
And if you consider his tyres were cold.
Yeah.
39.7, Peter Zeeley. Well done. Into the 40s, and we haven't even had lunch.
All right, let's listen to this Wade van Zumeren. About 20 kilometers from here is the town of Plettenberg. Just listen.
Oh no.
Whoa.
Don't think that's quite how you want to launch a car.
I think he's just doing it for entertainment.
I don't think that car ran in session 1. I don't remember it because it's got a top exit exhaust out the bonnet.
Yeah, no, it's not sounding terrific.
Oh, it's live R&D.
Love it.
Scribante.
There we go. Aldo Scribante. That's an impressive launch. Wow.
Rodrigo, I know I talk a lot of nonsense and I get very excited like a 7-year-old about a live drone shot, but in the world of hill climb racing, are there many events that have this amazing sort of multi-camera coverage? And then on top of all of that, 3 Muppets in a studio commentating. But on top of all of that, a live drone shot and a live racing drone.
No. And if anyone want to know about this, it's me because I have been trying to work this this equation of doing live streams from Hillclimb, it is a very difficult equation, and pretty much the only race that has solved it entirely is Simola right now. I think you guys are
That's
leading
hype.
up the fray.
That's
when
hype.
it
And
comes
we've got a
to-
live onboard camera, which has now been pushed out of the way of the wind.
Oh, yeah.
But Rodrigo, I'm so, well, there's the bridge. I'm so happy to hear that, because genuinely, I mean, I'm from a production background, and a live drone is a special thing.
It is. I'm not the biggest fan of drone footage, to be honest, but that's a personal matter of opinion. But I think it adds a whole new perspective to the event. And I think, although I'm not a fan, I think Simola is one of the races where, due to how fast it is, it's one where the drone footage really lends itself to be as spectacular and to give a proper perspective of the harshness of the event. So I'm sure until the end of the weekend it will just get better and give us cooler and cooler shots.
Just to jump in there, we've just seen 213 kilometers an hour through the speed traps with Mr. Scribante, but also there's been a change at the top with Reggie Roots on his last run doing a 39.611.
There we go. We have a new leader, 39.6. Ashley just ran a 50.1, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the road car electric record done in the bag, but he has to set it in qualifying. But Rodrigo, thank you. Just to wrap up that, and for our wonderful audience joining us from around the world, Rodrigo de Oliveira is a wonderful man, full of humility, but he is the world expert on hill climb racing. His channel Hill Climb Monsters is spectacular. He's done amazing coverage of Simola, and we just had, in his opinion, confirmation that Simola is the only hill climb in the world where the broadcast team has managed to get the broadcast completely and utterly right and solve all the problems of live streaming. So from me, in summary, a big thank you to our tech team. Thank you, guys.
Congrats to everyone.
Rui Campos in the Radical. Sasha, while you're away, thanks for the coffee.
No problem.
While you're away, new leader, Richard Roots, 39.611. 39.611.
We also saw Franco Scribante go out there, but a bit off the pace. I think he ran a 41, so sitting about 6th place. And someone's off.
And it's oversteer corner. It's oversteer S has caught its first casualty. Rui Campos in the Radical.
Let's hope the yellow flags get out quickly.
Wait. Yeah, we have a speeding Corvette here. And there's a marshal station just on the right, just off camera. And he should get the yellow flag. We should see the brakes. Come on.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Red flag.
There it is.
Red
Red
flag.
flag. There
Well
it
done,
is.
marshals.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh,
Wow,
always a bit of
okay.
heart in your mouth moment
Yeah.
when someone's off and you see the next competitor driving in anger. But didn't look too bad. The Radical, it's on the right of your screen now, and obviously we'll wait until we have confirmation that Rui is okay before we confirm what's going on. The Corvette driver just stopping to see if everything's all right there.
He's probably looking for fuel, right?
He's like, Rui, can I get your fuel?
Stefan Wintershoven.
I think Rui will be okay. Radical is a fantastically built race car. It's built for this. It's built for big impacts. And Rui is a seasoned campaigner, so we'll just wait for confirmation that he's okay.
Yeah, that's going to be the most important. At the moment, Richard Roots topping the timesheets. Peter Zili, Davi, Hubert, all of them under the 40-second mark. Our guest this year, Johan Christofferson, in the WRX 1E electric WRX car from 2020, just by the way. And well, he's just casually going up in 41 seconds at the moment. You know, just having a little dawdle.
Peter Solberg was a revelation for me 2 years ago. In many ways. First of all, lovely guy. Second of all, that car had been standing in a museum for 2 years, and they put it on a plane and got it down to South Africa and dusted it off. They sent one engineer with it, and then I think on his first run he set a 42.
Yeah.
He only lost to Richard Roots by a second in his first ever Simola, a 10th. And then, but for me, what was spectacular was I've never seen a car or a driver attack the hill in the way he did. I mean, he's pitching the front end and he's four-wheel drifting out of turn 3 and then four-wheel drifting through the S's. I mean, the driving style, I don't think we'd seen at Simola before. Obviously, the car allows for it. But Peter Solberg is multiple world champion for a reason. And the fact that his car's back, and now we also have Chris Christopherson in what is a more powerful electric
Johan
WRX car.
Christopherson.
Sorry.
I was
Chris
gonna-
Christopherson
I was
was
gonna-
a
Wrong
was a-
Christopherson.
wrong Christopherson.
I was going
My
to burst
apologies.
into song, which wouldn't have been fun for anybody. But you know, there is also this subtle difference between the sound of Peter Solberg's car and the sound of Jan Christopherson's car.
No, sure.
And if you're actually watching the replays on Johan Christopherson, I mean, his car control is extraordinary, and he's tapping off into that last S at present. I think just to make everybody else feel quite comfortable, because I think there's still a tremendous amount of time that's going to come out of that WRX E. But so far, I mean, everybody is just on it. You know, we spoke right at the beginning of the broadcast this morning, going, there just is this element of excitement, this element of expectation
No, there's something
up
else
and down the pit lane this year.
There's something else this year.
Going
Cliff?
back to your thoughts or what your summation there with Jan Christopherson's car and how fast he can go, but you said there's a different element in terms of sound.
Rui's out of the car.
Yeah,
Sorry
that's-
to interrupt you there, Clifford. He's out,
Yeah.
out and about, I think. This drone shot's a skyhook drone shot, fantastic. But I think there's no one in the car there. I think I see a racing suit to the right, orange and black. Do you
I
guys see
think
the
so,
same
yeah.
thing?
And I don't see an element of panic either. So
Yeah.
I think everyone's calm and got it under control, which is a good sign.
The medics aren't on their way, and there's just a truck. So there's two things you never like to see, and it's in the order of a medic and a flat truck. So all we've got is the flatbed, and maybe the Radical will live to see another day. I mean, Franco got his car back on the road, and we
Correct.
thought he had a big one yesterday.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Okay, let's let's cross over, because we mentioned a little bit earlier that Silvio Scribante was having a couple of ECU issues or mapping issues. Colin has got the latest for us. What's
Well-
the update, Colin?
Well, the good news, guys, is that Silvio's just done his first run up the hill. I've been watching a couple of launches. Just on the timing thing, the weather's starting to get hot. I need to take this long sleeve shirt off, and that heat is going to translate to a little bit more grip, slightly less power for the car. But on the Audi, I saw a video of them testing it in PE last night at about 11 o'clock, and the 5-cylinder engine has been not talking so nicely to the computer, and they're battling with the size of the wastegate, in that it is not big enough to dump at lowish revs, 6,000 revs to 8,500 at the top, but it can't get rid of the air in it. So there's kind of some mapping issues that they're still busy with on it. First run for Silvio. We're going to keep an eye on this car, because for sure, with its pedigree and the work they've done, it's completely rebuilt. It's carbon fiber for days. It's got Motec up there, yin yang, and there's lots of horsepower under the bonnet here. So that's a car we've got to keep an eye on. While the break is going on, I just want to talk about Weston in the Mercedes. He's got another 2 seconds to find to beat JP's record. But on JP's 42, Patrick, we're going to walk into the shade. I know it's going to screw with your light, but hey, we're going to do it anyway. So here's Charles Arangis in a GT3 spec Porsche. He normally does it on a racing car. Knowing Charles, they would have modified it just a little bit, so it won't fully comply with GT3, even though, you know, the thing about walking up and down the pit lane, we were speaking about drivers and teams not telling horsepowers. When it comes to cars, no, don't worry, we haven't done much work on it. No, it's the same as last year. We haven't got lots more horsepowers. The figures I've heard bandied around by some of the I mean, like there's a black car and a green car is well over 1,200 horsepower when it's wound up full. They're starting to wind them up a little bit now. And that's the part about, then they got another 6 runs, the guys at the top there, 5 runs. When they wound them up proper, which will only be probably on the last qualifying session tomorrow, I noticed that in particular, Roots, and listen to this thing, it's glorious. Sorry, I'm just getting my ethanol jungle juice fix from the cars. They're running huge amounts of toxic chemicals in the petrol tanks, but it's beautiful. It is absolutely fantastic. It's so when they wind them up tomorrow, it's going to be really spectacular. The launchers, both Scribanti and Roots, are really paying attention to gentle launch, get the car moving, and then wind up the torques so that they can look after the drivetrain, because that's the weakness of those 2 cars in particular. When you're running the torque curves that they're running, it's just absolutely vicious. Gary Martin's in the diesel BMW is going to come past us very shortly. Also, massive torque. They wheel spinning for days and days and days, trying to get off the line. And interestingly, the line, there's about 10 meters from where the transponder sits till the time that it crosses the actual start of timing. So it's not critical to get that first meter running, but to make sure that the car's got its grip and it's transferring all those 10,000 torques through the tires onto the tar when the transponder crosses the line. And you'll see there's the little arrow on the car, and that's where the transponder sits. So it's not about the front of the car going from point A to point B. It's the transponder that goes from starting the line to finishing the line. It's a subtle difference, a couple of meters in it, but it's important, because even that much is an important distance. My favorite car of all of them, Wade, it almost seems to me that they're not running maximum, because the level of bangs and pops and chest, inside your chest, you know, when the meats and stuff on the inside of the body vibrate like that, beautiful feeling. Maybe that's why I've got so much zinging noise in my ears, but it's a beautiful feeling, and I haven't felt it yet, but for sure it is coming with all the boost they can wind up on here. It's absolutely magnificent. So we've still got a break going. Let's take a walk in and have a look at this Audi, because we haven't really had a good look at it. They've put lots of aero on it. Silvio had a huge amount of sleep last night, just having a quick debrief, and Michael Stevens is the rocket scientist around here. He's been playing some absolutely lovely tunes on it. Aldo Scribanti in the other Audi, the S4, is coming back in here. I must say, the work that they've done on their launches is really great. Let's just get over here. Silvio, first run in the car, how cool is that?
Yeah, no, look, I must say the launch was fantastic, Colin. It was actually the best launch I've had ever in the car. But I see we had low fuel pressure, so that means the guys with a mad rush getting here just didn't have enough time to put fuel in the bloody car. So I think that created a hell of a miss all the way up to the end. So it wasn't crisp. It was only crisp off the line.
Yeah.
And thereafter it was just fluttering. But listen, first run for me, so you know I'm extremely happy with the way it went first time out. So,
Will you tell your face that you're happy?
I'm happy. Obviously, you know, we could be a lot better prepared. I think that's the disappointing thing. But nevertheless, you know, we're fighters. We don't give up, and we're certainly going to take the challenge. We've got the whole day today to tune and tweak and get it to where we want it. And car was quite bouncy up the hill as well.
You've got another 5 runs today, and then tomorrow you've got another 3 qualies. There's enough time to build, develop, and sort it out. Talking to Michael, he said that he thinks he knows what to do. He just needs time to do it.
Yeah, and I think, look, I mean, we've got a rock-solid team. I mean, the guys have been put in stupid hours, I mean, for the last 3 months to get this car ready. And I must say the gearbox is super sweet.
Sound of the shift sounded really crisp.
No, the gearbox is super sweet and brakes are really good. And I think it's just now working on the engine and the handling. And then who knows?
And you've got to get the kahunis, but they come standard, they tuned already.
Yeah, well, I mean, that too, but I'm not too concerned about that at this point. I think just to get the fundamentals right and the handling to a point where I can push it, give me the confidence, a car that I feel confident in, and then I think the game's on, eh?
Love that, game's on. Do you think that you've got to get my version to get into the top 10 tomorrow is you've got to be quicker than a 41?
Absolutely. The target, well, for us actually, the target is to go sub 40. It's what we want to achieve, and hopefully, but yeah, definitely lower. I don't even know what time I did there, do you know?
No, didn't update, but it doesn't really count because it was a 41.4, something like that. So it's for a first run with all those problems, it's bloody good.
Did I do a 41.4?
41.4.
Holy moly. No, there's lots of more potential, yeah. There's a hell of a lot of more potential.
Exactly. Well, good luck. Thanks for chatting to us. Have fun.
Pleasure, Colin.
Right, Patrick, let's see if we can get out of here. We've got to reverse slowly. And here's Gary Martin's. Let's have a quick little break from our sponsors while we get out of the pits and find another little bit of interesting stuff. So, Peter, if you can roll that thing.
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, we forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more.
Wow. Whenever there's a car in front of you, it's always a journey.
Find your more.
Not so much.
We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. More adventure. More freedom. More. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door. Born for more.
Welcome back. It is Simola 15. And we just have a track issue. We had an accident with Rui Campos. The most important thing is he is okay. They're just removing the car from the track, and then we will proceed with the final bit of free practice 2. Currently top of the timesheets is Richard Roots, Peter Zilli, and Davi Hubert. All of them sub 40 seconds. Which is very, very impressive at this time of the day. And Johan Christofferson with a 41.0. In studio, of course, with Ciro Di Siena, Clifford right here as well, who was in a helicopter a short while ago. We should advise you on the live stream, and those also, the wonderful crowd we have here at Simola already, that any time that there is a drone shot, Ciro Di Siena gets incredibly excited. So you might hear him interrupt even the most powerful cars when there is a drone shot.
It's very fun, and I appreciate the humor. Thank you. But I'm gonna do my best to rein myself in. But as Rodrigo said, he is following hill climbs around the world on his channel and in person and all the rest of it. He thinks that Simola is one of the only, at least maybe the only place where you've got live racing drone and a big live drone as well, thanks to the guys at Skyhook. So I was just in the behind the scenes where the not Peter, the technical guys are calling the shots. And it's walkies and okay, cool, drone guy, you can come down, we're good. Are we going to jump to Colin now? Like we have sound there.
What's all of this stuff here?
We just picked up a diesel leak. Looks like one of the diesel pipes, they kind of got a bit loose and then it started leaking. Other than that, everything else has been going well. Just so at high RPM, I see a little bit of water pressure building up, but we'll see what that is. Could be just a bad water cap.
2 questions.
Yeah.
What for that diesel that you're running? What is high RPM?
5,500 RPM.
And how many torques is it making at about 5,500?
Look at a 5.5, maybe close to about 890 newtons, but in the mid-range we're sitting at about 1,200 newton meters.
1,200 Newton meters. The guys, I mean,
Nitrous.
nitrous and meth, and you on crack.
It would be worse. Yeah. No.
So this is fixable.
Yeah, this is fixable. Yeah, it's a pipe. I guess I don't know. We're gonna see now, but we'll sort it out. It's not a big thing.
So you blew a pipe.
Yeah.
It's better than blowing a seal.
Exactly. Yeah.
Awesome, Gary. Go fix it.
I'm so sorry about it, but
It's
yeah.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Go fix it.
Yes.
We'll go and we'll talk later. We got Reggie Roots sitting patiently in the car. They don't want to take it through. Let's see if we can have a quick word with him. Rachat, it's slowly catchy monkey now.
Yeah, slowly catch that monkey, eh? Everyone's very close together, so I think it's going to be a humdinger. And I know Franco and those guys seem still taking it easy at the moment. But the car's feeling good. The track's a little bit green, still a little bit unpredictable, but feeling great.
But already it's 39, so it's kind of quick.
That's where it should be, eh? 38's next.
And I see that you've got a new addition on your face with the glasses. We know that vision is super important. It's made a big difference for you.
Yeah, I've tried it before, it's another thing that to bug me. So I thought from this weekend, from the beginning, I'll just wear them, and then it becomes second nature. But it's just an additional thing to remember that will fog up, there's so many things. The last thing you need is your glasses to stuff you around. But I'm having a go, and it definitely helps, you can get a little bit closer to the apex. It's that baby bear's ball head close to the policeman.
This is the most important distance in the world.
Exactly.
Don't let them fog up. Right, so, the stuff that's going on with these cars is, we've seen the active aero on the Scribanti where the flaps up and supposedly lets the car go faster. They have tested it. Apparently it does make a difference. But it's early days. It's winded up slowly. Chippy sitting in the car there. Gary Martin's here. And then, just be careful where you walk because there's diesel all over the place and it's not so good for tacky shoes. Johan Becker in the aerial atom. Johan, how's it going?
Lekker, Colin, lekker. Lekker gereden.
Ja, ik heb mijn Afrikaans airtime gekoopt vandaag.
I got my English airtime.
Yeah, don't worry, we need an upgrade. Your pull away was pretty good. How are you feeling about it?
Ik denk ik moet tweede rad wegtrekken. Ik trek eerste rad weg, maar hij spin het eerste, tweede, hij spin het, dan derde rad begin hij eerst.
So what he said there was that having an absolute blast, it's super perfect, and it's only when I come to the first corner that I don't know what I'm doing.
Nature, Colin.
Love it. You got to love all the open bits and pieces. Another GT3 car. So Patrick, we turn around and we can have a look at the AMG V8s of Ricky Giannicaro's GT3 spec car, and he's playing very nicely because you can see in the induction here, carbon fiber for days, we love it, and it's got the air restrictors that he should be running in it, motor being sealed, so it's got all the proper seals in it, and this particular motor was handcrafted by Michael Kubler in the AMG factory, and absolutely got to love. Ooh. I have a problem with racing cars and carbon fiber. I've got to admit. So while we still haven't got track action, they've got a lot of diesel clearing to go. We now need to sit and talk about some Lotuses that are properly quick. Darby's car, they've improved the aero, made it lighter, and he's got a little bit more horsepower, but then they added in a bigger intercooler, so the bigger intercooler is heavier than the old one, so there's about a 15 kilogram swing in it. But they do have more horsepower, more importantly, because Ferrari horses have got tiny little midget legs. Not like the Germans who have got proper, or the South Africans who've got proper Friss legs. Craig Zank with the Volkswagen engine, or Audi or Porsche or whichever, but it's a Volkswagen Group engine in his Lotus, having a whole lot of fun. Also got it dialed down because do you feel the love, hey?
Sorry.
Craig, how cool is it to have a creamer?
Oh, it's fantastic, eh?
It's not just a creamer, it's a dreamer, it's a dream wife.
Okay, so there's a creamer, a dreamer, and the car's a screamer.
Quite right. There we go. She's getting there. She's getting there. Still low boost.
The dreamer or the car?
Both. Well, she's there. I'm not. But yeah.
Speechless. I love it. 800 kilowatts?
No.
Horsepower?
No, not even. We're running her at the moment 350 horses. So but she's a lot car, so she goes like.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, okay. I love how all you drag racing and racing drivers, how many horsepower have you got? 150, 300. And then you see the thing light up all the wheels. We've got the acceleration times and the top speed times. They don't lie. They tell you how much horsepower you got. Anyway, you're having fun. You had some problems with the GTR version.
Yes.
And you've got the Volkswagen 32 engine.
VR32 motor, yeah. So it came in the R32 Golfs, 6-cylinder. We got limitations with the gearbox. It's a DSG box, so that's why she's actually not turned up. She's only at the moment on about 0.7 bar. But we've got to get her first sorted out as far as handling. She's very bumpy at the moment, difficult to control at the top. So it's going to be gentle, catch the monkey. But she'll be there.
Awesome. My prediction, tell me if I'm dreaming or not so well, but I think to get into the top 10, you've got to do got to have a low 40 to get into the top 10.
No, I think you're gonna have to go 39 to get top 10.
Wow.
There's 10 cars that are standing here that can run sub 40. You know, there's actually about 14 cars that have gone sub 40 up here already. So if you want to be guaranteed of a top 10, if you're not running a 39, you might not make it, and that's tough. You know, to run a 40 up this hill, you're hanging on for dear life. Everything has to be perfect. Every line has to be perfect. Markers have to be hit on time. Acceleration points perfect. People don't realize how fast a 40 is up here. And before, you know, if we ran 42s, we were top 10.
Yeah.
You run a 42 now, you're going to be spectating. So.
Well, I hope you don't spectate. You got to.
No,
what is that finger out of orifice?
That would be pretty much the right one at this stage. But again, you know, you don't win it on Saturday, you lose it on Saturday, you got to win it on Sunday afternoon. And to be there, you got to be there on Sunday afternoon. So it's a very fine balance between how hard to push and how much to try and save. It's not so easy. Everybody thinks, you just give it horns. You got to keep the car together at 100% for 12 runs.
Awesome. Craig, do that. Keep it there. Out of the corner of my eye, I've spotted a yellow car. We have to look at it.
I don't blame you. It's pretty.
It is awesome.
It is pretty. That's a work of art.
Let's check here. This is my favorite car with the biggest exhaust in the world and the most crazy driver in the world, Wayne van Zimmerman. Wait, it's proper today, eh?
Thanks. No, we're trying, but we got an issue, I think, with a voltage now with the alternator. It's not charging. So when we went out now, everything stopped working a little bit. So we'll try to find a cause now and then try to stop the alternator if it is the alternator.
Oh, okay. Alternator's not a problem. Last year, I think there were pulley issues and all sorts of other more mechanical things. Electrics, not that. I mean, it is important but it's solvable.
Yes, no, we'll try to fix it now.
Please fix it. This is my favorite of all the favorite cars.
Thanks.
And you, my favorite entertainer.
Thanks.
And I think
try.
The world's entertainment is waiting for you to light it up sideways.
Thanks.
What a man. Okay, so talking about Audis and lots of things, it's nice now to sort of kind of look under the skirt or see under the bonnet, see what the different bits of work that guys have done with huge turbos. It's absolutely clever. And then the cleverest. Number one, a hugely nice guy. Number two, an unbelievable racing driver. And number three, a proper development guy. Mike, what are you seeing there?
Colin, just going through the data, just checking first two runs, checking all the fundamentals, making sure that everything's within the parameters, and waiting for later on in the afternoon.
This car it seems pretty sorted. The S4, not so much.
Yeah, so the S4 sorted. Obviously, just checking and fine tuning for up the hill. The RS3, we've got a little bit of work to do. So we're a little bit behind schedule on it, but we've got today. We're going to treat today as like a bit of a practice day, and every run try and improve. And then we've got 3 time trials tomorrow. Those will be the focus. We haven't had a lot of seat time in that car. It got running on Tuesday this week. So we'll slowly niggle out all the items we've got tonight to go over the data and check and make changes. So hopefully by the end of the weekend, when it counts, we'll be ready.
Michael, do me a favor. Can you look on the data and tell me how many meters it took for Aldo Scribanti to drive this thing from the start? How many meters did it take him to get 100 k's an hour? I didn't think he was going to look for it, but check it there, hey? Live data. And all the files are there. That is so cool. Clearly, the speed is not that important. He's looking more at the engine data and the launch and all the rest of it. That noise in the background is Wade's car that's just started. There we go, there we got a speed graph. We'll have our answer shortly.
75 meters.
75 meters to 100 k's. Thanks a lot. Awesome stuff. Right, let's get out of here. And now we've seen the Audi engine, and we're going to go and we're going to go straight back to making cars making noise on the track. So we'll come back and have a good look at Reggie's motor. We've spoken to him, but again, beautiful, lovely stuff. So back to the studio.
Thank you, Colin. Some great insights there. 75 meters to do 100 kilometers, and I'm sure they're going to go faster and faster. It's a new entry this year, and having another run because his run was interrupted by the accident from Rui Campos. Unfortunately, Rui's car is making its way back to the pit lane, and of course he is okay, and that is the most important. Rodrigo, just some fascinating insights from Colin. Everyone working furiously. The attention to detail at Simola year by year just gets more and more professional and more proficient.
As I was saying before, we are starting to see the proper Simola specials because the cars are just getting more and more fine-tuned to take every advantage possible to get into this top 10 shootout, which the competition is just getting so stiff that the drivers are themselves admitting that a sub 40 time is probably what's needed to reach that upper echelon. And we are seeing some tremendous monsters here. I think even for the whole standard in the whole world, there's a reason why the videos from Simola are so popular on my channel, for example, because even the deals like Zhang's Exige S1 with a VW engine or the Scribanti RS3, those are truly special cars, and those are just only beginning their journey, where at the top we are seeing stuff like 1,000+ horsepower GTRs at the Lotus unit, where the speed is just staggering.
Magnificent. And now we get all the single-seaters flying up their runs. I think that's the Sasso livery. No, not that one. That'll come out just now, Robbie Walk. But these single-seaters also, I mean, they are very impressive going up this hill. Completely different line to a tin top kind of car. It's just quite extraordinary when you watch a single seater and then of course you watch a normal tin top.
Yeah, they don't obviously have the top speed, but yeah, put a run together completely differently to some of the other cars we've seen, but it's all about momentum. But as Cheryl was talking about yesterday with downforce, that's obviously the name of the game here with the single seaters.
Well, we're going to see what Robbie Wolf decides to pull out in the second free practice session. We did have a delay a little bit earlier. Rui Campos went off, but as mentioned, fortunately all good. Chiro, your good friend and boss.
Yep.
We always just say is your boss.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
yeah.
your boss.
You'll love that.
Okay, your boss having a fantastic time in his MG.
Yeah, same issues that Dion Hubert had last year in the i5 M60. So I think what's perhaps not as well, or not underappreciated perhaps, or not as well publicized about EVs is that their batteries are water cooled. They're very sensitive to heat. Heat causes degradation, which causes less battery life, causes you to lose capacity. Wow, that was fast. Let me just interrupt myself because that looks like that we might have a new leader there.
36.281 for Robert Wolf. That
moly.
Wow. That is very impressive.
He just smashed 3 seconds off the next fast as well. It's a tin top car, Peter Zilio, in the 39.7. So it's a good 3.1 seconds faster in Robbie Wolf's car. What?
That's a lifetime. That's an absolute lifetime.
Wow, they're upping the ante, and we're not even into qualies yet.
So just to take you through, we'll get back to Ashley in a little bit, but Robbie Volk in class C3. There's a couple of single-seater classes. He just ran 36.281 is what I've got on the Speed Hive app here. Is that what we've got on the timing? We do.
That's right.
Okay, so it all correlates. That's good. And I don't think his competitor there didn't have a particularly good. Oh no, Robbie Volks has just turned into a DQ.
I see that now. Yeah,
there we go.
Reggie's back on top.
Oh dear, what do you think? A pool noodle there?
More than likely a pool noodle. Well, it's got to be a pool noodle, but just showing you that what that car can do. It's probably the best part of 10 centimeters that you or even less that he was offline. But everyone's upping the ante. His final sector 12.6 seconds. I mean, that's 12.6 seconds from the first timing beacon to the which is basically just past the bridge to the end of the lap, just 12.6 seconds.
To give you context on that, Reggie in his GTR was 2 seconds slower in that sector.
In that sector.
Just in that sector
and
alone.
you know what Reggie's up against this year? He's added a lot of weight with those spectacles, so he's going to have to find the time out on the track, I think.
The one thing about we had Colin chatting to Regardt Roots, and Regardt is just the most consistent man you could ever find. Every year, just the same. Whatever gets thrown at him, he just takes it in his stride. He knows what he's got to do himself, just a very, very humble, wonderful.
He's good. He's
super fast.
Always good for a one-liner.
Super fast racing
driver.
driver.
He's
That's
on
for
some
sure.
other level. I mean, do you remember the year where Jaguar flew out Randy Post? Randy Post is Randy Post, right? I mean, he's an absolute living legend. And the Jaguar obviously wanted the SVR to take it. And I think, if I remember correctly, Regardt still got it in an R35. So, no, Regardt is world class. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
Was that the pool noodle being taken out there, maybe?
The Investchem car is absolutely flying. It's a replay. Sorry, this is a replay of what is the fastest lap of the day. We'll try to see where he caught a noodle. Wasn't there?
Maybe it was turn. Maybe it was.
I think it might have been turn one because he cut it very close.
Yeah.
There, that's all solid. And that must have been turn one. So I mean, there's still lots to play for Robbie Wolf. Wow, that's
fast.
So you guys know a lot about Simola. You guys have been together for a couple of years. These DQs, what would a driver have to do to be DQ'd? Obviously, we know the pool noodles are out of play. Is there any other reasons why someone would be DQ'd from a run?
I've actually just been handed a piece of paper here. This might be. We've got James Temple here, who's out with a mechanical failure. So James Temple, car number 73, Class A7, unfortunately is out of the race. And I have another withdrawal form from the MSA, from the clerk of the course, Sparky, and Lynn Bright and his son as well. Competitor name, Giovanni Fantine, race car number 36, Class B10, rear end non-repairable.
Wow.
So
I wonder where that happened. That's the RS3.
He didn't go off though, did he?
No.
So that's quite interesting. Maybe also some sort of failure that they can't get right. So unfortunately, we have lost car number 36, Giovanni Fantine, and well, not lost. We have retired car number 73 in Class A7, belonging to James Temple for mechanical failure. Thank you very much from MSA for the update.
All right, let's cross over to Colin. He's with Franco Scribante.
Franco, quick word. It's 2 runs in, but it seems gentle on the driveline. Play the car in.
Yeah, we've done all of that now, so now it's time to go. So start to put the hammer down now.
And what changes do you make to the car when it's go time?
No, we'll start to pick up the boost. We'll start to launch. Look, the track's still very dirty, so it's just been, from yesterday and all the hiccups yesterday, but just getting my head into it this morning. But yeah, it's in it now. We've got to start to pedal now.
How fast is it possible to go up this hill with conditions like this?
Sure. Well, the top guys are showing already towards the low 39s. Maybe there's a 38.9 in it in these conditions, but these conditions are not good. So
and at prime condition,
37 is going to win this event this year. I've no doubt about that.
It's kind of quick, eh?
Yeah, it's very quick.
I mean, it looks quick to me, but it must look
Believe
super
me,
quick
it
from
is
your
quick,
point
yeah.
of view as well. Can I jump in the car with you and go?
I wish I didn't have to get in.
It's C for serious, eh?
No, it's very serious. The pace is going to be hot, Jamie. You can see it. This game is up, eh?
Well, Robbie Walk's just done a 36, and I heard a comment from one of the members of the team, we'll take another 1.5 seconds at the next run.
Yeah, look, I don't even really look at what he's doing because it doesn't apply to us. But yeah, the fact that, but I don't see them seeing sort of the times that Andre's sort of record today. I think that may come tomorrow. But I mean, if you see the cars come off now, even without launching, there's just dust everywhere, and that's seconds. It's 1 or 2 seconds in that,
Awesome. I'll leave you to focus. Thank you very much for chatting to us. All the very, very best.
Thanks, Colin.
I saw Peter Zeely come in. So we're going to try and get hold of him. He's like 2 or 3 rows down here. There's his car, Johan Becker, and Fast Freddy sorting stuff out there. Zeely's camp is over there. I don't see Peter. I mean, we think we're going to get it right, and sometimes the cat gets involved, and then we've got a problem. Right, let's come down here. Here he is. Sorry. Peter Zeely. Excuse me interrupting. That was pretty quick up there now for this time of the event.
Yeah, I'm happy. I went a bit slow through corner 1. We're still on low boost and a little bit careful. But that was a good run, yes. No, I'm happy.
And Freddie winding things up there now?
Well, I think he's just checking everything. There's nothing. I think it's perfect as this setup is good. I just can't come around at the back. I did it now, but I shouldn't do it. I damaged the car. No, I'm very happy. So
Awesome.
now I'll start pushing.
The cool thing is that in my official poll of the coolest wheels up and down this pit lane, your car is a little bit ahead on that.
Look at him.
They really are totally beautiful wheels. We looked at them earlier. There's one other car that might be in contention, and I'm going to start a secondary poll for the fuggliest wheels. But keep those wheels. I want to see tomorrow's titaniums.
Yeah, I know it really looks good. I'm happy with it. I just hope it makes a difference.
Everything makes a difference. Cool wheels, thank you, Peter. Cool wheels make a massive appearance. We've spoken to Davy right down past the Porsche, and because we can. And as we come down here, we're still waiting for Stevie Clark. in his Skyline, he was on the way to the track and finished a little bit late, and then they got stuck with the van in limp biscuit mode, so he's not there. Lee Oosthuizen's Honda, we sort of looked at that, and then just past the Suzuki Swifts and the Alfa Quadra Figlia, we'll get to the prettiest wheels in the house, which are definitely not these. In terms of fugly, right up there, don't like them. The Porker ones are really cool, and we're going to come back and talk to Guy. That Alphas are barking mad, but here we are. They are absolutely gorgeously beautiful. As an aside, these 3 AMGs have not yet been launched in South Africa. This is a C63 GT SE apparently. It's got a V8, as all good front engine Mercs should have, and it's got turbochargers, and it's also got electric batteries for days. Interesting, Patrick, check out here, they stickers in the standard road class. Fuel is of vital importance, so there's one fuel pump that they all fuel in. You take the car down to the fuel station, you put as much as you want to in it, and then they seal it, and so now they know that they've actually got the right kind of fuel in. Okay, so Clint wins the best wheels, and sadly in the same stable right next to it is another contender for fugly wheels. I mean, how to overdo it? They could probably complicate it a little bit more, but I don't see how that is absolutely possible. We still have no running at the moment, but we will get there. I want to talk to Paige Lindenberg, because yesterday she was in her other car. James, it's not Paige Lindenberg, but James Temple. How's your run go today?
First run went very well. Second run, I mean, it also was okay. We'll just have to have a look and see what the car's story is.
What's happening with the car?
I think it's just they're going to look at it and diagnose it and see what it is.
It's Fording.
I don't know. We'll have a look. We can't say for sure. So,
okay, cool. Well, you'll fix it.
Yeah, no, I think
everything is fixable. Duct tape, tie wraps, and a bit of luck.
I'm going to need a little bit more than that, but we'll give it a go. Yeah.
If it's a big problem, you need a big hammer. If it's a little problem, small hammer.
I'm not sure. But
of course, you'll fix it. V10, not many V10s. In fact, the only V10 car here, 200,000 kilos, daily driver, got all the seats. Absolutely magnificent. Totally. And it doesn't break. It really doesn't break. And then Ridwan's BMW. Ridwan?
How are you, Colin?
I'm fabulous. How are you?
I'm Shiraz. That is Ridwan.
I mean, don't worry, I can call anybody any name. Ridwan.
How are you?
Beautiful. 6-cylinder, screamer, daily driver.
Daily driver.
You basically brought your wife's car to the Hillclimb.
Yes.
Does she know?
I brought her as well.
So clearly she knows.
Yes, she does. And you know what's the thing?
Yeah.
We just broke it.
What broke?
So we're busy, yeah? One of the cables wrapped around the prop shaft, and we're trying to rewire it.
Oh, but it's just a bit of wiring.
Yeah.
No, but that's easy to fix. I thought there was something that needed welding or hitting or stuff like that.
No. It's just a wire that broke off. So hopefully we'll be out later.
We would love that. Number 80. Red one Bambia in what kind of, BMW drivers go with all sorts of letters and numbers for their
E46 M3.
E46 M3.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I learned something. Thank you for teaching me.
Thank you.
It's also got cool wheels. Porsche normally have some stunning wheels like these. Simple, elegant, lovely. Almost like those old TSW wheels. And then we come to some Volkswagens. We're about to get this run undergo. Let's have a look at the electric car. I don't want to go and interrupt yet, but I will get my interruption skills working absolutely properly. Daniel Rowe, golf motor, polo body, wound up completely. Let's quickly have a word with Mark Rowe, who head of VW Motorsport. Mark, morning. How are you doing?
Cornering me, are you?
I have to corner you. Yeah, I'm getting all muddy. How cool is it to have some proper cars here again?
No, it's awesome. Yeah, we got the same 2 cars from last year, but this year with some more ponies
and cooler aero.
Yeah, so we've done a little bit of work all around. But pretty much the same package as last year. But I think they'll hopefully have some cleaner runs. It's tough being first out now because this morning we were sort of cleaning the road, but that's okay. But yeah, even better that we've got Johan Christofferson here. Yeah, fortunately the World Rallycross Championship calendar allowed him to come. So we're super excited. Yeah,
and he's got the electric records up the Simola Hill on the 15th edition.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm sure there's still some more in it. So let's see how the day goes. But we're always glad to be at Simola Hillclimb.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for chatting to us. Have fun. Keep up the entertainment. He will do some donuts. Naturally, of course.
We got some stuff in the lunchtime.
Hey, love it. Some stuff in the lunchbox. Thanks, Mark. Right. We will be here. I want you to have a look at the size of the wing on the back of Daniel Rowe's car. So he'll come past us now and go up to the run. We'll sort of walk with it. They kind of replicated the WRX car on it because wings are the best thing in the world. They're totally cool. Morning, how are you doing? And here comes Daniel Rowe out for his run. Start the thing. It's still got just scrubbed tyres on it, but they will go. Jonathan Mkhotsi is going first. And then just listen to the powers here, be careful. Off goes electrics. Check that wing out. Right, so it's action time, go time. And on that note, we'll go back to the studio and let the guys there talk and let the cars do some talking as well.
Thank you, Colin. It is free practice 3. The run's up. Simola Hillclimb. Very interesting to hear the comments of Franco Scribante. Usually it's, when he gets to free practice 4 and he says, okay, well, now we'll start turning the wick up. But you can see that everyone is just on it. We cannot reiterate the excitement that is happening out there in the pit lane. You can feel it from Colin. We're in our own little box over here, loving life, but a little bit frustrated because I'm sure we want to also be out there and hear and feel all of this action. These VWs, super impressive. There is Johan Christofferson. He's the man to watch. He's our guest of 2025. And I think it's Jonathan Mkhotsi first out.
Must be quite fairly intimidating to open proceedings for the run, but Mkhotsi, not only one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, but an absolute professional. Also, an amazing success story, picked up by VW Motorsport, I think trained on a simulator, quite late in life, because normally, the Ayrton Sennas of this world, they start karting before they can walk. And Jonathan Mkhotsi, I think, only got into this at about the age of 13 or 14. So, and that's his teammate Daniel Rowe.
No, that is Johan Christofferson.
So, sorry. It looks like Daniel Rowe was meant to be next, but he's obviously sat this one out because his car sounded like something was wrong on the last one. So, here we go. Whoa!
Using all of the hills.
And some of the dirt, yeah.
Christofferson on it. He does a 25.5. He's 3 seconds faster than Mkhotsi in the first sector. Okay, he's on it. Christofferson is on it.
This is a 40, maybe even a 39.
Sideways, 40.3 for Johan Christofferson.
Yeah.
All right, he's also upping the ante. And he was a little bit wide going through those first S's. So I think, we know that there's still a lot more time. Who knows what tyres he's even running? I mean, have they got brand new tyres for this afternoon and tomorrow?
I'm sure it was all planned. But quite interestingly, he just ran a 43 there. And if I pull up the timing from 2023, Peter Solberg's best time in the car that is here was a 41.281. So Johan Kristoffersen in the electric WRX car has already beaten the final time of Peter Solberg. Peter Solberg,
just about a second faster.
Yeah, no, so there's definitely 39s, and as Franco Scribante said, one of the most seasoned campaigners here at Simola, a 37 is going to win it today for the tin top cars. The all-time record 34.161 by Andre Bezuidenhout in his Gould McLaren. Unfortunately, the McLaren, something in the engine made a break for freedom, and the McLaren engine is not even in the country, being repaired. So, Rodrigo, what do you think is on the cards here for the electric WRX car?
It is difficult to predict, to be honest, because we have to be aware of the WRX limitations imposed on the car. What we know for sure is that Johan will squeeze every bit of performance from that thing. That much we can be sure of. I think that between tires and messing with some of the possible settings within the EV power plant it has, I think there's still a good second to go, at least. Now, from that point forward, I think it will get quite difficult, exponentially difficult, but I will be here to watch it, and I'm sure Kristoffersen will do it in style.
I just want to quickly run through with the audience how special Johan Kristoffersen really is as a world rally, world motorsport, world racing driver. Born 1988, Swedish race car driver Johan David Kristoffersen is the son of Tommy Kristoffersen. He is a 7-time World Rallycross champion, having won the FIA World Rallycross Championship in 2017, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. In 2018, he won a record-breaking 11 out of 12 events in the championship.
He is a very, very special racing driver. I do hope we have the opportunity to meet him or actually get him into the studio as well.
I've asked. He's coming.
Wonderful.
He's coming.
Speaking of which, Kristoffersen's time seems to have been
is he a DQ?
No. Sorry, that's actually showing fastest. No, that's showing fastest on your screens.
Because he was very close to the policeman on the exit of turn 3 there, but I think he missed it.
We've got a whole bunch of Shelbys that are going to come out. We've got the M5, BMW, everyone going for their third free practice. There's the beautiful drone shot underneath.
Oh, you see, you're taking my job there, Sasha.
I just noticed it quicker than you.
I was looking at the live timing.
Yes, Shiraz.
Only way to distract myself from the drone shots to look at the timing. Shiraz from SA Beamer, amazing social media accounts. Go check him out. Lovely guy as well. This is his daily. A V10, possibly the highest mileage V10 ever, because they tend to explode before they get to 100,000 k's an hour. I say this as someone with some experience in the matter. And
how do you know this?
Not too much experience, thankfully. He rescued that car. It was a non-runner with help of BMW South Africa. He drives it to Simola with his family in the back, a boot full of luggage, drives it up the hill and goes home. And he really does drive it. Look at that thing.
Just stunning. And I must say, a little more gentle this round than he was on the previous one, because he was letting it all hang out in free practice too. There's still a significant amount of dust on this track, and I'm sure all of the drivers are trying their best to disperse it, especially off the line, because that's where you need the grip. Because even with those vehicles that are allowed to have the tire warmers, you just don't want any grit onto that tire going into turn 1.
So actually, you touched on something very interesting. I was actually thinking about it now, and I want to throw this out to Rodrigo. The way that Kristoffersen took to the hill now, we saw the car moving around a lot with regards to tyres and dust and grip and that. How do you think he's going to plan his tyres when we get to the final stages of qualifying and the final rounds? Because obviously he likes the car to move around. New tyres changes that a little bit. What do you think his strategy is going to be when he's lining up the last, let's say, 4 runs?
Was the question directed to me?
It was. I just wanted to get your thoughts on Rodrigo's strategy for tyres in the closing stages tomorrow.
No, I'm fairly familiar by now with Kristoffersen, having seen him race quite a few times in Rallycross, and it's not exactly a strategy in itself. They are probably saving up the newer and better tires towards the end, and what we will see is sort of a change in driving style to really take everything out of the newer, fresher tires. What we will see, and this is almost Christopherson's trademark style, it's him still moving around a bit, but quite a bit less, and really digging in on the braking points, and really digging in with the front rail braking to an extreme extent, and really just rotating that little bit necessary to point it towards the outside of the corner. Other than that, there isn't a magical solution. It's fresher tires, faster time.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, it's not the fastest way up the hill, but it's definitely right up there on entertainment value.
Oh yeah. That much you can always count on, and the car promotes exactly that. It is a rallycross car. There is always a bit of rotation needed to get it around the corner, and those intricate and beautiful diffs that car has allow it for it to happen.
Oh, I also love a beautiful diff, Rodrigo.
Here comes Weston. Can he put it together?
Yeah, he hasn't set a time as yet as Clint Weston. He's been super fast, but he's hit a couple of noodles. So let's see what he can do in the GT 63S.
And
wow, that's quick.
207, he's faster. Sasha, just recount for us, if you're just joining the stream, you got a message from multiple Simola winner JP van der Walt, who is the current record holder in completely factory road cars, and he dropped you a little private message there.
Yeah, of course. You know, he was in the Porsche Turbo S and multiple champion at Simola. Of course, we do miss him. Clint Weston, 44.0. Not here this year. He's saying that he believes Clint Weston could beat his 42.5. So he's 1.5 seconds off that pace right now. He's saying, listen, double the torque, all-wheel drive. The Merc is a weapon.
Whoa. Is that Natalie? Here we go, Ashley Oldfield.
Hey, here's a chap you know.
Oh, yeah, he's your boss.
Good friend, boss. Nissan International Works driver. Quick little bit of trivia about Ashley Oldfield. The movie Gran Turismo.
Yes.
They made that film about the PlayStation to the real
about
racing.
Him?
No, so he won. He did that the year before that the youngster in that movie. That was Ashley. That's how I got onto a Nissan Works team. He beat Thomas Schechter in the Dubai 1000, Silverstone 1000, and he's now in an MG Cyberster. And where has he placed today?
49.5.
There we go. He's already
Super.
in the 49s. Smashing it.
So, I mean, listen, he's only 9 seconds off Christopherson. I mean, that's impressive.
So I did get a little update from Ashley. He said that he's never in all of his years driving electric cars felt an electric car do a burnout. So he lost some time off his very first run because he wasn't expecting the all-wheel drive dual motor car to do a full burnout. They managed to sort that out, probably just a launch control tweak. And then the other issue they're having, as I was mentioning earlier, is the battery's overheating. So he says that by the time he gets to the S's, he's pushing full flat on the floor and the car is dialing back the throttle to save the battery. So he's going to have to, basically his challenge this weekend is to measure battery temperatures and make sure he stays within the parameters of that the car's happy with.
I must say, I didn't really do well at science, but I mean, you know, if it's overheating, why don't you just throw water on it? I mean, you know, water and electricity, I believe get on very well.
Oh, no, that'll help, definitely, yeah.
Who owns the MG brand now?
SAIC, Shanghai Automotive Corporation, 7th largest manufacturer of cars in the world, and also MGs and VWs for China are built on the same assembly line. It's all the same car.
All the same.
Yeah, very interesting. So MG back in South Africa, and they've got 2 cars up the hill, and they are planning, I think, 12 product launches this year over the next 2 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
BYD as well, 12 product launches. I can't keep up. Every time I go into the office, there's a new Chinese brand for me to learn about.
Yeah, just an observation. I was mentioning it earlier, and then I was so rudely interrupted by Colin as that BMW just gets a bit out of shape through the S's. But Driving an electric car up this hill must be a complete mind shift because you've got the speed and everything else going with it, but you don't have the sound. And that plays on the senses, because I know I've ridden electric bikes and I just can't wrap my mind around it because it's too quiet. So these guys, the skill set to still go fast without that sense available is mind blowing for me.
Well, you were in an electric car. You held the record until.
I was quite lucky because Thomas Falconer would have smashed my record, but it rained on the last day.
Shame. Sorry, Thomas.
Take the win.
Thomas is a slightly better driver than I am. So interestingly, are you familiar with Hans Zimmer, the composer?
Yes.
Yeah. So BMW went to Hans Zimmer with this very problem. And they said, we need something to give the driver feedback that the car is accelerating and moving faster, but now obviously you can't just crank up the volume, right? So BMW developed something called Iconic Sounds with Hans Zimmer, and it's this tone which sort of grows in intensity and modifies as you're accelerating. So for instance, look, also through your helmet you can still sort of get it, but when I was braking for the bridge at about 186 k's an hour, then that sound is at its peak. And you're completely right, because if you get used to driving ICE cars, the feedback from the engine note and the exhaust is how you measure how fast you're going. So that was the BMW solution. Hans Zimmer did it.
That's impressive, because when I rode the bike there was nothing. It was just wind noise. It was the most eerie feeling I've ever experienced on a motorcycle.
It must take a lot of getting used to driving electric vehicles or electric bikes, because you're used to revs and all of those, different things that you get in an ICE engine, ICE car. So, quite fascinating, the evolution of electric cars. Fiat Abarth and Toyota Swift on the track. Pretty comparable, one could say, to each other. Same kind of engines.
So there's
both very cute.
There's a Suzuki Swift Sport and a standard Suzuki out there. I think the yellow one is the Sport. Yes. I took a little walk down the pit lane. I think the red one is a standard. So the Sport runs a 1.4 turbocharged engine. It's nice and light. It's very light on its feet, actually, and it is making some decent pace up there. And Suzuki, one of the big supporters of Simola Hillclimb, always great to have them here. Ernest Page is currently doing very well. He's just beaten his best first sector with a 40.9. He's into the last corner. Fantastic guy, fantastic driver, very successful on the local race scene, Mr. Ernest Page. And do we have a time for him?
Well, it seems our timing
a little delayed.
A little bit delayed.
Little delayed.
Got Janus in the Alfa Romeo Stelvio, Janus Janssen van Rensburg. He comes across the line now, the 51.0, a little bit slower than he was in his previous run.
I think he might have lost a bit of time there just going over the line. Got a little bit out of shape, but he lost a bit of drive when he needed to put the power down.
So the Focus ST of Gino Norse. Focus ST 250, turbocharged, stock standard, bit of a livery. That always adds a couple of Ks an hour.
Yeah, and you know what, I mean, slightly older car now, but still such an impressive vehicle.
Lovely car,
beautiful car.
When I put a free flow on my first BMW, I am from Edenville, so you have to forgive me, but it sounded so much faster. It was amazing. Amazing what a pipe can do.
And a cone filter.
Oh yes, no, of course, which stuffed up my mass airflow sensor, which I only realized when I broke down on the side of the highway. Anyway, misspent youth.
Well, all of us who own cars always believe that we can do it better than what the original manufacturer did.
Absolutely.
It's incredible.
Of course we do.
Incredible. No, if I take this off and watch.
Yeah, no, this R3.50 air filter I bought from the middle of Braamfontein is definitely better than anything BMW could come up with. So.
So our live timing, unfortunately, in the studio is frozen, but I'm sure our technical guys will sort that out. This is the very impressive Subaru Anton Cronier. So expect something pretty rapid.
This is my favorite pairing so far on the run, because you've got two opposite ends of the spectrum, both rides moving around and making it exciting for the spectators out on the hill.
I've managed to get up. So Speed Hive seems to have frozen on our commentary box, but I have managed to get it on my phone. So Ernest Page, a 104.649. Francis Cousins, 58.301. Eugene Gino, 58.007. Siabonga, 57.411. Jeanette Kotzinger, 57.197. Bradley, I can't see his surname here, is it on the screen? 53.441, and Yash is a 49.637.
Anton Grenier has just gone into second place with a 43.8. There's a lot of smoke coming out of that.
It has gotten progressively worse.
Yeah,
as
that's
we've
not
gone to
good.
the run. Yeah,
That's not good. And I hope it's not dropping.
Oh, boy.
That is
Oh,
terminal.
boy.
Oh dear.
I hope that's not dropping
That is
anything on
the black smoke
track.
of death. I think Clifford Black Smoke turbocharger, I think. Usually.
Yeah, normally, different types of smoke, but different colors and shades, but never
Yeah.
good either way,
Rodrigo, Black Smoke?
Yeah. Never a good sign, and even less on a VW product. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I got to say, it looked like there was a lot of oil that was dropped towards the top of the.
Would the marshals
towards the
have
track.
changed the surface flag for this run, just to sort of let the competitors know that there might be something on the surface? Because at this stage we don't know, but
they might. Yeah,
you don't want to discover this as you're going full tilt through the S's.
You can see there on that bottom shot. We'll hopefully see it with the Lotus now coming through on the right-hand side there. That seemed to have been dropped by the VW. So let's see. They might be holding everything off. I think they are going to check that out, but definitely looked like an oil spill. So a halt in proceedings. No, they're all going. Don't listen to me. Honda VTEC. So much fun to drive this car. Manual as well.
Yeah. These were very underrated cars. A mate of mine had one of these, and then obviously, as you were mentioning earlier, he knew better than the organizer. He's exploring a bit more of what Neisner has to offer there.
Well, it is a lovely town.
It is a lovely town, and he's seen a little bit more than what he did in the last run. But these cars were very underrated, and a mate of mine bought one. He put a pipe and a filter, and we played Fast and the Furious for a good couple of years. What a great car!
You put a pipe or a pipe?
I mean, he did it through Honda, but Honda Edenville. So
there was a pipe.
You got to know, bro.
It was a pipe. I also did my pipe in Edenville. Then I went down to Cape Town and took it off, which I thought was a very sensible decision for an 18-year-old.
To our international audience, just ignore. Just ignore our comments. It's a very localized joke.
So, Rodrigo, just to bring you in, because you still need to get yourself down here, but South Africa being such a big place, you've got a lot of regional accents, and some of the population up in Gauteng and the northern provinces will pronounce the word pipe. Oh, wow, that was a big moment in the R33. They'll pronounce the word pipe as more towards pop, and then in other parts of the country, down here in Neisner and Cape Town, you'd say pipe. So depending on where you fitted your exhaust, either pop or a pipe.
All right.
Rodrigo's like, shut up, Joe.
Yeah, these guys are nuts.
No. I have to start to getting used to it, because I plan to go down there to watch next year. So and I want to have the full South African experience. So I better prepare myself as best as I can. And given how huge South Africa seems to be, well, no amount of preparation seems to be enough.
Well, to us, you are already an adopted South African, Rodrigo. So next year is going to be amazing.
South Africa. We've got
much appreciated.
We're some of the best tour guides in the country. Between the three of us, we'll be well looked after, and the rest of the broadcasting team. So we're all dying to meet you, Rodrigo. We'll see you in Europe, or we'll see you here at some point.
You're
trying to see
the invitation extends to you too, as soon as you come here to Europe.
Thank you. Our BMW is not showing the pace it's capable of right now.
Yeah, no, the NASCAR Beamer. It's quarter cold.
Charles Ranges, that's who I was looking for. A little update, 43.0. So does he qualify also for the production category?
Sorry, I was just looking to just see who was in the Mike Ferrier in the LS7 BMW. He's cruising to the top. This is what we call a live R&D session.
That's sort of my kind of pace.
Sorry, I missed your question there.
Because I'm just thinking, Clint Weston.
Yes.
In the production car, is the GT3R considered a production car? Is there something modified? Maybe Rodrigo, maybe you know a little bit more about Charles Arangi's car, because does that qualify as a production vehicle?
I would guess not. It is a full-on GT3 car, very much in the same way that the Giano Caro AMG GT3 is. They are built to race against each other on the track. So I would guess they are paired up on the same class.
So just to, if I'm reading this correctly, Sasha and Rodrigo and Clifford, I think where the confusion is, Sasha, is they're both in class 9, but
okay.
You've got 9. You've got Charles Aranges in 9C, Willy de Beer in 9D, Giacomo Gianacaro in 9B and 9A, Ricardo Gianacaro. Then you get into the Lotuses, the Z4 as well. So to answer your question, the GT3R is in 9C, and Clint Weston is in the road car class. So no, they won't be competing in the same class. SLS 63 AMG Lotus built by Quinton Boylan. What a machine. And here comes the Lotari, Sasha.
Yeah, Davy Bear. He's just got one of the most mischievous faces. Let's listen to these monsters up the hill in Simola.
Clifford, if squirreling under braking there.
241.
Was that 241?
I saw 241.
No.
That's incredible.
That can't be right. 241 through the Suzuki speed trap. Suzukis are very reliable, so I think we can rely on that speed trap.
He's not hanging around though, hey?
My word.
I think we have to revive the bet we had last year regarding the top speed recorded during the weekend, as Charles Hubert was the recordist last year. He had a 251, I think. I remember I was the one guessing it correctly. Well, pat myself on the back.
I'm eagerly waiting Craig Zhang's time here. I'll give it for you. But sorry to interrupt you. But one of the Lotuses has switched to a VR32 engine. That's one of the things that we didn't pick up in the earlier run. So apologies to Craig Zhang there. And he ran. This is 48.536. That doesn't seem right either. That's very interesting, especially if he put in a 241 at the top of the hill.
Zili is coming hot.
Yeah, no, Zili is moving. I will confirm his time as soon as we can, using all of the wow, that is looking fast.
That's poetry in motion right there.
That is on the edge. That is the world's fastest accountant, I'm sure of it. 38.642. We have a new leader. Peter Zili, 38.642. Let me quickly pull up his time that he came second in last year. That must be Wade Van Zimmerman. Yep, no, feel that.
He's only 1/10 from his best time last year.
38.505, you're correct. He is 1/10 off his best time of 2020 for Peter Zili in the world's most incredible Toyota MR2. The world's fastest accounted by a long shot. Wow, that was fantastic. We are seeing 38s already on the Saturday of Simola. We haven't even had lunch. Sasha, 38, Peter Zili.
I think the guys are drawing a line in the sand very early, and I think in terms of the mental edge, it's just going to keep ramping up over the next day and a half because no one's not hanging around here. Guys are showing what they can do, and we all know that there's so much more that can happen tomorrow. So yeah, place your bets, gentlemen.
It's just fantastic. There's just an energy out there. The crowd is swelling right here, and there is Silvio Scribante.
Oh boy!
Who was that bottom of the screen?
No, that's Scribante. That was
Aldo.
This was an SH1T moment over there.
That was a fantastic exit strategy, actually.
Yeah. Well saved, Aldo.
All planned.
Let's see what Silvio's doing.
I think he's just trying to recover right now and get some blood flow back into his feet because, wow, what an exit strategy.
No, he did well there. It was well wide, 2 feet. And you know what's quite interesting, from a physics point of view, you hit the gravel, it's same as hitting water. The tires on the gravel speed up a little bit because you've got less friction against the tires. So now all of a sudden you've got all that inertia and the one side of your car is accelerating faster than the other side of your car. And to catch that at that speed
that's a very slow BMW. Sorry to interrupt.
He's just pulling over for a quick warranty claim.
But while he does that, Mr. Reggie Roots.
39.5 for Richard Roots. The sheriff has got to come out.
Now, Peter Zili and Richard Roots are not in the same class.
No.
Richard is in B5 and Peter Zili's in B4 with the herd of Lotuses. So, there we go. Warranty claim
sorted.
Yeah.
Just had to slam the door 3 times and push the button and the warranty light goes off. So, for away.
I'm almost certain his modifications haven't voided his warranty. There's no chance of that. Still got a manufacturer warranty on it.
Just the only thing he's done is Apple CarPlay.
Okay, so I mean, this is an extraordinary vehicle. Gary Martin's, we know he had the diesel issue a little bit earlier. This has got nitrous. It is a diesel and it's got 3 turbos.
Yeah,
it's an extraordinary vehicle.
It's an X5 motor, which probably comes out in stock form with probably 600 Newton meters. Gary's got it up to 1200.
All right, let's listen to
watch
this.
Franco.
Neat launch.
Wow!
So squirrely on those bumps.
Yeah, no, that's rough.
That would have given him a little bit to think about.
And Rodrigo, I misunderstood you earlier when you said DRS when we were talking about his gearbox explosion last year. I misheard you and I thought you were referring to an ESC, but the DRS is Formula 1 style, opens the flap at the front of Franco's car.
The back of the car.
And the front as well. It's got DRS on the front.
41 dead.
41 dead. Franco's best time, I think, is a 38. I'll try and pull that up for us. So there's more in that car, especially now with the new fancy DRS. So Rodrigo, take us through that. How did he get that right in that car? I think Rodrigo might just be off for a quick sandwich. We'll get him back on the... Rodrigo, we'll get you back in a second.
Can you hear me now?
There he is. Rodrigo's just asking, how did the Scribante team get that DRS working on that Skyline?
I can't really tell you because I was informed just pretty much 3 or 4 days ago at the most. But I would guess it's pretty much the usual. It's DRS. It's not. It's a recent thing, but it's not an overly complex thing. They probably want to turn the drag coefficient more efficient on the faster sections, because with the 2 wings they are creating a huge amount of drag, and they want to streamline everything as soon as the car is going straight, so they can take advantage of all the horsepower that VR38 engine is producing.
But now the question is, does he only get to use it if he's within 1 second of the car in front? That probably would be a
Decisions,
safe way to run.
decisions.
But now that's quite interesting, because what I noticed was, so the reason he's got that front wing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rodrigo, is to give him, to turn the car in at the before the apex, and then so you get the front end bite, and then you can get on the power a little earlier, and then the back wing helps with the oversteer. But what I noticed was already quite early in turn 1 he had the front open. Now I imagine that he's sitting in that car and he's got to decide the best moment to open those flaps.
I very much doubt he is in control of the movement of the wing.
Okay.
I'm sure they have sensor installed too, and within some certain parameters, it either deploys or doesn't deploy. Normally, this is how they work. Now, if it is a manual control, I'm all up to hear about it, and that's a whole level of complexity to Franco's driving. But no, it should have a number of sensors just gathering up data, probably only just speed. But there are guys using like lateral G's and other parameters to make sure it is used in the most efficient manner possible.
Rodrigo, you're a gentleman and a scientist. Pool noodle. Sasha, we've got some news there in the form of a piece of paper.
We do have a piece of paper in front of us, Clark. Of course, unfortunately, Rui Campos's car number 9 has been withdrawn, car damaged in practice 2. Of course, we did see the incident. He is okay, but unfortunately, that is the third car out of everyone that unfortunately has been withdrawn. So unlucky for Rui Campos, and that definitely opens up that category as well that he usually races in.
Shame, Rui, wonderful guy, wonderful racing driver, good friend to most of the grid, I'd imagine by now, and we wish him well as he repairs the car. But the most important thing is he's probably off to the pub just for a nice calm beer.
Yeah, just to calm himself
he's
down.
in good shape. Yeah. Good stuff, Rui. We'll see you later. Now, Simpiwe Mokhlaklo, a VW development driver, just crossing the line there in an open wheeler. She had a little spin yesterday.
Yes.
But safely over the line this morning.
Yeah, goes in with a 57.4.
I mean, we've seen 3 withdrawals already. Do you think that's got to do with the level that's been raised a bit this year? The guys are pushing a little bit harder, maybe pushing the cars harder, and maybe pushing themselves harder. And that's where we stand, because if we're down 3 already, we could potentially see a little bit more action off the track. Hopefully not later on in the day.
It's a good point. Rui Campos, I'm actually really looking forward to just going number 1 to see that he's okay, and the other one is to ask what actually happened. Because, listen, accidents and crashes in motor racing happen regularly, unfortunately, but Rui Campos knows that car so well, and maybe something actually broke on it.
Guys, Robbie Volk.
This is great.
Let's see what he's got in the car, what he's got in himself. Oh, I think
something
saw
flew
a
up
little
there.
bit. I hope it was from the car, not from a pool noodle.
Or dust.
It could have been
35,883.
Robbie,
Sorry to interrupt you there, Sasha. I think that is a new King of the Hill 2025. That's the Leela.
Yeah.
Am I correct? We haven't seen the 35
No, we
yet.
haven't. Yeah, so
there we go.
you could have picked up some debris from the car. No, the lap has been deleted.
DQ'd. Oh, gotcha.
Lap has been deleted.
It's okay, Robbie. Just don't do that in the class final in the shootouts. You'll be okay. Get all the pool noodles out of the way in the early stages.
We're going to need some new pool noodles shortly, and
No,
some more pool noodles, because
why?
it's getting a little bit frantic out there.
Neisner,
Toys R Us are going to have record sales.
I checked. Neisner's all out of pool noodles.
Yeah, they're all out.
This morning.
Rodrigo, practice 3. As we expected, everyone turning up the wick a little bit more. Richard Roots looking very, very strong. Peter Zeely looking strong. The Hubert's right up there as well. Wade van Zumeren right up there as well. But I'm just trying to see what happened to
Franco's time is DQ'd.
Is also DQ'd as well.
I've just picked that up now. Just changed over.
Is it a little bit of pressure from everybody?
It is a bit of pressure, but what we've seen from Peter Zilli, especially on this run, it's quite staggering because he really upped the ante, and we are only on a practice run. 38.6 is a staggering time, even more so for a rear-wheel drive car. I don't know. We are the gauntlet has been thrown, and it is a very aggressive one. Some other stuff that caught my eye. We did not see the time of Aldo Scribante in the RS3, which probably meant the pool noodle was taken in his run. Another car we haven't seen yet, but I'm sure should be coming. It's the Rospa R34. Only remembered it now, but should be coming soon. But everyone's going quite fast by now, and we haven't even arrived at the qualifying runs. And the times from both Franco and Rehars, I would take them with a grain of salt, because those cars, we are not seeing them doing full bore launches anytime soon, because they are just making sure that they can the chances of survival of those transmissions need to be amplified to a level where they can reach tomorrow and reserve just a couple full bore launches and seeing what they really are capable of. And then we have the dark horse with Johan Christoffersen, but I already talked about it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
I like that.
And also, I mean, I remember from last year as well, Rehard was right on it, and it seemed as though Franco was behind, and then all of a sudden, when he needed to, Franco just stuck it in there. Now, we are waiting for Free Practice 4, which is going to come up shortly. In our lunch break, we've got the fabulous Terry Grant, who's going to be doing a whole lot of trick things in cars, and I'm sure a whole lot of other entertainment, but Franschhoek Motor Museum are also here, and they have a very, very special car, and that is the Ken Tyrrell Formula One car from 1974, the car that Jody Scheckter drove, and it is the 007/1. At the end of 1973 in Formula One, Francois Sever unfortunately was killed, and Jackie Stewart also retired, was going to actually retire at the end of the season, but with Sever's death, he decided no, he had enough of Formula One, and they retired the 006, and then the 007 came, and our very own Jody Scheckter went and drove that car as well. That car is going to be going up the hill,
Sasha,
as a display.
I feel like if you're just joining us, first of all, welcome. 15th running of the Simola Hillclimb. Cherisiania Clifford and Sasha Martin.
We don't even know what Clifford's surname is.
No, he doesn't have one.
I didn't see it.
He's
Doesn't seem like have one.
He's like
Ronaldo. Yeah, exactly.
He's just Clifford.
Just better looking.
Neymar. So, ladies and gentlemen, introducing Sasha Martinengo, one of South Africa's, if not the world's foremost authorities in Formula One, massive enthusiast. And Sasha is currently barely sitting still in the studio. This is your birthday present, your anniversary present, your Christmas present, watching a Tyrrell go up the hill. Sasha, I think, get out of here. Off you go.
I'm going shortly, and while I go and have a look, I'm gonna cross over to Colin, because he's in the pits. He's going to find out. I think, Colin, also, if you can give us an update on Rui. Is he there? Is everything okay? I see his car has been retired, though.
Guys, we'll check out on Rui shortly. We came down to talk to the driver of the car with the most beautiful wheels in the whole of 15-year history of Simola. Clint Weston, you finally got a time on the board after knocking all the cones down up the hill.
Well, they came down here, the marshals, and came and revved me. They said, we made those, it was handmade. So if you go and do it again, we're going to disqualify you. We just come here and said that to you nice and subtly, and we love you, but we don't love you that much.
Right, this thing, it's an AMG GT what? Tell me the full nomenclature.
But I sent you all the details.
I know that. I've got Alzheimer's disease. I forget. All I saw was, I forgot everything when I saw the color and the wheel.
Okay, so we came out of the 4-door last year. Now we got the 2-door with an optional 2 seats. So it's very, very much a 2-door
With midget seat space at the back.
100%. So it won't fit you in there, for sure not. AMG GT63 SE. So the E Performance, 600 kilowatt, 1,420 Newton meters, 0 to 100 in 2.8 seconds.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's got more than the four-door, and that four-door was heavier up there because it had more weight. This is obviously a lot more lighter and agile. So composed, beautiful car. You sit in it, it's like luxury, ultimate luxury, but you don't realize you can put it into monster mode and just let it take over.
Okay, so in the war of German performance cars, JP van der Walt, he's on a 42 was his quick time. Have you got, you see, have you got more time in it?
Well, JP, you watched me the last year. I've managed to not knock over anything. 44 dead. I've got 1.2 seconds to go to get.
It's like days.
Record. So it's not days. It's just about the driver getting things right with the electronics in the car.
But you've also got electrics, and that just had pure petrol, 6 cylinders of Ferdinand's finest flat.
That's quite correct. I mean, it's electronics.
I'm going to give you a hard time.
Electronics is really what it's been about here now. I've had to learn the electronics going up here because it's got so much at hand that you set around the driver mode. So it's what you want to do. So it's called boost strategy. You've got telemetry here that you can actually read off of it and what you're doing, but it's how you function. Is it you take the traction controls off completely, semi-active or fully active, especially off the line here with the race start? And I've been looking for grip. Now, this last one, after having all the electronics on, I took it all off. I toned it down a little bit to 50%, so it gives me a little bit of leeway, and I managed to boot it now off the line and all the way up. I learned something different about the car. The car's now in my control rather than me being in the car's control. So
and so now you've got another 4 runs today plus runs tomorrow, and it's about learning yourself, learning the car and dialing things. No different to any of the other guys that have been on the pit lane.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's we all started with a very cold circuit here, so the times were fairly slow because of the cold. I went out and I did 45, which is good, and now it's starting to come down because it is warming up. There is more rubber, and we're getting all the brush off the circuit, dust and all the marbles and stuff like that. So it's definitely making it a lot easier. But I'm getting more confident with the car, so that I can actually tackle those corners better. But with the mind that I can't knock over the clock of the course's beautiful cones along the way.
Awesome. Clint, thanks for talking to us. When does this car, I believe, is not released in South Africa yet? When does it get released?
So we do that straight afterwards now. So this actually is special because we are revealing it here at Simola Hillclimb. So this is the first time ever that people are actually seeing it. It's just come out of homologation. It's just been run in by our DTEC team, our technical specialists at Mercedes-Benz South Africa, and then they gave it to me and said, go do your thing.
Awesome. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Look after the wheels. Beautiful.
They're beautiful.
They're winning the coolest wheels competition in here. The car next to you is winning the ugliest wheels in the competition.
Thanks, Carl. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Clint.
Good to speak to you.
Yeah, I just tell it as I see it. I want to go and talk to Guy Davies, who's our wheelchair driver. What just quite a stunningly beautiful paint job coming through. Thank you to Liquimoli for helping you here. Guy, welcome to the hill.
Thank you very much. I'm enjoying it.
Now we spoke briefly yesterday. You've got a broken back, which has paralyzed you from the middle of your back down.
Yeah.
How have you adapted the car?
So what we have is hand controls. So simple lever on the side, up to go, down to stop. And if you look at the pedals move. So my wife can drive it if I leave the keys around, she might drive it. But
so one really looks after the keys and does not let one's wife drive one's Porsche.
Well, one's wife doesn't like driving one's Porsche, which is quite fine with one, actually.
But there's a bigger story than just some hand controls in it. The message, what is the message that you're trying to spread to the rest of the world?
So, well, it's a combined thing, but mainly it's disability awareness. And the fact that disability can happen to anyone at any time. Anyone here could be injured in the competition, injured on the way home, catch a disease, whatever. And what happens to a lot of people is when they first become disabled, certainly happened to me, you think your life finishes. You think, well, that's it, I can't do all the things that I wanted to do. And, you know, it's quite a hurdle to get over. And what I'm trying to get over is life doesn't have to finish. You're still the same person. As an able-bodied person, before my accident, I always wanted a Porsche 911. I cleaned one when I was 16. And 40 years later, I got my own 911.
Unbelievable. But the other thing that you said was a benefit after you got your injury was that you got to spend a different kind of time with your son.
Yeah. So it is one of the problems that you face. You think, well, I can't be a father. I can't be the man of the house. Prior to breaking my back, I used to take the eldest off for bike rides and he would sit on the back. He later admitted he would fall asleep on the back. And what we did is I actually had a PlayStation and we began playing games together, but we spoke. And we never spoke when he was on the back of the motorbike. And we're able to have a different relationship that way. I've got one son at the moment who's phoning in my times and telling me where I'm going wrong on the track. But he's a petrol head and he's into it. And we can enjoy these things together. So I've got an injury and an adaptation, but we can still compete and compare lap times in the same way as anyone else.
But the story doesn't just end there. You've got Liquimoli on your car because there's guys at Liquimoli who are also in a wheelchair.
Yep. Liquimoli came on board. They heard the story and have been wonderful. They've been very supportive all the way through of what we're trying to do. And it is. So one is about disability awareness, but it's also really a bit of a celebration of life. My wife, having had breast cancer and surviving that, then in 2022 got leukemia, an aggressive form of leukemia. She was incredibly well looked after, and the medical health care in the country was fabulous. And she was in hospital in Kulsrefia in an isolation ward and had a stem cell transplant and unfortunately is in remission. But it's left her in a weakened state, so she can't be with me today. She's also at home criticising my lap times, no doubt. But yeah, without her support, I wouldn't have got through this. So in some ways, I joke saying it's payback. But there's no way I would be here if it wasn't for her.
Awesome. Guy, thank you so much for sharing. Massive respect, and just go fast now.
Well, that's it. I'm quietly pleased with the times, but there's still some more to find. We can go a bit quicker.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Message, big message, is those kind of injuries, your life changes for sure, but it's not over. And what is beginning now is the next practice session. I just heard 2 polos go down the pits, and I didn't hear the electric polo go along down the pit lane because it only whines when it's giving full beans. So we're going to very carefully, because I don't want to destroy the balance of everything, walk around here, and the guys will shout in my ear about the next one.
Be rewarded with every swipe. Earn up to 30 cents per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Rewards card and Smart Shopper card together. Plus, get 1% cash back on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP, everyday brighter.
ETR is. So I'm going to go and find those stories and I'll bring them to you later.
Thank you, Colin. We're into free practice 4. It is the final free practice for the King of the Hill, and then thereafter we'll have a lunch break, and then of course we'll get into some qualifying this afternoon. Inspiring story of Guy Davies.
Wow.
I mean, all three of us completely speechless, just wonderful. And go faster, there we go, and let mom and son wife and son give you a little bit of beans as well. We've had 3 cars that have been withdrawn so far. We're going to find out why Lee Thompson hasn't gone out. We'll get all of those stories from Colin during the course of this afternoon. 81 competitors going to make their way up the hill for their last free practice runs. I'm just trying to see in that lineup. I don't see. Is the third car in line there is Johan Christofferson. So
excited.
Let's see what he's gonna throw at you.
If Peter throws a drone shot at us while Christopherson's on the track, I'm just gonna have to leave the studio.
Oh my! But I mean, if he wasn't going out, if he wasn't going out for a session, I'd feel shortchanged because obviously we want to see as much as possible.
Without a doubt. Rodrigo from Hillclimb Monsters, of course, joining us for the weekend as well. Is this this final session, Rodrigo, in your opinion? I mean, everyone has done 3 runs. Those who haven't, of course, they're a little bit behind the 8 ball. But those ones now, maybe it's a question of, okay, final correction. Make sure that I've got everything sorted out, because when it comes to qualifying, you cannot afford to make any mistakes.
Yes, I think the most important part now is that these are the closer conditions they will have that will be similar to the ones they will find during the qualifying runs. This is the cleanest the tarmac will be, the hottest it will be too. So if they want to gather data from any of these 3 runs that can be comparable to what they will do next and will count towards the final result, this is it. This is the less and better opportunity to do so. I'm sure everyone is taking it very, very seriously, and some of the cars that may have skipped 1 or 2 runs before, they will want to be present on this one. You guys were talking about Lee Thompson's Polo that missed both runs. I'm sure that we will try to be on this last one, and if he isn't, that will be a bad sign towards the rest of his weekend. But now we will continue, just due to the nature of the track conditions and the rest. We will keep seeing the times tumbling down. Maybe Peter Zilli will just back off a little because he already got a blisteringly fast time, but I seriously doubt that. No, this is a train that has no brakes at all, and it's just getting faster and faster, and we're just here to enjoy it.
That's amazing. I got to tell you guys, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling the tension. You know, it's all fun and games when everyone arrives. Our first practice, this is great. All of a sudden, last practice before lunch, I'm feeling that the guys are and girls are going, okay, we got to get on it now.
That being said, and we said like this is basically the final run of practice, is there anyone that should be worried right now? I mean,
Well, I think Lee Thompson.
Yeah, obviously he hasn't run yet.
Hasn't run. The guys, unfortunately, that have had to withdraw, Rui Campos, Jason Temple, those guys, unfortunately, are out. And there was somebody else, I think one of the BMWs, the Z4, didn't really make it up the hill at any kind of speed as well. So there definitely are mechanical gremlins. It's getting hotter as well. You've got to watch out for your temperatures. Even though it's a short run up the hill, these cars can overheat quite quickly.
I actually think we have a very, as Rodrigo alluded to, the track's not going to get hotter. The sun goes down. We're in a valley here. But we have what we have here is a lovely combination of cool air and some sunshine. So we've got hot track temps and cool air, which for the naturally aspirated cars does help a lot. For the turbocharged, maybe a little bit less, and the supercharged cars. But Rodrigo, the conditions here are excellent for, as you pointed out, for some top times.
Yes, naturally the combination of hot tarmac and lower atmospheric pressure makes for probably the best conditions possible to.
We are at sea level
to get the best possible. And that too. That makes for the. If anyone was going for a track record, this would be the best point. But we're just on Saturday, so we'll be leaving that for tomorrow. In either case, we can be prepared for some surprises. I am sure.
I just want to see if the second Gould went out in the hands of Robbie Volk in practice 3. Robbie Volk.
Yeah, he did, but you remember he hit the one of the pool.
Oh yes. I might have been at the coffee station.
Yeah, we got such a wonderful crowd here at Simola as well. Everyone, you can see there's also that element of tension. Hey, Clifford, everyone's sort of like, okay, let's get the action on here. We've had a couple of people saying, please, can you make sure that we have the names of the cars that are going out there. We will do our best because unfortunately the running order does change.
It does
at its last moment. So we will do our best to ensure that we tell you exactly which car is out on track at the time. But we also don't want to interrupt the sound of the seriously loud cars out there, because I think that's what we all enjoy as well.
I think what's thrown us a little this year, Sasha, is over the years we've all gotten to know the cars and their liveries. So depending on the camera angle, we don't get a chance to see the car at any point in the run, even on the start line, depending on where the jib is and that sort of thing. But now so many liveries have changed. So the Wild Rose Gin Ferrari Lotus was blue last year, now it's white. So we're keeping up. We're doing our best in here. We've got the live timing going. I've got it on my phone. I've got it on my computer. We've got it on the live timing screen in front of Clifford, Sasha, and myself. So we'll keep you abreast of the action as much as we can. But I just wanted to quickly go through some of the comments on the live stream on the Kaza Koza channel, also available on Hillclimb Monsters and the Simola website. The live stream is cooking. We had about 600 concurrent viewers yesterday at any one time. We are now up to 1,200, so double the simultaneous viewers, which is fantastic. Oh, there's a little bit of oil. That's what's holding things up.
That's what we don't want to see. We just said the conditions are perfect. That changes things just a little bit.
We've got I love this comment from Twisty Antux 1. Jimny should be running on the side of the road. Now there's an idea, Ian Shrosbury.
Yeah.
Off-road hill climbs.
I will admit that I thought it, but I didn't say it. I'm just saying.
I think it's a great idea. Let's have a 4x4 hill climb. Could be a lot of fun.
This is a unique hill climb. Track memory, very important part of the preparation. I was going to say, what strong coffee are you drinking so early in the morning? Well, it's Jacob's finest.
Well, actually, it's a Chido di Siena.
We've got a lot of love for Peter Zeely here. My vote is on Zeely. He knows this piece of tarmac really, really well. That's from Neisner Adventures. Joanna Evans, Zeely is a very good driver. Andre, what an amazing broadcast, and it's free. Thank you to everyone involved. Thank you, Andre.
So, just waiting for the track action to begin. Marshall's doing their best to clear up any of the oil spills that have happened on the way. And that's also, I mean, any of these drivers now ready for their last run, that don't want a mechanical failure. Anybody that, drops something, it is such a compromise to all of the other drivers. So hopefully everyone has a good final clean run.
While we're waiting for the action, I have an idea for Guy Davies. So first of all, we salute you, everyone from the commentary team. Thank you for that extremely powerful moment, which in my mind encapsulates and summarizes and best describes the incredible camaraderie and the power of this event, not just in the motorsport world, but in South Africa as a whole. And Guy, I've got an idea for you. When you write your autobiography, here's 2 titles: How to Make Grown Men Cry, and or The Tale of My Very Understanding Wife. I think is a good one. So maybe use both, maybe just one or the other. But thank you. That was an extremely wonderful moment in my 14 hill climbs. I haven't been reduced to tears for those reasons. So that was a beautiful moment. Thank you, Guy, and we wish you all the best as you campaign this weekend.
Yeah, terrific. Really, really inspirational as well. So, fastest so far, Peter Zelia was a 38.5. And yeah, I mean, Rodrigo says, yeah, maybe he just does tone it down a little bit on his last run. He knows what he can achieve, and he probably look at his last run and maybe go through Clifford and say, hey, you know what, this turn, maybe I wasn't perfect, and maybe just focus on that so that he can put in the perfect lap when he comes into his qualies.
Yeah, 100%. I think, I've worked with quite a few mental coaches and rider coaches over the years, and there's one guy that I've worked with that's based in the UK, and he says in order to go faster, you go slower, and you almost like take mental pictures of what's around the track and different notes and different markers. Maybe this is a good opportunity to do that and just have a look at certain areas where you feel you might be lacking. You can sort of change things up a bit, although looking at his runs, there's not much you'd want to change. I mean, it's looking perfect out there and the car seems like it's working well, but yeah, maybe just a little bit extra you can find by just going a little bit slower and just taking a bit of extra information on board. But yeah, there's some guys that have to push, but I think this is a run he doesn't necessarily have to maintain the car and keep it for when it counts.
The other big guns as well, Chiro, the likes of Franco Scribante, we know his lap was deleted, hitting one of the cones. Is it also one of those just helmet down and focus and just sit there and try and get into the under 40 for this run?
I think what's quite interesting about the cones is they're sort of the last thing you see, and they're sort of the last thing you're focusing on. First of all, you're focusing on survival, well, in my case, being a novice racing driver. So, and one of the reasons I'm sitting here is because I actually started scaring myself at the top of the hill last time. So the other issue is the noodles, or the track limit pool noodles, are on the apex and on the exits of corners. So that means you've got 2 fantastic opportunities to hit them. One when you're trying to get close to the apex, get the perfect racing line, and one when you're trying to stretch out all the tarmac so you can carry as much speed through the corner and exit and get on the power. So they are in specifically fantastically annoying places. But the reality is that it was becoming dangerous. There was a terrible accident in the very early days with the late, great Dion Skuman.
Yeah.
So he dropped a wheel going into the S's into the dirt, which flipped his convertible Jaguar over, and he landed in the trees. So, and thank goodness he was okay. The roll bars actually, the pyro roll bars actually deployed, and it saved his life. So, and Dion, we wish R.I.P. He was a fantastic man and a fantastic motoring journalist. But so the policemen are there not just to give the drivers headaches, but it is for safety reasons.
Without a doubt.
I just want to throw that back at you, Chiro.
Sure.
Like as you said, going through the corners that, but when you're hitting the pool noodle, you're not necessarily looking there. You're obviously looking at what's coming up ahead. So, when you've hit it, do you even know that you have hit it? But I mean, at that time when you've made contact, there's not much you can do, even a few inches before then. So yeah, it's just maybe the car misbehaving a little bit as you're getting in or out, and yeah, there's not a hell of a lot you can do. Obviously, maybe adjust your line, but yeah, by the time that noodle goes up into little bits of foam, it's obviously way too late, and you can't really correct on the way in because you're already looking at the exit as
exactly,
you go through the entrance.
exactly. Yeah, no, that's spot on, and that's good probably from your biking racing experience. But the problem is when you're first of all at 36 seconds up this hill, you're averaging nearly 200 kilometers an hour average. So
it's extraordinary.
You're at 250 at some points. You know, you're apexing at probably 160, 180 in the single seaters. At that speed, so 250 k's an hour translates to 75 meters a second. So if you know you're going to hit that bollard, you're already looking 75 meters ahead. And that's what I was saying yesterday. It results in some arguments in the pit lane because sometimes the driver gets a DQ, and then he goes to the clerk of the course, and then it's like there's a boxing match. Yeah, no.
But okay, so it seems as though there's a tremendous amount of oil. Now, I'm just trying to think if that was that Gulf.
Yes, I think
you guys want to talk about tension? This is making me tense. Yeah. Because this at any point where we're looking right now through the S's, if you're going flat taps through here, if you're looking to save your Simola in this session, somewhere along the line you've got to cross that line, and we're hoping that these guys are doing a fantastic job sweeping the line, that they're finding all the oil that's there. And if the guy was running a line on the track, he was running a consistent line. But you've got to cross this at some point. When you're turning a car with that much horsepower, is it going to behave? Is it going to grip? Is it going to spin?
And you know what? Everyone right now is putting up with us in the pit lane, and they're watching this, so they're seeing what we're seeing.
Exactly. So the drivers are sitting and looking at the big screens, having a look at this and going, whoa, okay, so maybe their whole adjustment of what they wanted to achieve on this run changes. And of course, those who are going out first are the ones who are going to feel it the most. Now, speaking, we got some big guns. The boss of the Simola Hillclimb, Ian Shrewsbury, coming to join us in the hot seat.
Jump in here into this Italian meatball sandwich
as we celebrate the 15th year of the Speed Festival and the Simola Hillclimb. What a stunning day. Yesterday, I mean, we had every form of weather. Today, just magnificent and huge crowds as well. And I would assume a very, very proud man right now, Ian. What a way to celebrate the 15th year.
Yes, thanks, Sasha. It's great to be in here with you guys in the studio. We've had a bit of rain, which caused a bit of mess, but for the rest, it's quite a milestone to reach 15 for this event. And it's just great to see the people out here. It's a good crowd, and to see the cars we've got. The competitors are. Every year you kind of wonder, how can they step up their game, and it's just amazing, the cars that we get, and it's great to have 8 different OEM brands here this year as well, and 3 Formula Ones for lunchtime. So it's a good.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Formula One cars. Holy moly, Ian! I've got a question for you. Yes. Why don't you age? What's your skincare regimen? You're looking good.
I'm a good beautician. It's how I do age. Believe you me. This event's put a lot of years on me.
A lot of miles.
I can tell you.
Well, I was going to bring that up. I mean, behind the scenes, a lot of people, don't understand how complicated elements of running an event like this can be. But your team just seems to run with it flawlessly.
Yeah, I must say, and I've always said, without the people we've got involved in this event, we could never do it. And that includes, our core team of staff, but also the volunteers, the security guys we've got, the media, Henk and the team, and you guys. The success of anything is the team and the people you bring on board and get to help. And we're really blessed that we've got a great bunch of people from top to bottom. That go above and beyond to put on a great event, and everyone believes in putting on the best event we can, and everyone's motivated, and it's really so cool to see see people who prepare to, just give us hours and hours and hours and a lot of hard work and in some instances back-breaking work to be here and to put on the show.
I'd like to bring in Rodrigo from Hillclimb Monsters, because I mean he is such a supporter of Simola, and has been for many years, and basically spearheads the whole of hill climbing events in Europe. Rodrigo, over the years, Simola has really turned you on without using it in a strange way.
Well, you can say that, and Simola is an integral part of my channel's growth. I have just hit 500,000 subscribers, and thank you. You're
gonna get that beautiful gold button from YouTube, Rodrigo.
It should arrive soon. I'm talking with my YouTube guy. He better hurry up. But there's a huge chunk of those subscribers that I am fairly sure are down to Simola. I think last year I've told this story a bit, but one of the initially in 2017 when I started really growing the channel, one of the breakout videos was at the time Desi got right with R32, the yellow one. And it really it really went viral at the time. It got shared to Top Gear and Car Throttle and some of the other big websites. And then I leveraged that into what I saw as a great event that got a lot of unique builds coming to it, and it gelled very well with the motto of my own channel, because we focus on the road car based monsters, not exactly on the protos or the formulas, but it's exactly what you guys have there on the modified car saloon class. And it is a perfect fit in a lot of ways, and the fact that you guys have the cars you have are so different from what I normally have here in Europe, because we have a lot of Lancer Revolution units, we have a lot of Porsches, we have a lot of the European German stuff, but then you guys go into the JDM stuff in a whole other angle, all the GTRs, and these are cars that in the last years have started to cost so much money that people are afraid to tune them, but there's such a depth of tuning, prepare cars like that there, and turning them into proper racing cars. That, well, there's a whole market to explore, and the numbers don't lie. Every time I post a top 10, top 15, top 20 video from Simola, it's 1 million views guaranteed, and it's 1 million YouTube views, which are the hardest ones to get right. Wow. And let's not even talk about the Instagram or the Facebook numbers. Those are a bit easier to achieve because they use other metrics, but I don't know. If I had to account for everything, I think with Simola related clips, I have amassed a total of around 70 or 80 million views over the years. And this is a very conservative guesstimate, because I'm fairly sure, because it is with the Facebook numbers, it should be approaching 100 million views.
Wow, that's a testimony to the quality, Ian, that you've managed to attract year after year. So I mean, kudos, and what a way to celebrate 15 with those kind of numbers.
Yeah, it's super. I mean, it really is. And we joined with Rodrigo really the early days of the hill climb, and as much as he says a lot of our cars and our events been his success, I think a lot of our success, especially globally,
literally about
has been part of Hillclimb Monsters. So it's been a super partnership from the early days. But yeah, I think also what underlies it, and what's been our ethos the whole way through, is that everybody must have fun. So as much as guys are investing in great cars and so on, you walk down the pit lane, there's the competitive element, but the people, the competitors, everybody's enjoying themselves, and that's always been our ethos and what we've wanted to achieve. And I think it works really well. Talking to competitors this weekend up and down the pit lane, like what brings you back, And it really is that, they're just like, it's just so great to come here and you see people you haven't seen for a while and look at the cars and everyone's chilled, as much as as I say, and tomorrow especially it gets competitive and we,
Well,
the tension racks up.
You're remarkably chilled. I got a couple of questions for you, Ian, and I just wanted to say, following on what Rodrigo said, I think it goes both ways. We've helped build his channel. Simola's helped build his channel, but it goes both ways because he's put the effort into covering the event, and the sort of beautiful symbiosis that we have here is that, by my estimation, guys like Johan Christoffersen, Peter Solberg, Hillclimb Monsters, Rodrigo's channel, has probably elevated this event into the space where someone of that quality and caliber of driver would consider coming here all the way to South Africa to race.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. We would, without the traction and 100 million views, they wouldn't have known about it, as much as they do. And I was at Goodwood Festival Speed last year, and chatting to Travis Pastrana, and he knows about it.
Hey.
So and he was keen to come.
Yeah.
So I tried to get him here this year, get a car for him, but it didn't quite work out. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I think life and business and so on, events, collaboration's key. You can never do it on your own. So we have to partner, and be it Rodrigo or be it Volkswagen. Volkswagen really been great in bringing the cars out.
Yes.
So that's a big element. So we have to collaborate with as many as we can.
And just quickly, how you've got the whole year obviously to prepare. So now take us through briefly, as I think we have to go to lunch for the lunchtime entertainment. But after this event finishes, I imagine you go to Mauritius for a week. You put your feet up, right? But then, how soon again does preparation start for 2026? And what does that year look like leading up to May 2026?
So we'll start on Monday. And that's no joke.
Really?
We do. 9 o'clock Monday morning, we have a debrief. With a sporting team, the MSA and all that. We start and we go, what was good, what was bad, what do we want to change? On Monday morning.
Take Monday off.
Well, it's got to be fresh in there. It's fresh in your head,
Then Tuesday we have to pay all the bills, which is that's when I want to go on holiday. We don't stop. And we just debrief, we start planning, we start things, and sometimes we even plan 18 months in advance, and some of the bigger things we'd like to do.
18 months.
Yeah, so we're always looking ahead and what we can do, and
Phenomenal.
so on. So yeah, so it's it really is a year-round project.
All done.
It's just amazing. I'm going to ask a question now, but I just want to let everybody know that free practice 4 has been postponed. We're going immediately into a lunch break, and then when we resume at 2 o'clock, we will have free practice 4, so there will be that, and then of course we're going to qualifying. Ian, when you first started this, it was amazing. Chick Ramsey caught up with me yesterday, and he sat there and he said, "Sashi, you won't remember." He says, "But like 17 years ago, he approached me. I think it was a Key 4 in Cape Town. He said, 'Listen, we're going to be doing this thing,' and I said, 'Yeah, okay, great,' but I said, 'I'm really busy.'" What was the catalyst when you started it? And it started getting a little bit of traction, and you went, this is quite a lot of fun. What was it that sat there and said, "You know what? Now we're going flat out"? What
changed?
What changed?
Yeah. So the first year we just said, let's try it and see if there's any traction. And that was based on the financial crisis and Knysna tourism dying out and so on. And fortunately, I knew Sarah van Merwe, got him here, and he won it, which is great PR. We couldn't have bought that PR. So that was, and with him winning it, suddenly people on the phone, "Hey, yeah, this is cool. So we sat down after that first one and said, "Okay, where to from here? What do we want to do with it?" So we said, and at that time, South African motorsport was a bit of a low ebb. So we said, well, let's try and make it an event that can showcase South African motorsport to more than just the motorsport public. So let's try and make it a bit of a lifestyle event. So we said, okay, our first goal was, let's try and make it the premier motorsport event in South Africa that will attract not just the petrol head. And that took
lifestyle
lifestyle
Formula
type
One
of
festival.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And at the time, people would go to racetracks, and the wives didn't want to go with because toilets were dirty and that. So we said, well, we have clean toilets, we have good food, we have jumping castles for kids, and we do all of that. And that was a catalyst. And so we set that goal of let's try and be the premier motorsport event, and we just chipped away at it. And I think probably after 7 or 8 years, we felt we'd sort of got there. And we said, what's next? And we looked at Goodwood and said, well, let's try and see if we can become a Goodwood type event. But, Goodwood's so much more demonstration and exhibition. It's not really a pure motorsport event. Then you've got
more of a motor show almost.
Exactly, it's more a motor show. And then Park Speak's pure sporting and very little razzmatazz. So we said, well, let's combine the two and try and fit in the middle somewhere. And then we set a goal and said, let's try and be one of the top 3 hill climbs in the world. There's Park Speak, that's a traditional. There's Goodwood, that's a show. And let's see if we can get it onto the international map. And then, so that's always driven us. We've always had a goal from year 2. So year 1 was, let's just see if we can do it. Year 2, we started setting goals. And as we ticked them off, we set another goal. And also in numbers in terms of people and cars and so on.
I wanted to ask, well, first of all, Goodwood has done very well for what was essentially a couple of guys sending a car up someone's driveway, which is sort of still what it is.
It's quite a long driveway.
No, it's a long driveway. But do you feel that there's going to be a bit of a sea change on the local scene? And I know Rodrigo and us were talking about this last year, where Knysna becomes the inspiration, perhaps the template for more hill climbs around the country, because there was the city of Cape Town awarded someone a license to stage 1 on Duval Drive, which is now Philip Khosana Drive. And is there, you must have a finger on the pulse more than any of us, but are we looking at a situation now where Knysna becomes one of a few hill climbs in South Africa?
Yeah, so I'm in touch with the Cape Town guys, and it's definitely on the cards. They're waiting for one more sign off, but it's targeted for October
this year.
Oh wow! Still. So we like aligned with them, but they're using our entry system and so on. There was one targeted for Maguba's Kloof for August, but that's been postponed to next year. So I think they're definitely, it's good for the competitors to have more outlets for the cars. I'm very reluctant to be part of a series though, because that's when the politics starts and the fighting and the arguments.
No, don't franchise it.
No, exactly. And as I said earlier, our ethos is we want to have fun, and everybody wants to have fun. The moment there's points on the table and that you end up in court cases and appeals and all the protests, and we really don't want that.
No,
so I think there's really room for more hill climbs. Would be great, but not necessarily a series.
But Rodrigo made a great point last year where he said that geographically South Africa is obviously very large, right? And down we're at the bottom here, we're in a fairly isolated area of South Africa in terms of the major metros. So what you might have, if you have a distributed hill climb around the country, or as much as you can, you might have more competitors who, for instance, can't get down here for cost reasons or logistics or time or whatever the case may be. And Rodrigo actually made this point. I take no credit for it, but I think what you might then see is way more people putting money into builds and developing some cool cars.
No, there's definitely benefit. No doubt about it. So yeah, I'm not against it at all. Just as I say, the championship points, then I'm not too keen on, because that creates fighting.
No, we don't need that.
Ian, Mr. Goddard, this is his last participation. He's been such an advocate of Simola Hillclimb. Any words about his contribution?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't thank Jeff enough. He's been such a big part of this event from the early days, and his experience when I heard he'd retired to Sedgefield, and I made the phone call. Knowing Jeff, having known Jeff from my racing days and so on, he knew every side of it, a competitor. He'd run BMW Motorsport, he'd worked with OEMs, he's an engineer. So he was a really, really good asset for the event early days. And just understanding the technical side and the competitor side and all that. And it's always great to have a poacher turned gamekeeper. And Mr. Goddard fitted the bill. No, but seriously, Jeff's been such a big part of it. We're going to miss him. We will see him around.
Yeah, of course.
He wants to spend more time with his family. But he'll still be sniffing around. We haven't lost him completely. And I'm very thankful. But over the years, all of us from the team, we're super grateful and thankful for Jeff, what he's contributed. He's a big part of the success of this event. And I think not only will we miss him, but the competitors and everybody else will miss him.
Yeah, wonderful. So, Jeff, we salute you for everything that you've done. So, I'm just going to check because I think, well, I can hear a Formula One car warming up.
Off you go.
Well, I'm just sitting there going, probably a good time to get a little panini, and
Off you go.
Yeah,
I'll hold down the fort.
Yeah. So, Formula One time. Yeah, we salute you. 15 years, magnificent. What a privilege it is to be here and be part of to watch the growth over the years. And long may it continue, and long may we have the opportunity to come and be part of it.
Cool, absolutely. Thank you, and thanks for your guys' support always. Great to have you here.
When I look as young as you do, when I'm a grown up, I hope we're sitting here and we just celebrate the 30th.
Cool. I hope so too. Yeah, it'll be a great milestone to reach. There's no doubt about it.
That would be spectacular.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, super. Lovely to be here with you. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so
Thank
let's turn our attention to track action for the lunchtime break.
Oh, perfect timing.
There we go. Yeah.
Wow.
I guess we call that lunch.
Thanks, guys.
per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Reward Card and Smart Shopper Card together. Plus, get 1% cash back on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards Card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP, everyday brighter.
Listen, kudos and magnificent. Here is Johan Christofferson going up his second run on the Simola Hill. Oh, Johan. Yeah, first time at Simola for Johan. It's going to Shelby's making up their run at without a doubt, it really is a spectacular show. Up the track temperatures and all that. Drivers put into these cars is exceptional. Count. Although he just practiced that he's trying
No, but what I'm saying is you're supposed to race. You're racing quick.
On top of this, because what's throwing us off is sometimes to see the number of the car X4. Then the cars come out in different orders as well, which is quite fun. So what the sheet says we have in front of us, and then all the notes is
out on track, chasing a Beetle up a hill with a Subaru engine.
Let's enjoy the sounds watching Simola and now commenting. Drone shot just for tuning. It's exciting.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers from all around the world, viewers from around South Africa, from Portugal, Rodrigo, I think he might be off to have a sandwich. We have a commentator in Portugal. How bloody innovative is that, Barry?
I think it's the wonder of 2025.
I am delighted to be in studio. Well, let me first welcome everyone back to Simola. The 15th running of Simola. It's huge. The atmosphere is electric. The combustion is internal. We've already seen records fallen. We've seen personal bests beaten. Ian, we have some of the most incredible cars in the world on your screen. Well, on my screen, it's a little bit delayed, but we've got the Tyrrell of Jody Scheckter about to run up the hill, as
What
well
a
as
thing.
2 other Formula One cars. There is nothing quite like this in the world. Definitely not in South Africa. Definitely not on the African continent. Welcome to the channel. Chira here from Cars.coza. The live stream going out on Hillclimb Monsters, Cars.coza, and SimolaHillclimb.com. But let me get back, or let me introduce, sitting here in the studio, a very good friend of mine.
Yes.
A wonderful young man. Are you still a young man?
I think I'm still classified.
Why do you classify yourself as a young man?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm still being called that, so I'm going with it.
No, stick to it, man. When you're approaching 40 like me, and your hairs are down here, not up here anymore. Just own the young man thing. Barry Ferreira.
Yes.
How are you, sir?
You know what? I can't be anything else but ecstatic when I'm surrounded by so much automotive passion. It's just insane. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Now, Barry, in his young years, in his fewer years on this planet than I've been here, has already drifted a Rolls-Royce Phantom on a skid pan.
That was a good day.
That was good to watch you drift a couple of Rolls-Royces around the Geratech skid pad. You're also now pushing into motoring journalism. You're
Yes.
a radio broadcaster.
Yes.
You were also with Daytona for a while.
I was, yes, for a short period.
So well done, man. You're absolutely
Thank you.
killing it in the motoring industry.
Thank you, Jared.
But given that you are wearing a Suzuki shirt, you're here to
we go.
talk about some Suzukis, both 2-wheel and 4-wheel.
Yes.
So let's take everyone through what's happening on the track right now. Suzuki, one of the great supporters of
Yeah.
Simola.
No, absolutely. They are very keen to get behind the Simola Hillclimb and South African motorsport as well. They've got 3 of their models, their car models, that they are taking up the hill. So they've got the Jimny, which is an odd one, but it's actually doing very well. Sean Nurse behind the wheel of that particular model.
No, look, it's particularly entertaining.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie.
I think he's less than a second behind the MG3.
There was a great comment on the Cars.coza live stream which said the Jimny should be going up the side of the racetrack.
Exactly.
And I said to Ian, there's a particularly good idea for next year.
You know,
on the Thursday we have the next to the King of the Hill climb. So you've got Sean Nurse in a Jimny.
Yes.
Wonderful guy, good friend of mine, the
Yes.
head of the content at Auto Trader
yeah,
as well.
and also very handy behind the steering wheel.
Yes, no, he can pedal.
Yeah.
He can pedal, he can steer at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And then we have Ernest Page behind the wheel
Oh.
of the new 4th generation Suzuki Swift 1.2.
Barry, I'm gonna interrupt you there because Terry
Ooh.
Grant, who was in the studio, is about to put a road-going Polo on 2 wheels.
Oh my soul. Here we go. Yay!
Look, how did that not fall over?
You know, I feel like some people are just born with superpowers, and Terry Grant is one of those people.
So I've been in a car with this man. Look at that. He's on the sidewalls of the car.
And he's just not stressing about anything.
This could be AI. Oh, now we've got a drone shot of a Polo on 2 wheels. Oh, God, that's so
Do you
tough
think this
there at
might be the
office.
first time a drone shot of a Polo on 2 wheels has
Yes.
ever happened?
I don't think those words have ever been said in that order before. This is phenomenal. Terry Grant, an absolute living legend. He loves coming to South Africa.
Yeah.
And he is going to try and beat his personal record of driving a 4-wheeled vehicle up the hill on 2 wheels. The last time he set it was in a Jaguar F-Pace.
I do recall that, yes.
Yes, and I was in there absolutely loving life and not terrified at all. I mean, can you see the angle of the car? When you're at the top of the car, when the passenger seat,
Yes.
the tarmac is... It looks like it's 20 centimeters
Yeah.
from the side window.
How do you think he practiced for something like this? Because, I mean, it's not like he's done practice runs up the Simola Hillclimb in the Polo.
That is a very good point. I think he said in the interview just now that he hasn't done this before.
Well,
I
he's
think this is its debut. So one of the challenges here, Barry, is the tires are not designed to be used in that way.
No, I do believe tire manufacturers like the flat surface to
Yes.
be used on the road.
Yes, the tread bit.
Yes.
So what happened with us is one of the tires blew towards the top of the hill. Now, the Jaguar is obviously a much heavier car.
Yes.
I have, how's this? Drone
This
shot.
is
Drone
insane.
pilot,
Kudos.
you're going to get a Winterklager. He's put it on 1 wheel, on 4 wheels.
On 4 wheels.
Oh, it was probably the drone that threw him off.
I think so.
That was, that's a pity. And he's obviously just going to put a show on for the crowd
Of
now.
course. He's probably going to go steal someone's cell phone like he usually does.
Terry, we salute you. That was your first time trying to get a Polo up the hill. You made it to turn 3. And you know what? he won't be happy with that.
No,
I
he
bet
won't.
you he's going to come back down and he's going to go again.
He will be doing that.
And you know, it's also quite possible, actually, is he felt the tires going. So
Yes.
if the tire goes, then he rolls the car. So he'd rather put it back on 4 wheels.
Yes.
But Barry, that gives us an opportunity to chat some more about Suzuki. So
Yes.
you were we were talking about Turbo
Yeah.
Germany. What
Germany.
else? What else on 4 wheels have you got?
So Ernest Page is driving the new 4th generation Suzuki Swift, so 1.2 entry level car. So he's also trying to get the most out of that car. And
He's in just a 1.2
Just the
NA,
normal bog standard.
the new 3-cylinder.
Yes.
Wow, it's probably the only 3-cylinder on the track.
Yeah, exactly.
And Ernest Page is the man to extract all the horsepower out of those 3 cylinders.
Yes, absolutely. No, I was speaking to him last night, and he's just so keen to get behind the wheel, to put on a show for the people. Yesterday at the parade as well, handbrakes on, trying to launch the car with some tire squeal. So
We're
he's
watching you, Ernest.
Yeah, so he's there behind the wheel of that. And then we've got Jeanette Kritzinger, who is driving the Suzuki Swift Sport.
Oh, wonderful,
Yes.
Jeanette. Her and her husband, wonderful people. Jeanette is actually the fastest woman in South Africa.
She is indeed. 1999, I believe she set that
Yeah.
land speed record.
No,
for
and
women.
no one's beaten it. She is the land speed record
holder.
holder for women in South Africa.
Yes.
Jeanette, we salute you as well.
Absolutely, yes.
So she's in the Swift Sport, the yellow one.
Yes, the yellow one, and she, I believe, in the 3rd or 2nd practice session, she was in the podium positions for her class. So she is not holding back with that car. So, but she says there's definitely more time to be won in that car. So that is the road vehicle side of Suzuki that they've been bringing, and then there are 2 motorcycles that they are also doing some demonstration runs on. So it's the Suzuki X8R. So what Suzuki would like to do with this motorcycle, it's a racing motorcycle. So Tristan Pienaar is driving that, and Nicole Perificati is driving the other one. And they want to make bike racing more accessible for South Africans, because racing in any form, whether it's motorsports in terms of cars or bikes, it's quite expensive.
It's pricey.
The toys are not very cheap. So Suzuki really want to try and bring that entry point at a cheaper price. So I believe the GSX-8R is around 300,000 Rand, which is substantially less than anything that you can compare it with in terms of the CC output. It's an 800cc engine.
Is it road legal?
There is a road legal version of it, but then you
Okay.
also have the race version.
So is the idea that because racing has become a very pricey?
Yes.
It's a very pricey. Is the idea that you can buy a sort of a works bike from Suzuki,
Pretty much, and they want
put
to
it
make,
on the track?
Yes, and also kind of make a one-make race series out of it.
But what about now bike? I've done some bike training with one of your rival bike brands.
Yes.
Let's not give them any. Yeah. I'm sure my phone will ring just now. But the bike training is very important. Does Suzuki have an element like that?
I don't know of any.
There's
I
a
can't
gap
answer
in the
that.
market.
Yes, perhaps. So yes, but I think it's Suzuki's really keen to try and support local motorsports, particularly on the bike front. Yesterday when they revealed the bikes to us, they said they bike racing has become a little bit less popular over the years in South Africa, and they want to try and change that, and to be able to train the drivers and provide them equipment to be able to go on the international front as well, to be able to compete with people from abroad too.
And tell me about Nicole Purificatos. What a great
Yes.
surname.
Yes.
Italian. Must be Italian. Purificato.
I'm not sure, but she is also a very talented bike racer from the FIM Women's Series, I believe.
South African.
Yes, she's
Wow,
South African.
wow.
So she's been racing in Portugal last year, I believe. She unfortunately broke a bone somewhere in her leg, which was not ideal, but she's thankfully recovered, and she's also keen to get behind the Suzuki project. So yes, lots of exciting things from Suzuki, and particularly from the motorcycle front, and then also from the automotive vehicles that they are taking up the hill.
Rodrigo, if you're there and you've come back from your panini, just shout if you've got any questions for Barry. But we're going to quickly take a look at what's happening on track here. So we do have some demo runs.
Yes, I went up in one of these demos this morning.
What did you go up in?
In the E53 AMG.
E53.
Yes.
The Dark Horse. I was asked by the good people at Ford to go up in go for a demo ride in the Dark Horse. I think, is that the safety car, Barry? Is that the dark horse?
That
I
is
can't
the
see
safety
from here.
car.
That's the safety car. Oh yes, okay, I
Yes.
can see the lights now. So the safety car is a Mustang.
Yes.
Which is a curious choice. I'm teasing. They know I love a Mustang. I jest. But the dark horse should also be doing some demo rides as well. Dark horse, probably one of my favorite new cars that you can buy on the market right now.
Yes.
It is just a wonderful, I call it a wonderful dinosaur with the greatest respect.
100%.
Because it is just, I just love that a brand like Ford is selling a Mach-E, a Mustang,
Yes.
which is cool. It's a fantastic electric car. But then you can still walk into a Ford dealership and buy a 5-liter naturally aspirated V8 with a manual gearbox overseas.
It's what you want, man. It is what
Yeah,
you want.
yeah. Why? And this is what I said in my video for Cars Okoza. I said I totally get fuel efficiency, downsizing, electric vehicles. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, and we should be pushing in that direction. However, why can't you just sell both? You're never going to sell 1 million dark horses, and
I
that's
think so.
fine. you know?
But make the option available.
Yes,
you know?
exactly. But there's a couple of brands still punting for enthusiasts. They really are. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, this is the moment we've been waiting for.
It is.
We've got Jody Schechter's Tyrrell, 1977, I do believe. F1 Sasha is currently outside experiencing his Christmas present, his birthday present, his anniversary present. This is the first time this car has run since Sasha was at the Top Gear Festival with the Top Gear presenters in South Africa 2010. First running of this car in 15 years, and I am going to keep quiet so we can listen to it. That Tyrrell is probably worth quite a lot of money.
I would think so, and I mean, if you compare those cars to what you see in Formula One today, it's worlds apart. It really is. I
Yeah.
mean, the head, like the whole top half of your body is pretty much exposed. Now it's halos and the driver's barely
Yes.
peeking out of the car.
They can barely see their rearview mirrors. No, what I do appreciate about modern Formula One cars is how safe they are, and
You have to applaud
you cannot have another Senna, another Ratzenberger. It's just not on. It's not possible. It shouldn't be possible at all. And obviously we all want to see racing, but we want to see racing drivers go home safely as well. And that's been the hugest advancement. But do you know that the modern Formula One car has the same footprints as a Rolls-Royce Phantom?
Really?
5.7 meters long by 2 meters wide. The exact same footprint as a Rolls-Royce Phantom. And what I appreciate about there goes a pool noodle. What I appreciate about these Formula One cars from not even that long ago, but especially from the 70s and 80s, just how compact they really are. And this thing, we can feel it through our motors. Skyhook drone, that sounded like a thunderstorm outside of the commentary box. We could feel it through the walls of the container. I think that's Robbie Volkin there. He drove it last time, and I still have hearing damage from being in the pit lane. Oh dear, we have a reversing Formula One car. Not intentional, I'm guessing, but that's okay.
It's fine. Maybe you could set a record for a Formula One car going backwards on the hill climb. I don't think that's been a
No, that would be a good record.
Yeah.
No, definitely. Shame, we know you don't like to see it, but at least the driver's okay.
Absolutely.
And these are finicky cars. They're old. They don't run that often. So it's relatively inevitable that there might be an issue. But we did get that full bore start, and we got that thunderstorm, which everyone, I'm sure,
Everybody loves
on the side of the road, side of the launch in the start line enjoyed. So Clinton is here from Suzuki. Hello, sir. How are you?
Yes, hi. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yes, no, beautiful. So tell us about your involvement in Suzuki. Which side are you on? The two-wheel side, the four-wheel side, the boating side? There's a lot of sides to Suzuki.
Yeah, so we're definitely on the two-wheel side. My name's Clinton Pino. I'm actually not working at Suzuki, but I am trying to get their one make series on the go. My son Tristan Pino is actually one of the guys that's taking the bike up the hill today.
Fantastic.
So they don't want to put a lap time on it, which I understand because it's a road circuit. You know, there's not kitty litter and stuff. But Nicole Purificati is the lady that's taking the bike up, and Tristan Pino's the guy taking the bike up.
So tell me about this one make series. That sounds exciting.
Look, so I must tell you, you guys were talking about the price of Formula One just now. Biking is very much the same, where things are just absolutely checkbook. And the economy in South Africa and just the racing in general, two wheels racing, is really in an all-time low. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to get a space where all the youngsters, the up-and-coming stars can ride, but to be on a even playing field. So meaning everybody can buy a bike. Suzuki's actually helping with the price of the bike, so they're dropping the price by about 20,000 Rand.
Wow.
And you can go and buy it at the different dealers around the country, so you can get finance and stuff on the bike.
So you can finance a track going bike.
Yeah, so you finance it as in a road bike, but then we convert it for you.
Oh wow!
Into a race bike.
Is it then not road legal anymore?
You then
it's
look
debatable.
afterwards, you can put the
Depends if you get caught or not.
Yeah, but everybody's going to take the lights off, and they're going to take the indicators and everything. We put rear sets on. We put clip-ons on.
No, carry on.
And we take the ABS system off of the bike, and we actually change it with braided hoses. And with the body kit, we change that for a local GAR or local fiberglass kit as well. So it's a lot cheaper. If you fall, you basically replace the panel and the gear lever or whatever, and then you're good to go again.
Unfortunately, we do need to run. We've got Colin and Patrick in the pit lane. I just wanted to first of all say thank you, Barry, Clinton, everyone at Suzuki for supporting Simola. And that single race series interests me on a personal and professional level. And if there's something that Kaza Koza, that my company, can do for you, we must talk. So come to Cape Town for a coffee, or I'll see you in Johannesburg. Thank you, gentlemen. And I'm sure everyone enjoyed the demo runs. Are you here tomorrow
Yes,
with the demo runs? Fantastic. So if you missed it today, they will be back tomorrow with the GSX-8R with Tristan Pienaar and Nicole Purificati.
That's correct.
Indeed.
Patrick and Colin, take it away.
I'm here with Jenny from Castrol. Jenny, obviously an amazing event, 15th edition of Simola. You guys have been involved with Simola for quite a few years now, from 2019, from what I can recall, right up to 2026. But what attracts you guys as a sponsor to this event?
Well, Simola is an event all about cars and all about muscle cars. And that's what we specialize in, finding lubricants to go with cars, be it a muscle car, be it a sports car, be it a convertible, be it your car or my car. And that's why we are here.
So how does Simola, I mean, you guys have been here for a few years. Every year it gets bigger and bigger and it grows. How does it compare to other motorsport events in the country, never mind just the country, but all over the world?
I can't comment about all around the world. I can say that this is one of the most prestigious ones in South Africa. If you've got over 20,000 people coming through the gates, it is the place to be. Yeah? If you see the enthusiasm of all the people around us, you know that you are in the right place with Simola.
So Castrol has like a long history in motorsports. How does it work for the brand?
I would say that this is what makes our brand so special, because we do a lot of research around lubricants and what goes into vehicles, and we take that and we put into ordinary everyday cars. So motorsport works for us in that way, that it contributes to our research and development.
One of the big factors or big things you get behind at Simola is the media center. How does that work? I mean, that's the sound of Octane right there, but just to recap, you guys obviously get behind the media center, and it's a big contribution that you guys bring to Simola. How does that work?
So the media center is a big visibility piece for us, but it also gives the media a place to work from. So if you have been in there, you can see that they have desks, they have coffee, they have whatever they need to make sure that they deliver on what people are expecting out there. People want to see that passion, and the media brings it to them, even if they're not at the event. I would like to take a moment to say that this year, for the first time, BP has come with us to the event. Pity that they are not on the media center, but they are partners with us in this event.
You guys obviously cater and put up a lot of stands and look after a lot of customers and partners in Simola. That who have you guys and how many people more or less have you brought with you to this event?
So this year we brought the most number of people we've had at the event. We brought over 50 people, customers, partners, distributors, and it's wonderful to see all of them there. We have brought some of our OEM partners as well, and that is amazing that they actually accepted our invite and joined us this year.
Jenny, thank you so much. It's almost time to get ready for quali, but thank you so much for your time. We'll chat soon. Thank you. Cheers. Bye. Okay, so next we have Brendan Carpenter, that's from Suzuki, and he's going to chat to us about Suzuki and Simola working together. Brendan, nice to have you here, man, in the Suzuki livery. But yeah, Suzuki, you guys are top tier sponsor with the event, but tell us what makes Simola so special to Suzuki.
I think for us it's such a good opportunity to participate in motorsport in South Africa. This is really a cool pinnacle event, annual event, which we are always looking forward to at this time of year. It also gives fans such a good opportunity to get up close and personal with the drivers, with the cars, with the action, smell the tires, smell the fuel, and really get close to the action. So Suzuki being an enabler of adventure, also Neisner, great setting, great atmosphere. It allows us to showcase some of our products from automobile, marine, and also the bike. So really a lifestyle opportunity and event that is one to mark on the calendar for sure.
100%. And with that being said, how does Simola compare to other events in South Africa for you guys?
I think what's great is, and you could see it from, especially with the public holiday that we've had recently, we've had media here since Thursday. And I mean, with yesterday's parade event, that's just as exciting as King of the Hill. So I think that vast variety of experiences that people can have at Simola is really second to none in any other event in this country that really brings people together to this beautiful part of South Africa.
Why do you think it's so important for OEMs to get involved in an event like this?
It's essential. I think for us to grow within the industry in South Africa, we need to create platforms like this and we need to support them. So we started getting involved since 2020 as an OEM, and it's great to see other OEMs participate because that's how we grow these events to make them bigger and better and give fans and showcase that this is more than just a steel box with four wheels. This is something that is exciting, it's a passion for a lot of people, and it brings the industry together.
That being said, I mean, you guys have brought a team here, you guys are running vehicles. Who have you brought and how does your team dynamic work?
Yeah, for us, it's all about fun, you know. So we have 3 different vehicles. In the past, we had 3 Swift Sports. Now we have the Swift Sport, which Jeanette is driving. Then we have Ernest Page in the Swift GLX. And then we have the Jimny, I think, which is quite an eccentric vehicle choice. But I think it brings a little bit of a break to the heavy octane performance. It's also outclassed in its class by the Stelvio QV and the rest. But it brings a sense of excitement. And I mean, hill climbs is essentially what Jimnys do. I mean, they climb mountains, and they're not supposed to race in events like this, but no one told the Jimny that. So I think that's part of the character of the vehicle itself.
Suzuki for me is quite a young brand and appeals to a lot of the youth and connects with a lot of the youth. How do you guys do that, and how does that work?
I think it's to be part of the action and to support events such as these, which bring. It's great to see the young ones here with their earmuffs on and all of that, and I think is to invest in these events. It gets them, it showcases the passion, it bleeds out from everyone over here showcasing their passion, and for us to be a part of that is part of the reason why we're here.
As I said earlier, like, you guys have a bit of a heritage now and you've been involved for a couple of years. What's the long-term goal for Suzuki and Simola moving forward?
Well, it's for us to continue supporting the event and see it grow from strength to strength. Also see more and more OEM participation. Like I said in my previous answer, is that it's the support of these events that make them grow. And for us to play whatever part we can in that is what we aim to do.
Brendan, thank you so much for your time, man. Go and enjoy the rest of the event. We'll catch up soon.
Thanks,
Thanks, man. Cheers. Thank you.
Be rewarded with every swipe. Earn up to 30 cents per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Rewards card and Smart Shopper card together. Plus, get 1% cash back on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP, everyday brighter.
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, we forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. Look at the stars. Find your more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. More adventure, more freedom, more. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door, born for more.
Yeah, 1996, but 50 years locally and globally. What does the polo mean to the brand and to South Africa?
To the brand, it means a lot. So we are celebrating globally 50 years of polo, a very nice event, and you'll see we are fully booked for this year again with Volkswagen in Carrera being the sole manufacturer of the polo. So we are glad that this car is going and going and going. That's very cool. It is the most affordable Volkswagen in the Volkswagen range, speaking globally, because there is no Vivo globally, and we are happy that we can supply the Polo to Europe also quite long with the change in legislation. So Polo is a thing. And I was doing some research on the Polo in South Africa, 1996 to today. And what I always love about South Africa is the nicknames. So that we had a polo bourgeois or that we had a polo slay queen. So the love for the polo is big in this country, and that means a lot to us.
And I actually can't imagine life without a polo. When you come out to Simola, I mean, like I said, we catch up now annually, but you bring a great hospitality suite and you look after your guests, but you've got a lot of special guests here. Who have you brought and how are they enjoying the event so far?
So for celebrating 50 years of polo globally, we brought a team of international media from Germany, from UK, from Italy, from India, because India has also got a huge fan base for the polo, from South Africa, of course, as always. And now we hope that we can celebrate a birthday party or we are sure that we can celebrate that. But we also are kind of trying to celebrate a bit more tomorrow night. So I'll keep my fingers crossed.
I'm looking forward to my invitation there. But, VW very involved in motorsports, I mean, in various different aspects and facets as well. But what does motorsport mean to the brand?
So when I came to South Africa for the first time, I was pleasantly surprised because it means not only engineering competence, it does not mean only that we do a lot for a large motorsport community in South Africa, but like also the spill over into the normal Volkswagen South African life. That's what I also appreciate a lot, that we do a Polo Cup in South Africa with Polo GTI, so almost literally with a street car. So that we showcase the capabilities, of course, of engineering with high end, but also of like everyday cars. Of course, GTI is like rather top end of everyday, but that is for me a great platform to showcase Volkswagen at its best.
Absolutely, and I mean, if we look now, I mean, you guys have been a tier 2 sponsor of Simola now. What does Simola mean to you guys and to VW?
So I'm getting more and more passionate about Simola. As you remember, 2022 we brought Peter Solberg, third King of the Hill, but we had a lot of fun also with donuts in Neisner and here on that roads, and I think we are every year trying to top it again. So this year we've got the Polo RX 1E and Johan Christoffersen here. It's his WRX electric Polo for the 50 years, of course. I've got some ambitions on the hill, and at the same time we'll showcase our race drivers, our South African race drivers. We have some fun part here with going up the hill, safety car. So it's just a cool thing for every Volkswagen fan.
Yeah, you definitely have your work cut out for you because you have been pushing the envelope, and I mean, like you said, Johan Christoffersen here, what a treat to have him out here with us. I mean, there is growth and there's a lot more push now with OEMs getting involved, but why do you think it's important for OEMs to get involved with something like a Simola Hillclimb?
I find it important specifically for also manufacturing OEMs in South Africa. We must showcase what can be done in South Africa. Of course, we bring also in some cars. It is, as I said, it's beyond motorsports. Simola, when you look at who's coming. And it is a great platform growing annually. You can see that already. I think it's more people. I feel it's more people, but Ian also told me it's more people. And it's fantastic to showcase the capabilities of the brands and to showcase capabilities of South Africa and South African race driving and South African art of celebration.
Martina, thank you so much for your time and giving us the rundown of what Simola means to you. It's almost time for quali. I wish you good luck and to your team.
Thank you. Hope to see you tomorrow at our party. Yeah?
I will be there for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, guys. That's Martina from Volkswagen. This is probably one of the biggest fan favorites of Simola. It's the 15th edition here down in Eisner of the Hill Climb. Today was Classic Car Friday. The weather was iffy, but the action on the hill was insane. Now it's time for scrutineering. The fast cars for King of the Hill have come out, and this is where the serious horsepower gets displayed. So cars are being scrutineered as we stand here right now. The fans and the crowd are starting to arrive. Cars get scrutineered, then they make their way through the street, but this is where horsepower comes alive. Tomorrow is King of the Hill, Saturday, Sunday, and this is the big one where the guys are coming out to take the all-out title of King of the Hill in Simola. Mr. Roots, you've become a name that's synonymous with Simola. It's the 15th edition, it's a big one. Last year was Heartbreak. I know you put good stuff in your car. How's the prep been building up to Simola?
The guys have been working hard, and I don't think everyone believes us, but we've done no development on speed or anything like that. It's all just reliability, because it's so important to get these things to the finish, and they are so finely tuned and to the limit that anything can happen. So the guys really, they burnt the midnight oil. We've put all the right parts in, so now there's always a bit of luck, and we hope we've got the luck on our side. I mean, last year the car broke like one run to go before the final, and it's just how it happens. And the same thing happened with Franco, and the same thing can happen to anybody. But I'm confident that the car's a lot more reliable than it was.
Mr. Roots, we wish you the best of luck for tomorrow.
Don't call me Mr. Roots, you make me feel old. Reggie.
I'm scared. Sorry, Reggie. Mr. Dangle, today was a good day in the seat. Had a good time on the Classic Car Friday, but tomorrow it all changes.
It's serious stuff that starts tomorrow. But we had a good day, successful day, trouble-free day. And it's important to keep it on the road, eh?
You were smooth. I mean, the conditions were very tricky. Tomorrow it's a lot more horsepower. What are you running tomorrow up the hill?
We're running the R34 GTR tomorrow. We're not making too much horsepower for reliability purposes. But I'm looking forward to it. The car should do cool to its class.
When you say looking for reliability, obviously you still want to perform. What's the expectation, or where are you aiming for tomorrow?
Well, in the top 3 in our class at least.
Excited to be here. I think we're going to showcase the Harvester this year. A beautiful car. I think the lines are amazing. 375 kilowatts. Ashley Oldfield's going to be driving the Harvester, and I'm going to be in the MG3 Hybrid. I think it's going to surprise a lot of people, especially the Harvester. But yeah, excited. 3rd time back on the hill, so excited to be able to drive. Well, hopefully the fastest electric time up the hill with the Harvester. I think we've got a chance, especially with Ashley behind the wheel. So excited to see what happens.
This is a different beast. This is the AMG GT 63 SE. It's got 600 kilowatts. So it's a little bit of a different story this time around. So I'm going to go through the hill a little bit quicker. Not as sideways. It's a little bit more agile compared to the 4-door I had last year. It's certainly, it's going to ask me to do the work this time, because it can do the work.
If you had to pinpoint one area from last year to this year where you feel you can improve to catch up with this monster, where would it be?
Well, definitely under the bridge. I mean, I was arriving there at 210 k's an hour. I'd say we'd probably be arriving at 220 with this. It's about setting the car up and using the speed through there. That's the crucial part, rather than stopping it and then having to regain momentum. That is my big one. The rest, I think we pretty much got that right. But it's just about carrying speed. And this is going to be very extra demanding. It's going to want to do it all. It's just the driver needs to do that.
Be rewarded with every swipe. Earn up to 30 cents per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Rewards card and Smart Shopper card together. Plus, get 1% cash back on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP, everyday brighter.
Q1.
Sasha?
I can't hear anything.
You're not hearing him.
Oh, wait. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Sorry. It is a very good afternoon and welcome to the 15th edition of the Simola Hillclimb, the King of the Hill, day one. We've just had a lunchtime extravaganza with 3 Formula One cars going up the hill, some motorcycles, Terry Grant doing some displays, going on 2 wheels up the hill as well. And it's time to start getting very serious. Sitting alongside me, Ciro Di Siena. Ciro, qualifying 1. It's time to put the hammer down.
Do you know what my middle name is?
What?
Roberto.
Ciro Roberto.
De Siena. And I can't speak Italian. Do you know how much trouble that's gotten me into with Italian people?
Well, hello. Welcome to my world.
Ladies and gentlemen from around the world, around South Africa, welcome back. The 15th running of Simola. Currently, our Lumina Drift Taxi is putting down some rubber for the rest of the drivers. Thank you very much. We appreciate your contribution to the sport. We are going straight into qualifying 1 because practice 4 has been cancelled.
It has been cancelled.
We essentially just have to stay on schedule, really. But the practice rounds are sort of not interchangeable, but they can be dropped at the discretion of the clerk of the course. Qualifying obviously can't, so we'll move the schedule around to accommodate, or we'll always move it around to accommodate qualifying. So we're going into practice qualifying 1 with a blistering record time of 38.5. If I'm not mistaken, we've got a lot of 38s, a lot of 39s already, which is phenomenal because we are already faster than we were from the winning times in 2024.
And of course, joining us from Hillclimb Monsters, Rodrigo de Oliveira. But as boy, lovely to have you along with the broadcast, and hopefully all of your viewers are enjoying the action from Simola. Rodrigo, it's time to get serious. There are certain drivers that will feel a little, I suppose, undone by not having a free practice 3, but hopefully they've got everything sorted out and they're ready to go and attack the hill.
First of all, just wanted to say one thing. Es que yo no soy italiano, pero soy el único en este estudio que parla un po' di italiano.
Ma
I'm the only one that is
pochino.
Rodrigo,
Parla pochino.
I can cook Italian, so I get a pass. You know.
I find it ironic that I'm the only non-Italian that can speak Italian.
Can speak Italian.
Okay.
Well, now we can officially welcome you into the Italian commentating mafia. You just been made an honorary member.
Okay. I feel like I've been going through a rite of passage right from a mafia movie.
It's a very small club. You're currently looking at it.
There you go. Exclusivity is very sought after, and we have it in spades here. But no, we are jumping right into the qualifying runs. Things are about to get way more serious. Track temps may have gone a bit down, but then again, people are just piling up the track knowledge and the track miles as the day goes along. The number of risks taken also increases, so I expect quite a few eventful runs up ahead, and the times keep tumbling down, and we are already at a quite serious pace with Peter Zilli doing a 38.6. So yeah, track action will be pretty serious.
Rodrigo, you were saying his fastest time I think is a 38.5.
Yeah.
So he's already a 10th off of his best time ever, and we just got back from lunch on the Saturday. So, no, we're in for a real treat here for the rest of the weekend, without a doubt. It also, actually, you know what, I was about to comment on that word that starts with W. I stopped myself. So.
No. Well, you know what, just looking down the pit lane, we've got an unbelievable crowd here today at Simola. So a big welcome, because they are listening to us in the PA system as well. And in our midst, we have a 7 times World Rally Cross champion, Johan Christoffersen. His is the 3rd car in that row, which is the WRX electric vehicle. And he'll be chasing it now, Chiro. I mean, the guy is just spectacular, and he would have seen what everybody else is doing. Probably put new rubber on there now, and probably looking to go under 40 seconds.
Look, I think everything that's happened in his life has prepared him for this moment. Winning 7 FIA World Rallycross Championships, and I'm sure that adding Simola to his title, to his titles rather, will be a highlight of his career. No, it's testimony to what Rodrigo and his Hillclimb Monsters channel have done for this organization, as founder Ian Shrosby alluded to. It's raised the profile of this event, and let's listen to a Golf 8R powered GTI in the hands of Jonathan Mokgotsi.
Oh, it's Daniel Rowe. Daniel Rowe going to be first out. And the only reason I can tell you that is because I can read his name on the back of the car.
You see, I really wish I hadn't broken my specs just before I got to NISDA. Literally a lens fell out, and my girlfriend's very pleased about that. She says, "Where's the lens?" I said, "I'm a signer." So I could have brought one lens. But no, Daniel Rowe, fantastic young man. Sasha, I must tell you, the year I raced in the electrics, they were in the Golf electrics, right? Now, I had 400 kilowatts. They had 100. So, you know, they were just behind me. And to slow each other down while they weren't looking, they would sneak heavy items into each other's cars and throw them under the seats and stuff. It was really good fun to watch, because they both told me what they were up to. 178 k's an hour. This is a development mule for Polo Cup, a very popular race series in South Africa.
And Jonathan Mokgotsi, his teammate. So, I mean, this should be pretty close between the two of them. Both of them in the VW Polos, 2 liters. Wow. Letting it all hang out.
Rodrigo, I had a thought over the lunch break, which is always dangerous. I try not to. But when a car is going past one of the pool noodles, right? Do you think?
Whoa! That was close to a pool noodle.
That's going to become the Mokgotsi gravel there.
All right, I got to interrupt. Here we go. Jonathan, Johan Christoffersen. Here we go. Let's listen.
Well.
Whoa, that's proper sideways. This guy's going.
There's a comment, Sasha, that says we're allowed to talk over the electric vehicles.
Okay. I mean, listen, going through turn 1, that was proper sideways.
Oh, onto the Mokgotsi gravel. Burnout happening in the pit lane.
This is now impressive. Let's watch it through here. Here we go.
Little bit of brakes. There it is. Turn the car in. Whoa, that is quick. I think we're on for a sub 40 here.
Let's see what he does.
Final time bingo.
Whoa! 40.3.
Is it 3?
40.358 from Johan Christoffersen. And Mokgotsi getting one over Daniel Rowe by 0.7 of a second. So 44.5 versus a 45.9. Dayan Padiachi is on track right now. If you're just joining us, we have 22 categories in the King of the Hill. It's great to have 8 OEMs represented this year at Simola Hillclimb. Wonderful to have them all participating. And then, of course, after we get the softer sounding cars, even though they are loud, then we get the monsters.
Sasha, a quick appeal, if you don't mind, from me to our lovely audience and those around the track. My commentary abilities will be significantly improved by being able to see the live timing screen in front of me and also the screen. So I have astigmatism in both eyes. Here
try those.
Let's try Sasha. But then what are you going to do?
Oh no, I can see.
If someone can pop down to clicks with this game and just get me a cheap pair of... No, this is making it significant.
Okay. Well, yeah.
We tried. Thank you for the kind offer.
It's the blind versus the blind.
All right, we are on to some of the beautiful Porsches running up the hill. 996 GT3, one of my favorite cars of all time, although I do want the turbo a bit more. The Audi R8 V10 in fully stock road form, and that is Ridwan. Not that. The amazing thing, Rodrigo, I think you're going to love this. Ridwan is a good friend of mine and the head of the largest BMW club in South Africa, and I had him in the office the other day, and I said, "What are you racing up Simola?" He says, "Oh, my E46 M3." And I said, "Oh, do you know how many do you have?" And he's like, "No, just the one. My wife takes the kids to school in it." So I don't know what the wife's using to take the kids to school to on Monday, because Ridwan will still be here.
Oh, you gotta love it.
I think this might have discovered because he's running pretty slow by now.
Yeah, no, he's having some electrics issues, unfortunately. But literally, it's his daily driver and the family's school-run car, and it's going up the hill at Simola.
Okay, Gordon Nicholson in the R8 posted a 47.9. Vinesh Padayachi in the first of the herd, I call it the herd of Mustangs that is going out. Just to let you know, James Temple, unfortunately, his car has been withdrawn. Rui Campos had a crash earlier on today. He's got bent wishbones. So he unfortunately has withdrawn his car, but he is 100% fine. So that's great news. Shiraz Bawa. This is a very interesting BMW V10 M5. Got over 200,000 kilometers on the clock. It's his daily driver. He drives from Cape Town with the family, comes here, races up the hill for a couple of hours, and then puts all of the kids back in with the wife and drives back to Cape Town.
And one of the best parts, look at the racing drone flying up the Beamer there. One of the best parts about that Beamer is he bought it as a non-runner. It had thrown bearings and snapped a crank when he bought it. With the help of BMA SA, he got it back on the road, and a good friend of his in their garage at home. And here it is, possibly one of the only. Rodrigo, what do you think? One of the only V10 M5s competing around the world?
Possibly the only one. I'm trying very hard to remember any other, but I know of some guys that swapped those V10s into E46 and 1 series shells, but a 5 series, yeah, pretty much the only one I can remember.
Sasha, I got a solution talking about BMW V10s.
Yes.
So that car was born out of BMW's Formula One stint. Look, it's debatable how much actual tech there is, but the V10 M5 beat the Gallardo in the Stig's hands around the Top Gear test track. It's a quick car, and there's this talk of Formula One going back to V10,
V10s,
right?
or V8s. Yeah.
How's this for a cost-effective solution? Run around the world, find some wrecked M5s, bang, cheap V10, put it in the car. 500 horsepower. You have all the solutions in the world.
Joshua Callahan on track. Paige Lindenberg on track as well. Ridwan, slowest of the moments, as mentioned by Chiro, that got some electrical issues. We'd like to welcome the one named Clifford.
That's me.
Clifford, outstanding job on the pit lane there earlier, young man. Super job.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. But it's good to be back here because now it's serious. Quali 1.
It is serious. Garth McIntosh out there in this magnificent
nearly
McLaren.
200 in a road car.
Yeah,
mega.
That McLaren 720S. There's the wonderful drone shot going at 200.
There's quite a cool little rivalry here that I've been keeping an eye on. Shiraz Bauer in the V10 and Paige Lindenberg in the Mustang, the Monster Mustang, are running each other pretty close in the 52s. So that's going to be quite fun. And I think I must just check, but I think they're in the same class.
They are in the same class.
They are. There we go. All right, so we have a rivalry on our hands.
Oh no, sorry, my apologies. They're not.
They're not.
In the same class. Okay, they are not in the same class. Dion Smith out on track, also in another one of the Shelbys. And the last one, I think, will be Eugene Herbert, 141 Ks up through the speed trap. Still at fastest at the moment, Johan Christensen in the electric WRX car, just checking his time, 40.358. He's so close to breaking that 40-second barrier.
I mean, that's going to be probably the next run. If everything goes according to plan, I think he'll smash it.
Yeah, I think, you know what, he may have lost a little bit of time going through turn 1. But, you know, what I'm going to, you know, should I go and give him some coaching lessons?
Only he will know. You know,
Yeah.
The thing is, we can all sit and watch from the side, but the only person who really knows what's happening is the person behind the wheel. So, yeah, we'll definitely find, if that is the case, we'll find out in the next run.
More of our OEMs, the Natalie Weston Mercedes on the top of your screen. Going out there, 30.5 in the first sector. She goes 5th fastest with a 48.520. Eugene Herbert, the man from Master Drive, in another one of the Shelbys. Ford Mustang, actually a Rouge 5-litre GT automatic. Now, this is a car to watch. He wants to try and beat JP van der Wald's time of 42.5. JP, unfortunately, not with us this year, but has definitely said he'll be back next year. That is the brand new AMG GT63E in the hands of Clint Weston.
Freshly homologated.
Yeah.
Whoa, that is squirrely.
World debut, I think, in a competitive race. Which Simola has seen a lot of. Do you know that the XM, which my boss and friend Ashley Oldfield piloted, first of all, BMW South Africa phoned Germany and said, can we race the XM? And they said, absolutely not. We do not want it competitively timed. It's not what we bought the car for. Then someone wanted to send the XM up Pikes Peak. Let's just get Clint's time. I'll interrupt myself there. 43.7.
What a sight to behold. He was steering that with the rear the whole way through.
Yeah. I know. He literally steers with his right foot. And here's Ashley right on cue.
Speaking of your boss.
So, someone wanted to send the XM up Pikes Peak, and it had a chance at being the fastest SUV up Pikes Peak. Then Germany phoned South Africa, and this is, I think, how the story goes, and said, listen, if you do send the XM up, which we are thinking about, could you give us the telemetry? And they took the telemetry from Ashley's runs, and that helped them set up the car for Pikes Peak. Okay. So, yeah, no, Simola was integral in helping get that car to Pikes Peak. Ashley Oldfield, amazing story, winner of the GT Academy, Nissan Works driver for 3 years. He was a teammate of Thomas Scheckter, won a couple of big races, Silverstone 1000, and now in his hands, the MG Cyberster, 375 kilowatts, 765 newton meters, dual motor, all-wheel drive, and it looked like it was being restricted there. Yeah, 49.4. No, that car's.
I think he lost a little bit there when he touched the dirt on the side of the.
So sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
You were saying that he was a former finalist of GT Academy.
He won it. He won it. The movie was made about the youngster. I think his name was. What's the youngster?
Jan
I
Martenborough.
can't remember. Yeah, and Ashley won it the year before, but they chose to make the movie about the kid who won it after him.
Little story here, because there is one finalist of GT Academy. There is another competing. Jonathan Magozzi, I know was a finalist too of GT Academy in another year. And regarding this event, there is a third person connected to GT Academy. Can you guess who?
Must be you.
Go for it.
Yeah, it is me.
Yay!
Sasha wins the prize.
I win a prize.
Tell us, Rodrigo.
No, not exactly a big story. I was the finalist here in Portugal for 3 years straight. Then there was on the final year, it was the year that I broke my foot, and then the other Portuguese guy that was going to the European finals won everything. Miguel Faísca, which is a friend of mine, and something from a different era of my life. But it's always funny to hear people mentioning GT Academy now that I'm on the Hillclimb Monsters arc of my life.
So, Rodrigo, are you telling us that not only do you have 1 million follower YouTube channel and millions on social media, and you're an expert in hill climb monsters around the world and in Simola, but are you telling us that you can actually drive?
Well, the data
I'll say it for you.
So
You can obviously actually try.
That's even more incentive, Rodrigo, to be here next year. That's for sure.
So, Rodrigo, quick question: if you come to Simola, do you want to drive or do you want to commentate?
It comes down to logistics and budget. If I could, I would drive it. But I've learned through time that doing what I do, I can't provide myself too much, or else one of the things will have a job just only half done. And I decided to focus on the media side of things and left a bit the racing career to the side. Have a couple of boys to keep driving and keep feeding that hunger, but yeah, like I said, it was another life.
Terrific. Just watching Leighton Ferree earlier on, Colin Hastie had interviewed him and said, listen, come on, put on a show. He definitely put on a show there. Magic stuff. One car that worried me, Guy Davies, got through turn 3 and then all of a sudden lost all of the power. Seemed to pick it up towards the end of the run. But yeah, Guy Davies seemed to have a couple of problems. Now we've got some more OEMs. We've got Minis. We've got a couple of Suzukis that are going to be coming out shortly. We've also got the Opel that is out on track, and that of course is the Corsa GS Irmsha in the hands of Siyabonga Mankonkwana.
I see Bradley Bosch there finished with a 52.9 in the Mini Cooper. So
wow.
Yeah, it looks like it's starting to go a bit quicker. I mean, that Suzuki there using a bit more of the track, so guys are starting to push it a little bit harder, which is exciting.
It's all about Q1, and then of course it's all about your class. You want to be in the top 3 in your class for the class finals, and then of course for the King of the Hill tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's important, like you said, quali 1, put in a banker lap just to sort of put yourself on the board. You don't want to take it too late into the day or into tomorrow, trying to find a lap time, because anything can happen. I mean, we've seen over the last 48 hours, the weather is so unpredictable, but anything can happen here, a wall spill, and it can change your tactics or put you at the bottom end, looking for a lot to do in the closing sessions of qualifying.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. Also, you know, we are into the winter months of the southern hemisphere, and once the sun starts going down, all of a sudden that track temperature is going to drop significantly, and you want to get out there where it's as pure as possible. And this is probably Q1 is probably your best opportunity to have a track at its optimum.
Yeah, 100%, because I mean the wind is starting to pick up a little bit, and it's quite chilly, so it will obviously cool the track temperature down. So this is, like you said, probably the best time of the day just to put in a good lap so that you're in good stead for the rest of the sessions.
Looking at our times, fastest at the moment, 40.3 for Johan Christofferson. There is the Alfa Romeo Stelvio Quattro Formaggio.
Isn't that a muffin from Vida?
Yes. See, now why are those lights blinking?
I think the muffin from Vida is heavier.
Yeah.
But it's funny you say that, because when we saw Pete Porchita and Julia, these were also blinking. So yeah, I don't know if it's a trick with the camera or if it's actually indeed the electronics
Maybe
working
the
overtime.
electronics. Yeah, just sitting there and saying, be careful.
Yeah, that Stelvio is moving around a little bit at the back there.
He's giving it a go. Janus van Rensburg in the Stelvio. Great to see it here. Just having a look at his time. 16th position, a 50.5.
Wow.
And I think in his last free practice he was in the 52, so that's a very impressive lap.
Something to see is this Sean Nurse in the Suzuki Jimny.
Yes.
Watch the body move around a little bit more than what we've seen so far. There's a bit of roll there, but it's starting to get a little bit exciting, that cabin. So he's definitely pushing. See that? It's not stable. That is the drive of his life right now.
Sean Nurse is a top guy. We got stuck in Munich airport together for 11 hours. That's where we bonded many years ago. And,
say no more.
And he just got promoted to head of content at Auto Trader. And so we're now technically rivals, but we're mates as well. So, no, good guy. He raced a 400 kilowatt Renault Megane, which he built himself, actually. So, very handy behind the wheel.
I mean, that little Jimny is getting up this hill in 1 minute and 6 seconds. Sheesh! And if you think that's probably as aerodynamic as a brick.
Jesus.
No, it has the aerodynamics of a ship.
Okay,
All right,
here we go. Everyone, shh. Here come the big boys. Oh, sorry, that's me. As we say, it's a little bit of a delay. That's Anton Grenier in the Subaru. Wow, it's getting a little pops and bangs and everything coming out of that. Just magic to hear. Then one of the craziest trucks you will ever see, the Nissan Patrol. 47 dead for Grenier.
I actually like what he did there through the S's, that he actually cut it a little bit late just to give him a better approach into the second bend.
Look how that wing opened. This is Lee Thompson. Rodrigo says he's back.
Yes, that's a good sign. Let's see if the car holds up during this run. It's going well.
Looks solid. Oh,
Yeah,
great
110.
suspension over those bumps.
Should be putting a pretty competitive time.
This looks very solid from Lee Thompson.
This is his first run of the day, huh?
Second.
Second, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but first proper one.
This is going to be quick. Whoa! Goes into second place with a 42.7. Rodrigo, that must make you smile a little bit over there in Portugal.
Yeah. It is a good sign. It is a good sign. I think there's more to come from that car for sure. But this is the first proper run the car has done during the whole day. So only one way upwards.
The first of the low tie, a whole bunch of them with a whole bunch of different engines in them as well.
Car number 42 in the hands of
Kashen Naika.
Kashen.
Volkswagen engine, turbocharged. Go Kashen. That's quick. Hello to everyone at Monster Corner, turn 1, fantastic place to run, to watch Simola, that's fast, 223.
Oh,
goodness me, what engine is in there?
It's a VW.
It's the fastest Volkswagen engine anywhere. Come on. 42.3. 42.5, sorry.
Wow, that's incredible.
Still looking for specs if anyone can help.
Should be EA888 engine, I will guess.
It's sorry, Rodrigo, we lost you a little bit there. Were you commenting on that engine?
Yeah, I was saying that it should be a EA888 engine, probably. Either that or the 1.8 turbo 20 valve.
Is EA
the two?
Is EA888 Evo 4 the Golf 8R engine?
Yes, that is the Golf R engine, yes.
And Evo 3 is, I think, the GTI engine. It's a sort of state of tune, really, or maybe a different head.
Yeah,
oh, look at that beetle.
Pretty much the same block.
Yeah.
So Owen Bridger gave it a good go in that Honda, hey? Running it on 46.
Phenomenal. So this is the Beetle with a Scooby engine.
Go, Scooby Beetle. Should we call it Scooby-Doo? Is that a dad joke?
It is.
It is a dad joke,
Yeah.
sorry.
Another one to add to my
That's
list.
strike 2. I owe you 2 glasses of Cabernet Sauvignon later.
I'll go for Merlot.
Oh, there we go. You drive a tough bargain.
I do. Martin van Zumeren on track at the moment.
Bit of smoke coming out of the back of that Skyline there, if we call it a Skyline or GTR. I don't know if there's certain parts of the track that seem dustier than others, but it's still quite a long way off ideal conditions right now. But yeah, there's a lot of haze behind some of the cars in certain parts of the track. So I'm hoping it's not smoke and it's just dust, but either way it affects the lap time.
Yeah, Farouk Dangor, the legend in the blue Skyline. At the top of your screen, 184 through the speed trap. Goes under the bridge.
Dango for me has like one of the smoothest driving styles around this course. We saw him yesterday in the M3 and today as well. The car doesn't get excited; it just stays on rails.
Legend of South African motor selling, motorsport, and motoring. This is a GT3R in the hands of Charles Ranges.
Oh, that GT3R is special, and this is a cup. Two of the most. I mean, Rodrigo, to see these two Porsches right behind each other must be quite special on the world stage.
It is. Although this is one of the strong suits of European hill climbing, it's that we have a fantastic roster of Porsche units. I am surprised now that we are starting to see them also here in South Africa, especially this GT3R, given how rare and how unique it is. But there is also some work done on this GT3 Cup unit. That rear bumper is way different from a standard one.
Ricky Giannacaro in the AMG GT3, and he's so used to driving Lamborghinis, so he says it is so completely different driving the German car compared to the Italian car.
I think shaking the mountain as it goes up.
Gianni Giannacaro in the NASCAR Hendricks powered Z4, which just cannot get off the line.
Just cannot.
It just cannot get off the line. I think once it's going, it's like a rocket. It just doesn't have the traction to get off the line.
Sure, do you think there's something they could potentially do in terms of electronics in that BMW to try and dial it back a little bit so it can get off the line? Or do you think this is what they've got? They're going to have to make another plan.
So I worked recently with an incredible team of custom BMW builders. So BMW 135i with OEM flared wheel arches to look like a 1M. With the V8 from the E92 with the independent throttle bodies and all the rest of it, the gearbox from an E92, the MDCT, and supercharged. And they worked with, they worked with a company in America to, sorry, Clifford, I'll come back to you now. I'm just going to have to, if you could kill my mic there, Peter, for a second, I'm just going to try not die.
While Chiro hangs on for dear life, let's listen to the sounds of the hill.
Yeah, we're not worried about Chiro at this stage. We're just more worried about the action on the track. Pierre Joubert, who is on track, and then of course Davy Joubert is going to take off just below on the below screen. So Pierre Joubert goes through. They were very quick earlier on. So at the moment, Lee Thompson third, Charles Ranges. Where's Pierre Joubert? He's in 9th position.
Davy Joubert currently blasting up the track in the Lotari Ferrari 488 GTB engine in there.
Good start, great momentum.
Oh, this is going to be a cracker.
39.2.
There we go. It's into the 39s. Wow, he'll be stoked with that.
He will, and Pierre Joubert didn't have a good lap, unfortunately. Here's another one of the low tie.
Launch. I'll just finish my story a bit. Zank. 40. 40-0. The Lotuses are a force to be reckoned with. So just quickly, the way they got the launch control right on what is the only build of its kind possibly in the world, but one of the rarest in the world. It's Rodrigo, you might be interested to know that the owner of the special car I'm talking about, the supercharged V8, he has a 1M, and he built the supercharged one as a track car. But to answer your question, Clifford, they worked with a company in America. They sent them telemetry and some data logging from the car. And this company in America tweaked them so they could push the red line up, and also tweaked the launch control for the car. They made a custom launch control file, which they then emailed to my friend's Gmail address, which they then installed using wizardry into the car, and now it launches.
Oh, here we go, Peter Zealy!
So I'll put them in touch with the Z4 guys. Peter Zealy in the world's most advanced Toyota MR2 with possibly the world's largest wing as well on any road car or any track car fitted in the world. Look at those bumps. He lost the boost pipe last year going over those bumps. Hopefully it won't happen again.
222 through the speed trap for Peter Zealy. He's currently quickest on a 38.5. He's definitely on it.
No brakes there, eh? Sparks coming off the bottom of the chassis. It's also the world's lowest MR2 without a doubt.
38.4. So 10th faster as well, Rodrigo. He's definitely upping the ante.
Oh yeah, he has beaten his own personal record here in Simola by 1/10.
That's incredible. That's his fastest ever time.
This,
and you know
this time would put him in second last year on the top 10 shootout.
Wow.
Incredible. So super from Peter Zealy, and the others will be watching that very, very closely. The likes of Richard Rutz, the likes of Franco Scribante, Butte Krause out on track at the moment.
Really enjoying his delivery on his vehicle, man.
Super.
Oh, that noble. Built in South Africa.
Okay, here we go. Silence. This is loud.
I just got goosebumps, guys. Actual goosebumps.
Really? Yo!
It's moving around a lot. That's a lot of dancing.
That's a full space frame car that. It just looks like a GTR. It's actually rear wheel drive. Oh, sparks.
No. This is the Martin's car. This is the 4-wheel drive one.
Oh, sorry. The other Zimmerman's car, the blue one. Come on, Wade. What have you got for us?
Wade just switched cars with his dad. His dad is now on another class, and now he is running the 4-wheel drive yellow car instead of the rear-wheel drive blue one that he crashed last year.
Okay.
Wade Van Zoomer at 41.8.
Nice. The blue car, Rodrigo, the blue one's not here this year. I haven't seen it.
No, it is not. It is not here. No, the third Van Zoomer we have, it's Joey that is driving the blue and red that we are seeing now on track.
So Jody Van Zoomer on top of your screen, bottom of your screen, Aldo Scribante in the S4. Didn't have a great free practice 3, so hopefully he's sorted out any kinds of gremlins. 48.1 for Jody Van Zoomeren. And bottom, top of your screen, Silvio Scribante.
Bogged down completely. Oh, hill climb racing, drone shot is so fantastic. It's so the Stuart Grant said it well yesterday. The BMT of big match temperament of hill climb versus any other motorsport is that every single element of your run has to be perfect, or you are just not competitive. So this now becomes a sort of a practice lap. Practice your lines, maybe try some new lines because you've got nothing to lose if the car bogged on the launch.
Yeah, that wasn't the best launch from Silvio, but Aldo puts himself into 5th position with a 41.5.
Reggie Roots off the line.
Oh, Reggie, absolute crowd favorite. Silvio across the line.
Oh, no. Oh, what a save.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear Reggie's one-liner about that.
That's going to cost him a lot of time.
He hasn't backed off, though.
No, Reggie never does.
Now it's an R&D run. But you know, you got to explore the track limits, the capabilities of the vehicle, capabilities of your left foot and your underpants.
He still puts in a 40.4.
Jeez,
incredible.
With that moment, that's impressive, Rodrigo.
Oh yeah, it is. But nothing less is expected from Raham, to be honest.
Rodrigo, would you say this is the world's fast hill climb, diesel-powered hill climb car in the hands of Gary Martin right now on the top of your screen?
It has to be, unless there is some prototype with a diesel engine, which would technically be faster, but it would be also would also be a different thing. But as far as based on a road car, yeah, for sure, and by a large margin, I would even say.
Franco Scribante with a very tall aerial at the back.
237 through the Suzuki Speed Trap. And another reason why I love drones, that racing drone was keeping up.
Yeah, incredible. But Franco basically just
backed out of it.
Yeah, backed out of it
no,
completely.
Something happened there. Aerial Atom, if I'm not mistaken, that one is blown, supercharged or turbocharged. Usually run Honda engines, sometimes Audi engines.
Yeah, this has got a Honda engine.
Sorry, Rodrigo, go again.
George Evans is running. I think we haven't seen him before today.
No, we haven't. Not that I've seen.
George Evans in the
Yes, it's first time.
Yep.
Yeah, first time we're seeing him.
Let's see what he can do. He's moving into the speed trap. 207. So it just shows you how fast Franco was at 237.
Yeah, and then back completely off.
200k an hour racing drone shot. Oh, I do enjoy a drone shot. Sorry, I will stop saying it at some point, maybe on Monday.
Let's see what Evans can do.
His first time out up the track, cooling track temperatures as well. 43.
Not bad.
That's not bad at all, his first run. This is Stefan Wintershoven in the Corvette 6 litre.
Guys, lovely message from a good friend of mine, Shane, who runs the Business Luxury Time. Live stream is awesome. You guys doing a great job. Been watching for a good couple of hours now.
Very kind. Thank you.
I think that's what's amazing about the Simola Hill Climb. The watch time, when we look into the data after the live stream, people just leave it on the whole day. Bit of dirt there. And in a modern age where if you can hold someone's attention for 30 seconds, I mean, how long do you watch an Instagram post for, you know, or a tweet?
What'd you say?
Sorry, were you saying something? I saw it was a 53.6 off the Corvette. That's not bad. I mean,
yeah, I think it's very respectable.
Yeah,
I'd
take it and go home.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to punish those brakes anymore.
Now, one of the men to watch. Is this the Gould? No, the Gould's coming out next.
This is Simpiwe, and of course, these are all the Formula cars.
One of the greatest racing talents to come out of South Africa is here today, Robbie Volk. And he's got his hands on a Gould, an absolute hill climb weapon. Rodrigo, Gould's very special hill climb cars.
Yes, a very regional thing from UK. And they still, to this day, they are being developed there to some outrageous levels. But yeah, they are legendary in their specialty. These very, very short hill climbs, and the numbers and the amount of F1 knowledge and the F1 engineering behind them. It's something that I think even some of the most the public with the most knowledge I have no idea, because they're pretty secretive in all their process. but yeah, it's great that you guys get to enjoy one of these chassis down there in South Africa.
Rodrigo, take us through some of the Gould's highlights. If I'm not mistaken, a very, very small fuel tank and very special tires.
Yes, too, and on the tires we get into some sort of forbidden territory because it collides with the conversation we had about Avon during the morning, because there are special tires and then there is a shortage of special tires and everything, but they have to run some incredibly soft slicks. Normally they run either just power plants, or nowadays they even go for some Cosworth turbo engine right from the Formula Indy. But these are very, very special machines. And that then, when it comes to longer hill climbs, they always get the drawback of having the kind of fuel tank that it's pretty much a Zippo lighter. You can do at the most Simola, and that's it.
And then roll back down the hill. Robbie Volk.
37.1 basically from Robbie Walk, a little slower than he went earlier today. Big puffs of dust coming up from the oil earlier. It just shows, it gets highlighted when that Gould goes through there. Outstanding. So that is qualifying one. There'll be disappointments, I think, for Silvio Scribante. That was not on his best launch, and then Byron Mitchell did a 41.1, but it looks as though his time has been 41.1, but it seems that his time has been put to the bottom of the charts. It looks like Robbie Walk's time has also been disqualified, but we'll get qualification on that in a short while. But that is qualifying one. Our fastest then, Peter Zili, has definitely set down the gauntlet. And Davy Hubert and Charles Hubert right up there as well. That's definitely going to shake up Richard Roots and Franco Scribante.
Yeah, look, if I look there's only two guys that went sub 40. And the rest of the guys hanging around the 40. So I don't know if it's track conditions that are not ideal, but yeah, there's a bit of pressure coming from the other guys at the moment to try and find a bit of time, because yeah, if you're looking for a second and a half, that's a lot of time to find in a short run. So yeah, we're going to see guys start to maybe do things that are uncharacteristic of their normal race prep. In order to find times, because now it all counts. You can't hold anything back now, and we don't know if all runs are going to be equal. You can't gamble on stoppages, red flags, oil, so you've got to make sure you've got a good banker in.
Without a doubt. And of course, listen, guys like Peter Zili, Davy Hubert, Charles Hubert are in a different category to Roots and Scribante. However, it is about the king of the hill tomorrow.
That's right.
And it's a pity Andre Bezuidenhout is not here with us to put the challenge to Robert Walk. But, I mean, barring a catastrophe, I mean, Robert Walk is definitely going to be the fastest. It's the question of who's going to be there afterwards. Do you think Richard Roots and Franco Scribante will be sitting and looking at what the Joubert brothers are doing at the moment and maybe scratching their heads a little bit, Rodrigo?
Joubert and Peter Zili, you mean? Yes, they are taking very close attention to what Peter and the Joubert brothers are doing with the rear-wheel drive cars. At the same time, they know what their cars are capable of and how much they are dependent on saving their cars to having that special run where they can do a full bore launch and really put it all on the line. Although that also brings another level of pressure, because they have to get it all together in one go, and when you start piling up a number of ifs, a number of conditionals into one single run, things start getting a bit hectic. Well, we are still on Saturday. There are still some more qualifying runs to go and everything, but each run that passes, the pressure just increases, which is also another added level of excitement that the Hillclimb racing brings, especially Simola in this case.
Yeah, All right, let's cross over to Colin in the pits. Give us the latest update of what's going on there.
Always great to get Q1 out of the way. Owen Bridger, you've been the fastest front-wheel drive car in the past, not today. What's you were fiddling under the bonnet? What's happening?
We had a little bit of a oil seepage that made a bit of smoke, gave me a bit of a fright up the hill, but backed off a little bit. So we're just checking it out. So it's not a problem, and we'll give it stick in the next one.
So you've got Cash and Nike on a 42.5. You're on a 46. You can get there.
We'll try. I don't know if we'll get there, but we'll try.
It's very trying sometimes, isn't it? Good luck.
Thank you, man. Cool.
Thanks a lot. Let's go and walk up the pit lane, have a chat with a couple of the guys who I think the surprise really is how early and how fast Peter Zealy has gone. You know, it's one of those things where we know he's a proper contender. We're talking about NASCAR with all its engine and V8 and absolutely no traction. Jimmy Giancarlo really, really battling with this one. Mike Verrier out the back as well. Davy Joubert, he's not around, but we'll just keep going because we can get to Wade van Zimmeren and we'll get to Peter Zealy as well. There's Wade. Let's have a quick word with him. Got to climb in via the back here. Wade, it's pretty hot at the sharp end, eh?
Yeah, it's getting hot there.
And you got more in it?
Yeah, just getting the feel of it again, to work through it and all that, so keep on improving.
And cars doing well. You had a bit of an issue with earlier. You got all of that sorted?
Yes, that seems to be all right now.
Awesome. Keep up the entertainment. It's fantastic.
Thanks.
Thanks. Truly proper entertainment. Right, we've got Aldo Scribanti here. Aldo, great launch. You happy so far?
Happy, Colin, building after my little off-roader in practice 3, so we just wanted a banker, and we're happy with that. We're making some more changes now, and maybe a little bit more boost, and we'll see where we go in the next.
You can never have too much boost.
Absolutely, it's all about boost. 100%.
Lovely stuff. I want to find Silvio and have a quick word with him because that was probably the world's worst launch. We'll ask Michael if we can get there. Hey, you get to see what 5 cylinders of engine here is. Mike, it's difficult to get to you. Let me try harder. Mike, that was a proper suboptimal launch.
Yeah, unfortunately we fouled up a plug waiting to go out. So it was only launching with 4 cylinders, but we'll sort it out for the next one.
Awesome, thanks a lot. Have a look at this Volkswagen's finest 5 cylinders. And just to give you an idea of the size of the turbo on this thing, it's rather massive, completely large. New set of plugs coming in there. Reggie Roots over here. All the computers doing computer things. Oh, that's a bit squished. Trying to get in and out of here. Let's see where Reggie's disappeared for a minute. But we'll find him. We certainly will find Franco. Franco, you said earlier it was go time. And I see you've done some changes with the launch sequence and all of that. But you did back off hugely in that run.
Totally different problem now, Colin. I think we sorted our gremlins on and that felt very fast. I don't know what it was like sort of up to the bridge, but we were going.
Yeah.
I don't know what the times were. Did you see the splits?
No, I didn't. I didn't have access to that. But it was quick. And then what happened?
Misfire, totally new problem. So I backed off because you never know what misfire you can blow the engine like that. You know what I mean? So I thought, should I put a time on the board because I'll probably get a 42 or something just to get in the thing. But then I thought that rather save it. There's plenty qualifying sorts to go. Totally new problem. We've got to figure this out now.
Yeah, but Marco will find it on the laptop. The thing will, the electronics will tell you.
We should do, yeah.
But the handling feeling good? You happy with the car over the bumps?
Yes, we sorted that out now. Yeah.
Good stuff. Thanks for chatting. Always great to have that. Peter Zealy, just having a look. Earlier, Rui Campos went off. He's now having a few cool drinks. He's admits that it was basically driver error, and he didn't want to bring the car in and do a half-assed repair. So they've actually left it, and they'll take it back to workshop and sort it out properly and come back fighting again. We're still trying to find Peter Zeely. And let's go back here. I know Patrick, I know. There he is. Just zip down here. Having deep in discussion with Freddie. We'll try and interrupt him and get his thoughts. Peter, sorry to interrupt. You've fastest time you've ever been up here. Freddie's done some magic with the car.
Yeah, he's a wizard.
And you've done it. You've done. I was about to say he's done the magic with the car. You've done the magic with the driver. Yeah. Talk us that run. It just worked. Everything proper.
Yeah. So we got different tires on. These tires are 3 years old. We just thought we'll try it. So I went a little bit slower through corner one just to feel it, because you never know. You only find out in that corner what it's like. And the rest, I pushed it hard, and it just did it. So, no, the car's absolutely fantastic now.
So you've gone quickest. Let me just get this right. Am I understanding you correctly? You've done your quickest time ever up this hill with this car on old crappy rubber.
3 old tires.
All right, that changes things slightly. And no wonder you've got such a smile on your face.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy. No, but these tires actually work, I must say. Shout out to Pirelli. Unfortunately, they don't make the tires anymore. That's why it's 3 years old.
So we've got the Michelins and the Pirellis. These are your first set of wheels are in the pretty category. These are also in the pretty category, but pretty ugly.
Yeah, these are fairly hefty.
Lovely.
They made these wheels when there were a lot of aluminium still available in the world.
Love your work. Wow, okay, so that's a new one with old rubber and still being able to be that quick. It's actually even more impressive. We're still trying to find Regat Roots and see what's going on with him, but he's disappeared a little bit. Let's go a little bit further up here. Lakabaka. And let's see if we... here we go. We're just going to move in here. Byron? What were you saying about your braking a little bit too late?
It was a good run, but there was a bit of a fuel issue. So when we got to the entry of the S's, the car started spluttering a bit, and then that was basically it. But turn 1 and turn 2, your turn 2 and turn 3 was decent. We're still busy working on a few things to try and improve the handling, but I think we're getting there.
And was the fuel issue because it ran out of fuel, or was it not pumping?
So from the lunch break, the car had cooled down, obviously, so we had to warm it up again. And obviously the guys must have just maybe miscalculated it and put in maybe a little bit less. Just a touch less of fuel, and we just idled for a bit long and maybe just used an extra 500 mils or something idling.
I guess a litre extra is going in for the next run.
That's what they've done already, yeah.
Good stuff. You can almost... So you changing anti-roll bar stiffness?
Yes, we're shortening the roll bar. Going
a bit stiffer?
Going softer, sorry.
Softer. Should understeer a bit less then, hopefully. Right, let's get out here as well. Let's find some peewee. Also not here. Casey Enzer Smith, 16 years old. Let's see if we can have a chat with him. Casey, 16 years old. How was your run?
No, it was really good. Our wheel spin a little bit off the start, but I managed to get it. It's a completely different experience to racing around a track. It's amazing. I really do love it.
You've got a good history in go-karting and Formula Fords or Formula 1600 and now the MSA 4s. You had a hill climb, 1.9 kilometers, 40 odd seconds. It's a completely different mindset.
No, it's really completely different. You don't know how the road's going to be. It's just you drive and you just guess how it's going to feel. and you drive. It's really understeery, but I can feel it's getting a little bit better now as I keep going.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for chatting to us. Good luck. Have fun, eh?
Thank you.
So what, this kid in a cart is proper quick. Alan, it looks like you've got, are we just draining fuel?
Yeah, we're just draining fuel. We put 10 and we've done all those other runs on this one, and we just want to see how much we're using.
Are you happy with the car so far?
Yeah, no, the car's excellent. The driver's not so, he's crappy, but the car's very good. I'm still, you're learning, each time you go up the hill you learn something new or you make a boo-boo somewhere else, you know what I mean? So, but we're getting there, Colin, we're getting there.
Lovely stuff, thanks Alan. Awesome stuff. Right, let's go next door to the first pit and let's see if Rob Walk will have a word with us. Stuart's there. Rob is chilling at the back. Let's see if we can hijack him. Robbie Walk. Nice first qualifying run.
Not really. Hit a cone, ran wide in turn 2, so no, scruffy. Not really good at all.
What are you going to do to fix it?
I guess look in the mirror and try and improve. I mean, the car was good. I just made mistakes, so I guess only second time we've run it, so just trying to get used to it. Hell of a place to be.
You don't have launch control. You've got a bit of traction control, and it's quite an art, isn't it, to keep it out of the traction control while getting the thing moving?
Yeah, I mean, we sort of dialed it in for the altitude, but I think we're struggling down on the coast. You obviously have to lower the revs, but then it sort of doesn't idle correctly. So, yeah, it's not ideal at the moment. We've just got to fine-tune it, but we'll get there. We've got time.
Awesome. Thanks, Rob. Cheers. And that is about that, because I'm hearing some cars coming up from the bottom. The Volkswagen pit is all the way at the bottom over there, where they've got their 3 cars, and so they get to run first. The runs always start from furthest of the pits and then come up to the nearest of the pits. So Daniel Rowe going first this time. Jonathan Machotsi is, as far as I could see, around about a 0.8, 0.9 of his. So it's the battle of the goals. With that note, back to the guys in the box.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. Great insights, and of course we're getting to qualifying too. Daniel Rowe first up, and this will be a great battle between Machotsi and Rowe. Machotsi sort of 1-0 after qualifying 1.
Yeah, I like how some of the rivalries are put together. We've got 2 goals back to back, so they're chasing each other up the hill, and then like your 2 arch enemies with Reggie Roots and Franco Scribante also going right behind each other. So when you look in the rearview mirror, the guy's looking straight at you, burning a hole through the back of your head. So what a great place to be.
Yeah, and Franco Scribante was asking about the splits or whatever. I mean, I'm sure they'll pick up the telemetry, but he was 232 kilometers through the speed trap, and then all of a sudden had a misfire. So if they can fix up that misfire and he can get everything going, he's going to be super quick.
The other thing that was also interesting for me is that our fastest man uses expiry dates as a guideline or a suggestion.
Yeah, 3 years. Here we go, Johan Christofferson.
Oh boy.
Wow, look at that turning and goes over the bumps. Let's see if we get a 215 k's an hour. Oh,
that's probably beyond its
capability.
regulatory top speed, I would guess. What do you think, Rodrigo? 215.
Yeah. It is a bit beyond what they were doing.
Oh my goodness! Whoa!
Sheesh, that is car control. Holy
God damn!
I mean, that was pure entertainment.
It was.
Imagine if he went straight. You'd be in 37, 38. Wow.
He looked a little bit laxy-daisy and then brought it back so quickly.
How was that only a 40.157? That was ballistic. So he might actually have to rein it in a little bit, because maybe he's actually losing a bit of time hanging the tail out like that.
If I had to guess, I would say that he's assessing where is the limit for each corner, because if you pay close attention since the beginning of the day, he pretty much overshoots one corner per run, and it's always the first corner, then the second corner, then the third corner. He's pretty much going through all the tracks, seeing where the limit is.
Yeah, it's one hell of a process, but yeah, you're 100% spot on. It's exactly what I've noticed as well, is that step by step we push a little bit more further down the track.
Yeah.
Diane Pariachi goes 49.5. Jonathan Mahotsi is second faster than Daniel Rowe.
Oh, good for
1
him.
second.
Wow, that's massive.
Exactly 1 second. 44.118 to 45.118.
Do you know what literally counts against Daniel Rowe? He's about 8 foot tall.
Yeah.
Jonathan Khotsi is not. No, there's got to
Agreed.
be a couple of splits in that. I don't know. Daniel...
Weight distribution and difference in weight. Definitely. Oh wait, there's a problem with the BMW.
Shame, he's been. Look at the
think
lights.
it's,
He's got
Ridwan.
electric problems. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Ridwan. Kids are. How are they going to get to school on Monday?
How's he going to get back home?
Yeah, exactly.
The bus.
I'm going to tow him home with mine. That'll look good on social media.
It'll be great. BMW tows a BMW.
Ridwan, phone me.
And neither car's indicators work.
Do you know? So do you know that BMW has launched subscription services to their heated seats and stuff? I mean, it's real. Like you have to pay to use your own heated seats, which are already in the car, right? So their latest business model, which is not, it's real. Their latest business model, which is not really working, is you have to subscribe to your indicators. It's their least profitable subscription service.
Oh, I can imagine. Here we go, the action, Fast and Furious. This is Q2, and here we got the V10. Put in a solid lap in his first Q1 run.
Oh, look at that.
And Shiraz I think he just has the most amount of fun out of anybody going up this run.
It's probably the first good launch we've seen from a BMW in the last 3 runs, you know? Like, every BM struggled, so yeah, he's doing something right so far.
This is also R&D for future Formula One powertrains. You know, we're really doing a lot of R&D here at Simola this year.
Paul Malachi in one of the Shelbys on your bottom screen. He's in a Shelby Super Snake. Shiraz goes over 52.2. Car number 71 is Paige Lindenberg.
Like, this is my favorite part of the runs. There's just something about Mustangs that does it for me. If I could just own half a Mustang, I'd be so happy.
You get a Ford ST.
Yeah, 100%.
A friend of mine, Paige Lindenberg, 167 with a 750 horsepower convertible Mustang. A friend of mine who just sold his Mustang said he loved his Mustang. It was the best place to keep an engine ever.
Let's see what Paige Lindenberg can do. 33 on the first split, 33 dead. And that is Paige Lindenberg with a 51.9. So the 720S McLaren coming out, going into turn 1. We'll show you exactly where the first split is so that you get an indication of the 2 sectors on the run up the hill. The 720S, going to keep my eyes on that. Grant McIntosh, 208 kilometers through the speed trap. Now goes into the left-hander as they go through the S. And up on the right-hand side and goes into, that is the first split. And he's done a 29.6. Fastest in the second split, Johan Christofferson with a 14.9 seconds. The closest to that is Daniel Rowe with a Jonathan Mahotsi, 15.7. That 720S is a beautiful car. Wow. 47.3 for Gordon Nicholson. Dion Smith on track. Car number 67 is Natalie Weston, and she's in the E-Performance AMG GLC 63 SE BC QR DV DVD.
So just to give you an idea, the car at the bottom of your screen will go through the split around about now. Just to give you an idea of where that split is. Obviously the second split is a little bit quicker, but the first split is probably the most crucial one in terms of putting together a fast time up the hill.
That Mercedes 183 kilometers, and that's a very heavy car.
I was going to say, what do you think the weight is on that car, Chiro? Because that's a tank moving up the hill.
The Mercedes.
Yes.
2.1. Easy.
That GLC. That's a very heavy car.
Oh, is that a GLC? Sorry, I thought it was a GLE.
No,
1.
it's a
1.9 probably.
It's a GLC 63 SE.
Yes.
Just to let you know.
Same powertrain as the C63 actually.
All right, Clint Weston. He's looking to try and go lower than 42.5. He's still got 5 qualifying runs to do. Onboard camera with Clint Weston. Turn 1 is much more tricky than you think.
Oh, look at that. Jeez, he looks comfortable in there. That's some nice quilted leather.
That is a drop
Great
car.
shot. Under the bridge. Oh, this is fantastic. This is like all the racing games I played as a kid.
It's amazing. He's going to go, gone through Sector 1 at 27.2. That's 2 seconds off Johan Christofferson's time. Coming up into the right-hander. Left-hander, then a little bit of negative camber going up here. Across the line. Clint Weston, a 43.4. So he's 1 second behind the time he needs.
Chipping away. It's funny for me, like if you normally look at the car, from the outside it looks calm, and then inside it's a bit frantic. With Clint Weston, it's the complete opposite, because we're looking at the car going forward and it looks very calm, but if we could see the tail end of that car, completely different story.
All right, Chiro's boss is on screen.
Hey!
Say good
Ashton
things.
Oldfield. So I got an update from Ash. I've invited him into the commentary box. He keeps ignoring me. But I suppose I can't tell him what to do, can I? So they are struggling with battery heat. By the time he gets to the S's, he's got his foot buried. And the car is limiting itself to 135, and he probably wants to go 155, 160. You can see it through the S's. So he says he's getting to corner 1 really quickly and then just slowing down the rest of the hill. So,
and he's still doing 49s. Careful there.
On a car that's not running properly.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can email an ECU tune from China, install it with a flash stick, and we'll be good to go.
Just Timu.
Do you know in America, in the Mercedes EQE range, so it comes out, it's fully electric, right? A motor, battery, and 2 motors, whatever the case is. If you bought the car, they locked off about 100 kilowatts behind a paywall, and you had to go into the car and subscribe to more power.
It's called pay as you go.
You had to buy airtime bundles for your car. And unsurprisingly, the EQE range has completely failed. They've pulled it off the market.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm so surprised. Why?
I'm surprised that you're surprised.
Now the good people at Merck South Africa thought that was a terrible idea, and it's never been brought to South Africa. So good on you.
Yes, Pete Potgieter in the Alfa Romeo QV. Got a message from Angelo, who was telling me about why both the Giulia QV and the Stelvio QV are flashing. He says the reason for the lights blinking on the Alfa is because the electronics, i.e. traction control and ABS, are activated. They're not running in race mode because it's helping with quicker times.
Okay.
He says we experienced that in the 2019 with the Giulias. Thank you, Angelo.
What brilliant info.
Yeah.
Was that to do? Remember I spoke about how left foot braking put it into limp mode. It's maybe all that sort of electronics. And as we all know, Italians are fantastic at automotive electronics.
Well, the thing is, with the Giulia and the Stelvio, the QVs, the Quattro Formaggios, if you put it into race mode, it takes everything off.
Okay.
However, if you do get it too sideways, it is going to say, "Don't be an idiot."
Okay.
So sometimes it's actually better to drive it in the drive mode with the traction control and the ABS.
Oh, that's a bit sideways there.
Whoa!
BMW.
No, the M2's wild, eh? That is a always oversteer, understeer, all the steers.
I think we're getting quite a display here right now. Both
Everyone's
screens.
pushing. Everyone's pushing.
Oh, he got his money's worth in that run. Used all the tarmac.
Suzuki in town. Very cool. We've got Bradley Boshoff. No, sorry, that's the Mini. Bradley Boshoff in the Mini B48. The John Cooper Works. I think he did a 52 in his last run.
Yeah, 52, 53 was somewhere there, but yeah, it seems like he's found a bit of pace now as we get into the quali sessions.
Got the Opel Corsa GS Ermsha, Siabonga, Mankonkwana.
Also, that's the Opel going up. Interesting car that. It's a Stellantis car. They developed one chassis, one engine, one gearbox basically. Sold as a Peugeot, an Opel, a Lancia, an Alfa, a Citroen, a Dodge, a Buick, if I'm not mistaken. No, not a Buick. But essentially, that is possibly the most well-used drivetrain and chassis in the entire history of the world. But it means that if you walk into a showroom and buy a Lancia, you're also buying an Opel, or a Citroen, or a Peugeot.
So Bradley Boshoff now 52.2. So yeah, starting to come down, starting to turn the screws a little bit.
Ooh, that Opel was well hung out.
Well done. Ernest Page in the red Swift. Now that is a bog standard Suzuki Swift, 3 litre, 1.2 litre, sorry,
1.2 litre,
3-cylinder,
yes.
Naturally aspirated, absolute firecracker of a motor. No, built for efficiency. Suzukis are particularly efficient. They do save you a lot of money at the pumps, and in the hands of Ernest Page, it's going way faster than it has ever been before.
Don't forget that they placed 4 Mori biscuits as wheels underneath the car.
But the livery increases aerodynamics as well, so that's good.
Little Fiat Abarth, Francis Cousins, resident of Neisner.
That's working hard, huh?
Yeah, that's... Oh, it's a little pocket rocket, this.
Oh, I do love a Swift Sport. Can't wait for them to get a bit cheaper so I can just, just go nick one.
Not going to happen.
Do you think so?
Well, I tell you.
You think they're going to hold
value? They're going to hold
eh?
value, those Swift Sports.
Yeah, they will, absolutely.
So here's the Jimny.
Sean Nurse.
Nursing a Jimny.
Nursing a chimney up the hill. Oh, that was good, Clifford.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
We've noticed. So 1500 normally aspirated, or is it?
It's turbocharged.
It's definitely turbocharged.
Yeah, I did ask Sydney Bilski, is the head of the largest Suzuki Swift Jimny Club in South Africa. Let me just check if he got back to me.
He's cutting that close to the grass.
Yeah. Is the Alfa Romeo Stelvio Janus van Rensburg, 2.9 V6, 504 horsepowers.
Horsepowers. Look at me multitasking here. It looks like, stand to be corrected, maybe someone from Suzuki can message me, that is potentially a stock Jimny. So no turbo.
I think so.
Yeah. Because if it's a manufacturer entry, it would have to be stock. It would have to be road trim.
Yeah.
So interesting, and it makes it what Sean's doing with it even more impressive.
Absolutely, yeah. Could you imagine what that would look like with a turbo going up the hill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just saying, Suzuki. Just saying.
Entertain us.
Next year, let me and Clifford do it. We're putting Sasha in a Fiat.
So let me up my life insurance first.
Sasha, what would win, a Fiat 131 Racing or a Jimny?
Well, depends who was driving. That's all.
If we cloned you?
No, the Fiat's gonna. Yeah, no. There we go.
Just got a message from Ashley. His last 3 runs, 49.5, 49.4, 49.5. If that isn't a consistent racing driver, I don't know what is. Rodrigo, for those who are just joining us, fill us in a bit on this very special Subaru.
This is Anton Prunius, Subaru Impreza WRX STI. It is powered by a 2.5 liter boxer engine, from what, if I'm not mistaken, probably producing around 600 horsepower for now, but still some boost in reserve, which could see it go upwards into 750, 800 when everything is said and done, and he really needs to push for a top 10 placing to reach that final shootout.
Did I hear you right? Did you say he's got some boost in reserve?
Yeah, so to say. That's what he said, that while tuning the car, they had found some more horsepower to explore, but they had to go to the upper echelons of boost when it came to turbo settings. So they should be still running in some more conservative tune by now to preserve the life of the engine and the turbo. But there's more to be seen from that car.
Fantastic news.
Super impressive. Lee Thompson definitely seems to have fixed whatever issue they had in Q1 or in free practice 1.
Bit of smoke on the line there.
I think it might have been a burnout. And he's passed the start
Has
line.
he gone past?
So a little burnout there, a little over enthusiasm.
41.1, just sorry to interrupt. 41.1 for Lee Thompson. That is unbelievably. That is only a second off Johan Christoffersen's time.
It's incredible.
Sheesh.
And it's his second real run of the day only.
Yeah, that is super impressive from Lee Thompson.
So we must have the world's fastest chartered accountant and the world's fastest polo at Simola. It's got to be, and the world's fastest diesel as well.
Incredible.
What I think I am. Sorry to interrupt. What I think I am envisioning now, it's a video for my channel where I put head to head both Christoffersen's EV unit against Lee Thompson's K24 turbo unit, because it gets for a proper combustion versus electric video, just to stir up the emotions of the crowds and to see what will go on the comment section.
I think that would be astonishing.
Rodrigo, obviously with the hill climb, you're fighting gravity more than you are in, say, a flat circuit with minimum elevation change. The electric car obviously very heavy. Do you think that weight penalty is what's allowing Lee Thompson to get close to Johan Christoffersen?
Yes, but ultimately I think the raw power figures also allow Lee Thompson to be that much quicker on a straight line, I believe, because at the end of the day the WRX car could be even quicker on a straight line, but it is bound to the rallycross rulebook, so we can't really go above the 500 kW kilowatt mark, and Lee Thompson, it's pretty much as much horsepower you can pack on that thing, and I'm fairly sure.
What are the outputs on Lee Thompson's car? Lost Rodrigo there for a little bit. We'll come back to him. We've got a Lotus on the track.
Was he a little bit wide going in there into the left-hander? It looked like he ran it just a little bit past, and I think he's probably about a meter off the apex. Not ideal, but let's see how he recovers.
Oh, turn 3 is nasty here. It's totally unsighted. Turn 3. Whoa! Big oversteer moment.
Here come some of the big boys out on track. This is where we just love the sound of the internal combustion engine. And I'm going to record that for prosperity.
Oh, the Scooby-Doo. Subaru powered Beetle. This thing is very quick. It's actually a fairly common swap around the world. Rodrigo, are there competitive Subaru powered Beetles running around Europe?
Yes. And other swaps too, but there are still some Beetles being transformed. The latest one, no, but the one that remains and it is still quite competitive. It runs in Austria with a VW engine, which they call the Kaffert engine, but it is tuned up to 280 or 290 horsepower, but very, very light, and the car it's still quite competitive. Oh, and I'm forgetting that there's a Porsche-powered one in Australia with 500 something horsepower that is quite competitive too. People should Google that one. It's an interesting car.
Interesting. Farouk Dango at the bottom of your screen, and what is quite bizarre. I'll just listen for Nissan to get off the line. I think in Classic Car Friday, I think your car's got to be a minimum of 25 years old. Farouk Dango's car next year can compete in Classic Car Friday.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, done it. Sounds incredible, Vinny de Beer.
So he didn't come all the way over on the line. They're trying to skip the bumps, but it just narrows the corner a little bit. He probably runs a bit deep in there through the S's. But different approach. I mean, while you're in quali, why not try a few different lines? Hopefully you can find something that works through there, because I feel like those bumps are a massive handicap.
Yeah. Oh, Gianni Giannicaro looked quick off the line that time. Got a much better launch. Maybe started in 5th. You're also choosing the other side of the track. He's slowed down. Ricky Giannicaro putting a 44.8 in his car. I'm just trying to see where Gianni was. He definitely backed off significantly. 1 minute. So I love those boys, but every single year they had the same problem with that Hendrix engine in that Z4. It's like, come on, guys. Let's move on.
I think, I've had issues in the past where you want to get off your machinery or get out of your machinery and kick it instead of the light in pit lane, but on the drive home you think of a million ways that you think you might be able to fix it, and maybe that's potentially what it is, and sometimes it might be worthwhile just to cut loose and try something new.
Christopherson from Thompson, that's how it looks at the moment. The low tie coming across. Let's see what Darby Hubert, 39.5. Nice. 236 through the speed trap. Craig Zank out on track as well now. Whoa, the wick has been lit.
Goodness me.
I mean, Craig Zank going through
39.5. Just got a 39.5 that's coming now as well. So
yeah, Darby Hubert, Charles Hubert did a 39.7. So Darby 39.5.
So now we're dropping.
Definitely an issue there for Craig Zank. Yeah, he did a 49.5. I mean, a full 10 seconds, so definitely an issue.
Look at me multitasking here, gents. Software protection on the battery is killing my vibe. Ashley Oldfield, they are trying really hard to override that MG's software limitations and the battery protection systems that it has. Obviously built for road use. It's its first competitive outing that we know of in the world, and I hope that someone can get on the blower to China and get them to email an updated file. Wade van Zimmeren, do we get a speed trap time for him there? No.
Didn't see. The big guns are coming out. Let's see what Wade van Zimmeren can do. Spectacular driver, spectacular sounding car. Oh, he's back right off.
Back off the pace, yeah.
Oh, that's not...
oh, dear.
He seems to have lost all drive.
Oh, no, you hate to see it. One of the most crowd-pleasing cars and one of the most crowd-pleasing drivers. And just an absolute hoot to hang around with, Wade van Zimmeren. And...
Don't we look at the car standing there through those S's?
Okay, must have been a yellow flag.
Thank goodness. If you look at the size of those aero wings on the front of the car, and that probably adds or takes away a meter from your apex, just trying not to hit one of the pull noodles. Yeah, so it changes things a lot. You wouldn't think of it, but you can't get as close as you'd like to because you've got to take the aero into consideration, and that sticks out quite a bit. So how technology and aerodynamics can change your driving style is quite interesting for me, because you've got to keep adapting to make sure that you keep up with aero and the technology in the car. So driving is an ever-evolving game.
Do you know it would be... Sorry, so you know it would be an interesting thing to dive into the data books. Maybe Ian and the team can help us. Is obviously the records have fallen over the years as we've put the pool noodles in place. But I wonder if the very first year they were in place, I wonder if the average time dropped a little bit as the contestants adapted.
That would be interesting to know. So now all of a sudden you've got the two Scribante brothers sitting over there, and our tyres are going to get cold. And hopefully Jody van Zimmeren gets another run, because his was definitely spoiled. He was on that lap when Wade had his mechanical issue.
You've got to feel for the Scribantes a little bit. They haven't had the run of the green or the luck of the Irish at the Simola so far. There's been a lot of things that have, and circumstances that have made their lives a little bit more tricky. Lucky they're quite a professional outfit and they experienced drivers, but every time there's some sort of hold up or something that could potentially wrong, it's affecting a Scribante somewhere in the pits, which is not ideal.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday with in Classic R Friday, but Aldo put in a very good lap in his Q1. And Silvio, surely, I mean, he must be sitting and going, he's itching to get out there and, hopefully all 5 cylinders work as opposed to 4. But now, all of a sudden, tyres are getting colder, the track is getting cooler, the sun is going down, and the quicker they can move Wade van Zimmeren's car, of course, the quicker we can open up the track.
Rodrigo, you won't believe how cold the ambient temperature has remained today. It's like jacket weather, even when the sun's high in the sky. It's been really interesting weather, actually, and jacket conditions down here.
Well, that is interesting, and lines up with the coastal location of Simola. But then you add into the fact that it's at the most southern point in the map, possibly apart from Antarctica. But
New Zealand takes
I
that
don't know.
title, I think, but we're a close second.
Oh, it's possible. One curious thing, it's that this year I will be working with you, which are possibly the most southern hill climb in the planet, while also working at the same time with another hill climb in Norway in a place called Malselv, which is pretty much right next to the Arctic. So it's the most northern hill climb in the world too. If you guys check on the map, that place, Malselv, it's so up top. It's crazy, because it's, for me to take a plane from Lisbon to Oslo in Norway, it's faster than for me to take a plane from Oslo to that place is still inside Norway.
No way. Wow.
Yeah,
right, You know what? Maybe I'll join you, Rodrigo, because my sister and some of my family members just recently moved to Trondheim. How far is it from Trondheim? Do you know?
Oh, it's still a bit far from Trondheim. It's far from pretty much everywhere that place. It's one of those little places where you have 6 months full day and 6 months full night.
Wow.
I love this geography lesson.
I was just saying, I like how Rodrigo's trying to make sure you don't invite yourself to the trip. Quickly make sure it's difficult for him to get there.
There is a reason I am going this far, and there's a tie-in for all this, because one of the main cars racing on that hill climb has a plan to come to Simola next year.
There we go.
That's what we like to hear.
Method to your madness.
Okay, Wade van Zumeren's car is getting towed off. I think we're going to cross over quickly to Colin. Just give us a little update what's happening down in pit lane.
Leighton Fourie, BMW M2, one of my favorite things. The body really looks good. You leading the class. How's it feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's going really good, especially class-wise. We got quite a big jump on everyone else so far. Not showing all our cards yet, but you know, as BMW, we want to push it a little bit further and step out of our looking class-wise and look more overall and try to just hunt the guys in front. So we're just pushing and trying to dig at that time.
That new M2 Racing could be the ideal one.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's a new class that's coming in. We're looking to maybe bring it into South Africa, which is awesome. And yeah, it's just good for beginners to start stepping into racing where they should be, giving them the opportunity.
Where are the indicators on the BMW?
At the back somewhere.
You're learning, they teach them young.
No, they teach us young already how to not use them. So
Thanks for chatting to us.
No stress, man. Enjoy.
While we've got some cars here, Craig Zank, it looks nice and hot in the car. How was your run?
Yeah, it was nice. Nice and smooth. Well, very bumpy, but nice and smooth run. All good, yeah.
Awesome, no problems?
No, nothing. It's getting used to the hill in this car is the challenge. It's lovely.
Awesome, thanks for chatting to us. Well, we may as well just keep going down the line here. We haven't spoken to Leonard. Leonard, that pull away of yours is absolutely fantastic. Lots of wheel spin and noise. How was your run?
No, it was all right. It's just like you say now, the wheel spin on the start. We're battling with a launch control. So we're going to do some settings again. Maybe we can get it right. But otherwise, it's a lacquer.
Awesome. Thanks a lot. It looks like we're got some action back on the track. So back to the boys in the box.
That looked fantastic.
A sensational start there from Aldo Scribante, Frankenstein. Also lots of aero at that front as well. So just highlighting what you said, Cliff, you know, you've got to watch out for those noodles. Aldo's on it. He's on it.
And the tyres would have been a little bit colder than you'd like, but he is pushing.
Oh, much better from Silvio. Let's watch these two brothers have a go on their run up the hill. Richard Roots. Yeah, Aldo Scribante 41.2, Silvio Scribante 42.0. Here comes Richard Roots into the final S's.
Got a spark there.
Whoa, super fast, 38.6 for Richard Roots. Whoa, here comes Silvio. Here comes Franco.
Let's see the DRS. And that's quite curious because he was on turn in there. Oh, this is going to be fast. 2:34. Just a reminder, 250 k's an hour. The world is going past at 75 meters a second.
Love that aero shot. Here we're following BMW goes across. This is Franco Scribante.
Looks like his first proper run without any issues. He's absolutely on it. Sub 40 for Franco, come on!
40.1.
Oh!
40.1 for Franco Scribante. So Richard Rutz setting the marker, 38.6. Davi Hubert, 39.5. That's a super lap from Richard Rutz. I can see the smile on Rodrigo's face from here. George Evans could be a threat to that time as well.
Yes, it's only his second run today, but he has potential to put himself into top 10 contention, and we are seeing the bar fall lower and lower and lower. And on this run, we won't see Peter Zilli. He just sent me a message telling me he was keeping this one to prepare thoroughly for an all-out assault on the next one. So plenty more to expect.
Oh, Rodrigo, you got a direct line to Peter Zilli. That's fantastic. Updates you won't hear anywhere else on the internet.
Straight from Portugal.
From the pits 10 meters away to Portugal and into our ears in the commentary box. I love it.
Let's see what George Evans... only 10th, the 43.0. The Formula One car is coming out. The Corvette having its time of its life.
Corvette's a brave car. Well, it's a brave person to push a Corvette up the hill. Yeah. They're straight line monsters.
That's all American cars.
Scribante's time DQ.
Oh yeah. I don't know why that keeps happening to him. It's the second time. I didn't see. I
didn't see anything.
Also, yeah, I can't recall, but stranger things have happened.
Do you think, Rodrigo? I don't mean to put you on the spot too much, but let's just quickly watch this finishing time, and then I want to ask you a technical question about pool noodles.
Go ahead.
So, with the obviously, when a car goes past at speed or anything, like a truck, you've got that bit of suction, right? The aerodynamics that's pushing through the air and all the rest of it. Then you've got these monster cars with big aero and all the rest of it, probably creating some dirty air. Do you think it's possible that if you're a millimeter away from a pool noodle, you haven't physically hit it with your car, do you think the aerodynamics could pull, could potentially pull the noodle, even though they do have they are metal in the center?
It is possible, although unlikely. What I would say is that it comes down to the material that the pool noodles are made from.
Sorry to
interrupt you there, Rodrigo, but someone's just gone farming and made it back onto the circuit, so that's good. We'll take that. Yeah. Sorry, Rodrigo.
I would say it depends on the material the pool noodles are made from and how resistant they have made them. And I would, in my opinion, I would give a suggestion that to make them to a certain standard of the they should have they should not be too fragile, I would say.
Was that Volk?
Yeah, that's Robbie Walk, and just blitzes at 36.140 for Robbie Walk, and on track Jody Van Zumeren getting his extra run because Wade's car unfortunately broke down, and this will be the last of the runners. So Robbie Walk, what a time, 36.140. Whoa, nice and sideways coming through the fire, and again. He's having a little bit of fun, he's Jody Van Zumeren.
Rodrigo, on my entry sheet, I can't see if that R32 is all-wheel drive or converted to rear-wheel drive. Do you know what its drivetrain is?
From what I'm seeing, I would say it is rear-wheel drive, but I would have to check. And I saw on the entry list that there is an R32 on the rear-wheel drive classes, so it should line up here with Jody's car. But given it is a GTR, maybe there could be some transmission issues, and the front diff could be disconnected in some way or for some reason, and it wouldn't be the first GTR we would be seeing just using the rear-wheel drives to be powered.
Because I suppose that the trade-off of all-wheel drive is that it does add weight and complexity to the front of the car.
Yes. Yeah, but the GTRs are it's one of the defining features of that platform, and they are sort of built around that reality. And although their four-wheel drive, their all-wheel drive nature, it's rear as a very implicit rear bias, they still need that little bit at the front, because given how heavy they are, when you get them only with rear-wheel drive, they get very, very, very tricky to drive, especially on the medium to lower speed corners.
Thanks, Rodrigo. And on your screen right now, the beautiful Neisner heads, which, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the only two places in the world where your maritime insurance will not cover you in an incident, because it is such a dangerous entry and exit point out into the open water from the lagoon. It's a fascinating place. You can join, you can jump on boats, demo rides, really thrilling stuff, jumping waves, huge boats, which take you out through the head safely and back in. It's a thrilling experience, which I shall thoroughly not be doing at any point.
Just having a look at some of the times, I think Farouk Dangor and Wade van Zumeren are split by less than a tenth of a second in their class. So that's definitely a very interesting combination to watch. But Rodrigo Lee Thompson definitely stepped up to the plate. Phenomenal time from him, and great to see that they fixed whatever gremlins they had earlier on today.
Yes, and it has been very positive to see some of the builds that were prepared very, very late in all this process up to Simola, because with this 41.1 that Lee Thompson posted on this run, maybe he hasn't 100% guaranteed his place in the top 10 shootout, but he's very close. Silvio Scrivante with the RS3 is also getting faster and faster, and we saw a proper clean run from him. It was a 42-second run, I believe. So we are starting to see some of these newer builds materialize some of their potential, which is fantastic news. But the reality also is that at the very top, things are getting very hectic, and we already have 4 cars below the 40-second mark, and we know for sure that Christopherson posted a 40 with the track knowledge and experimenting some stuff and going very, very sideways, so you will dip below the 40-second mark for sure too. So yeah, at the very top, things will get very, very tight, and we will see what will be the cutoff point for a top 10 place. But as was said earlier in the day, we might be seeing the first year where a time above 40 seconds won't be enough for a top 10 shootout spot.
Yeah, quite incredible.
I just want to quickly relay a fantastic comment here. Beautiful moment we had with Ian and Rodrigo in the studio from Niza Adventures on the Cars Koza YouTube stream. Ian Shrosbury and his team have done so much for Niza Motorsport in South Africa. He does not get enough credit.
Oh, that's wonderful comment. Thank you very much for that. Let's cross over to Clifford without a surname. He is in pit lane. Clifford, what's going on?
So I'm down here in pit lane with Dominic from BP. Dominic, this is the first time you are partnering with Simola. What led to you guys joining the partnership of this iconic motorsport event?
Well, firstly, congratulations. I've just seen we're celebrating 15 years of motorsports racing. That's big. We as BP, we are here to stay. We're partnering with you because then we can see that we share a lot of sentiments with you. This is what we stand for. We're selling fuel. We've been moving South Africans for the past 100 years.
100%. Now, BP is an iconic brand with motorsport all across the world. Are you guys hoping to obviously align BP with Simola and other motorsport events in South Africa?
As you would know, BP in South Africa as well has been behind motorsport. Also global. If you look at what we do, we are known for super performing cars behind our portfolio of fuels. And with Simola, we're aiming to grow. Can't wait for next year where we're going to make it bigger and better.
Tell us a little bit more about the Ultimate brand and what it stands for.
So Ultimate, it's our fuels portfolio, which comes with advanced technology which helps to clean your engine. I can hear some of the engines are roaring there. We need to really fill them up with a BP Ultimate. But all it does, it protects your engine and then obviously strengthen the longevity of your engine.
So tell us, what is BP's strategy to keep customers coming back?
So one of the things that we need to get it right is to obviously help you with some few forecourts around Knysna. But then what we are going to do is to elevate our offers, which we already have embarked on the journey. We have revamped our sites to ensure that they entice customers and are welcoming. We've got great locations as well as have introduced the loyalty program, which is the BP Rewards, growing by far if you look at the number of active customers. And what we'll do in the next coming years and more is to introduce the partnership around the World Bean Coffee, which you would be able to drink and drive that passion of racing on the track.
Dominic, thank you so much for your time. We wish you the best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you so much, and I wish you the best of luck too, and stay safe on track.
Thanks, man. We need it.
Thank you.
Tell you now. 13. Lucky number.
Number 13. Welcome back to the studio with Chiro and myself. Clifford with no surname will make his way back here. So what we've done is we've managed to get Franco Scribante's lap. He was DQ'd in qualifying 2, and neither of us managed to pick up where the error came. So let's watch this lap again.
Well, Clifford was here too at the time.
Yeah, it was all three of us.
And Rodrigo, of course, sorry, watching from Portugal.
Well, there, everything looks... I mean, that's a super fast through the speed trap.
That's mega.
Nothing on the inside.
Oh, what a shot. Nothing there.
Or did he touch it? But
if you touch it, is it the same as knocking it over?
I don't know, but it could have been a touch just before the S's.
Oh, was there something on that final corner? Maybe
It was the last one, yeah.
Yeah,
last corner.
Could we rewind there slightly, tech team, and just go? Let's go frame by frame. We're doing some forensic detective work here. Oh, there we go. We're going in backwards. Okay. Oh, this is some serious technology here happening. All right,
So
let's see.
there.
And I think was it that? No, let's see. I think so. He's safe there. Ooh, no, he's safe there as well.
So it's further up.
Where did you? Should we run forward? Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
Pause. There we go.
Okay, so let's go frame by frame here.
There he goes through.
Okay, so we are now
Keep it
getting through
going.
the S's, and safe there.
Yeah.
All right. Now Franco is going to go some below later for this detective work, Sasha.
Yeah. So there.
Safe there.
Do you have to knock it over or just touch it? That's what I'm not.
I'm going to go
That's
ask
what I'm not sure of.
Sparky just now.
No, that was just the air disturbance, the moving.
Yeah, that's
the
what I
movement.
think too. Yeah. Okay, so safe. Final corner now. This is Rodrigo. You said something that you maybe saw something here, but let's see.
Yeah, this is the very last one, I think, or the one right before. Okay.
Oh, that's tight there.
Oh, and we just don't have the best angle on that, unfortunately.
No.
Well,
It doesn't look like he's touched it.
It's a fantastic camera angle, but just for forensic pool
in my
noodle
opinion,
searches.
and not that it matters here because the rule books are written right before this event, but I would like it. I would like it to be a rule where you would have to really knock the pool noodle or thrash it in some way.
I don't think he touched it. There was our director and the tech team did an amazing job there. If you can just go back a few frames, gents, there's just backwards a few frames. So that's the finish line. So a little bit back into the previous shot, and then there we go. There we go. He didn't touch it. That thing doesn't move.
Very, very. Well, you know.
I feel like I'm the third umpire in the IPL.
Yeah.
Benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman.
What is this called in soccer?
You
VAR.
Yeah. You are VAR.
I try not to watch soccer. It just upsets me.
I'm going to say not offside or the benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman. That is so
I
close.
wonder if we've made a case here for Mr. Scrivante.
Well, it's just. I mean, that's one of the things. Honestly, I'm not sure. Is it if you just touch it? I can still see 4 noodles there.
Yeah, exactly.
So is it if you just touch it or if you knock it over? So that's something we'll definitely check out with the clerk of the course in a short while. Otherwise, maybe Colin in the pits can do some investigative work.
Colin might know.
And find out what the ruling is in terms of the pool noodle. Is it just a question of touching it, or is it question of knocking it out the ground? Let's see. Is Colin around there?
Sasha, it is so simple. You touch it, you bought it. They've got judges of fact. It's non-appealable. So if the judge of fact says you touch it, you have touched it. So anyway, that's done. It's finished. It's over. But 40.1 is okay for this time of day. We're going to walk down and just have a bit of a chat. And I want to talk to Stuart Thompson as well. Outside Robbie Walt's pit. Bit of tension going on there at the moment. They're doing a lot of work on the car and they're getting the launch just right. He's also got to try and avoid smacking any of the cones. These cars going up and down the road now are for experienced people. Sorry for assaulting your stomach. Let's have a quick word with Stuart. Stuart, quick word. You've enjoying engineering a proper racing car?
Yeah, it's great, Colin. We're still getting to grips with it. I think that the whole team and Rob driving it, so it's new to all of us. But I think we're making a little bit of progress, and I also think that we're only just scratching the surface. So I think a lot more to come with a bit of luck.
You backed off the rear wing a little bit for that last run. Were you happier with the speed?
As with most of these changes, yes and no. It was better in some places, perhaps not perfect everywhere. So we'll assess it and see whether it was the right move.
And make another couple of changes for the next run.
Yes, absolutely. We're making changes at every session, and hopefully it's an upward trend.
I love that little glint in your eye because you've finally got a proper weapon to attack this thing, and you love the engineering challenge.
Yeah, it's great fun. It's really fun.
Thanks, Stu. Really, really great guy. We're going to come down here. The single-seater class is nice and tight. Donnie in the back there, she's doing some really good work. Ian Schofield's motor isn't motoring. The water is becoming on the outside of the engine, which is less than ideal. And we've got the Volkswagens from way down the bottom coming up. Daniel Rowe first. There's a lovely bit of rivalry here where essentially they're mostly the same spec cars, but Daniel's got the bigger wing and more downforce, and there's a bucket load of dust here, which is not so very nice. Jonathan is really on top of this car. Golf motor in a polo body. Got to just share a little. The temperature of the air is dropping. The track is moving into shade. It's going to be different. Rowe is about to go. I'm going to go and give it to the boys in the box.
It is the final qualifying for this day. Of course, we've got 3 of them coming tomorrow. How can they prove that he touched the noodle? Anyway, let's leave that. It's done. Done and dusted. Jonathan Mokhotsi goes out, also in the polo as well. A second between them in the last run. So there's a great rivalry between these two teammates. And these are, as you said, Chiro, these are mules for the upcoming Polo Cup cars.
Yes, I don't know if they'll ever get the Golf 8R engine into the Polo Cup, because I think Polo Cup has to be, if I'm not mistaken, it has to be homologated in some way to the road cars.
0.4 of a second between Jonathan Mokhotsi and Daniel Rowe in split number 1. Johan Christofferson at the bottom of the screen. Let's see if he can put it together, get under 40 seconds.
Exploring the
Using
track.
more of the track.
You hear the crowd there.
Loving it.
Let's see what they've managed to push to. 217. They've turned up the electricity in that thing.
Tires are working hard, yeah. Also, as the temperature drops, the track gets a little bit glassy, but
yeah, no, it's
good
cold.
momentum.
It's cold out there, especially in the
Noodle.
Oh, my goodness!
Let's enjoy this.
Look, it's still spectacular, isn't it? Oh, sideways
The
across.
control of this man is phenomenal.
Red Bull must be so chuffed with their sponsorship, because every time he goes around a corner, you were looking at it all over the
Yeah, no, I was about to say he's a monster, but then, that would have been awkward. What a drive. 40.297. How is he still not under 40? And it's probably a DQ. Wait, no, Jonathan got a DQ. That's quite unfortunate. Johan's time's still up there. The clock of the course, there we go. It has been DQ'd. As we saw, he disintegrated a pool noodle.
Look, he still didn't get under the 40, even with him touching the noodle. But yeah, tomorrow I think you'll see a potentially quicker time than what is possible now, just because of conditions.
Without a doubt. Here's Diane Parayachi. There's I think they're just doing clearing the track from the noodles. So peculiar.
Yeah,
there we go. Let's go racing. Oh, watch out for the noodles.
It feels awkward when you keep saying he touched the noodle.
Look, when you come to Neisner, you want to try not touch any noodles.
I've been corrected. It's Jimmy Giannacaro, not Gianni, in the BMW with the Hendrix engine. Thank you, Greg.
I want to go to the top of the hill at the end of today, because they have to open the road so people can get to the hotel. And I want to go look at the not 11s. What would we call them, guys? Because Johan Christofferson left curvy rubber marks over the finish line when he crossed it sideways. I mean, that is possibly one. There they are. I just want to go see them in person.
Just spectacular.
Loving that aerial shot. Look at how much ground gets covered in such a short amount of time.
Here's a little nerdy stat for you guys. Qualifying 1, the entire session was run in 39 minutes, so let's call it 40. 80 cars on the field, and each car running way over 30 seconds, 40 seconds, sometimes a minute, which means that the guys running, the clerk of the course and their team running the thing, got everyone over the line. They got everyone's runs within 30 seconds, well, overlapping, obviously. But I mean, that is some serious efficiency. 39 minutes to cover 80 cars.
Yeah, fantastic. Listen, everything's run super smooth so far. Last qualifying of the day, 193 for the Audi R8.
Rodrigo, is the setup of Simola quite curious in A, that it's 2 days, and B, that you get so many runs per car, per driver?
The fact that it is 2 days, it's quite normal. That's how most hill climbs in the world are run. But the amount of runs and the fact that it ends in a top 10 shootout, those are the unique things to Simola.
Wow.
Only a couple more are done with a top 10 shootout, but then you add on top the fact that you guys have a pretty limited entry list where upward around 80 cars are allowed at the most, which then allows for the cars to have these 6-7 runs per day, which are pretty much unheard of here in Europe, where we are struggling to get three runs per day.
Wow. So you really get your money's worth at Simola. And how much would a typical short course in Europe hill climb, how many entrants per race, per event?
It depends, but to give you a very direct comparison...
Stop. Well done.
What a save.
Wow.
That is the save of the day.
Whoa. Jeez, did you see it leave the ground?
That's incredible.
Oh my
Let's hope the
word.
yellow flags get out in time.
Could be just a little bit.
We've got
breathing.
How's that drone footage for you?
We've got to see that in slow mo. That was phenomenal. And then Paige being slowed down.
Okay, the red flag.
Again, great marshalling.
That Mustang literally took off. That was a wild prancing horse for a moment. Oh no, prancing horse is another brand. Sorry, just kidding.
Allegedly.
Either way, it left the ground.
Bucking Mustang. Wow.
You know what I think might be making it a little bit tricky, because the last few cars we've seen go out and they've run wide in certain parts of the track, and it seems to be the same sector, is that change from light...
The shadows.
in and out of the shade, because your eyes have to adjust. I don't think any of these drivers are driving with tinted visors, etc. So, you're going to have to keep making an adjustment, but that adjustment to speed at a certain moment when you're going from shadow to light or vice versa makes it tricky on the eye that can play tricks on you. I think that's what we're seeing right now, which is a bit hairy. So, I think my strategy for the day would be get through the session, obviously run a decent time just to make sure everything is still intact, and then attack it tomorrow, because you can throw it away so easily now. We've just seen that in the last few runs, a couple of guys getting a bit hairy out in the course.
Yeah, very, very good point. The shadows are very, very difficult to navigate at this time of the day.
Also, the shadows drop the track temp significantly when there's no direct sunlight. I think that Mustang that went off is not a Shelby, which means it's probably on standard road brakes. So she went into the braking point here, outbraked herself. There we go. Now there's no way you're getting that in. That's a big car. And here's the jump.
Yeah, that's Paul
Look at that.
Malachi.
Oh, sorry, it's Pariachi. But what? Look at that thing bucking. Great word, that. And just missing the tires. Nearly rearranged the BP Ultimate signs there. Well done.
Well played, Paul. Well done.
Fresh pair of underpants for you down here.
I've seen a tremendous amount of videos on YouTube of Mustangs that haven't ended up as lucky as Paul Malachi.
Normally it's in a parking lot.
Yes, fair enough.
Mowing down some civilians, yeah.
No, look, one of the things I love about a Mustang is it'll always argue with you if you want it to go in a straight line, which is which is what makes him awesome to drive. But sheesh, no, that was the save of the day, possibly the save of Simola this year, I would say.
Yeah, gets my vote so far.
Yeah.
Good job, Paul Malachi. So just waiting for the track to be cleared. A lot of sand would have been dispersed on the track as well. So hopefully they can get that out of the way. Then we've got Joshua Callahan's going to go out. We've got Paige Lindenberg, Dion Smith, Garth McIntosh, Eugene Herbert, all from Group A7. They're all going to be going out in the next couple of minutes. The final qualifying session for this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, of course, 3 qualifying sessions. And then, of course, we get into the class finals and, of course, the King of the Hill.
And if you look in the grandstands, nobody's moved. Everyone is still there because it's been a complete and full day of action. And I think everyone wants to see how it plays out. But we've got action on track now.
Yep, here we go.
That was quick.
Very efficient marshalling. Here we got Joshua O'Callaghan, car number 72 in the Shelby Mustang Coyote 5-litre, the Super Snake.
Also sort of hanging it in on the other side to try and miss the rolling bumps.
That's apparently the right line.
I like it. For me that looks clean. The line before that maybe a little bit untidy. Who knows? Jim on and off the throttle. There's just opening up and closing the radius, which is not ideal. You're just sort of changing your line as you go on the throttle. You can't go on full gas, so I think it's going to hurt his time a little bit.
The beautiful McLaren Garth McIntosh, the 720S. McIntosh coming towards the end of his lap. He'll be looking to better a 54.2. Let's see what...
it's got to be pretty close. It looks fast.
It looks very, very quick. .49 for the McLaren. So that is a super lap. That puts him sort of top of group class A7 at present from Garth McIntosh. That's going for Natalie Weston, 47.6.
Here's a chap will make things exciting for the end of the day.
Here comes Clint Weston. His target time for the whole of this weekend will to try and beat JP van der Walt's existing record of 42.5, 201 k's through the speed trap, hard on the brakes, into the left-hander. Clint Weston hanging it out.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a tight line.
Carrying the drive out the corner. He's having the time of his life out there.
Yeah, I tell you. And Courtney Nickel out in the other Mercedes as well. 181 through the speed trap. Let's see what Clint Weston does. A 43.3. He's in that 43s. Last time out, I think it was a 43.4. So he's getting faster and faster. Here's Chiro's boss.
He's on his way to sign Chiro's paycheck. He's not in a hurry. Oh, this Mercedes up top is all over the place. A lot of hard braking, and the car's sort of dipping into the corner, which I think makes it so much more difficult to steer and carry the corner speed.
Yeah,
45.3.
45.3. Ashley Oldfield out on track at the moment. Joshua Lowe on track as well.
What was an interesting comment is when Colin was interviewing Clint Weston, and he was talking about the electronics on the new car, but it almost sounded like he is too fast for the electronics on a standard car, that it actually interferes. So turning it off is a problem, but turning it on, so he's sort of running in between so that he has less interference. It's incredible.
49.7 for Ashley. Guy Davies on the bottom of your screen didn't have a tidy run the last time out. Seemed to have some kind of gremlin going through turn 4, but this one seems a lot smoother. His lights were flashing when he came up to the speed trap in the last run, so this looks pretty good from Guy Davies.
It's looking pretty smooth. I'm pretty sure he will take a bit of heat from wife and son about the lines, but this definitely looks better than the last run. Hopefully the time is gonna show that.
Goes through the first sector, 33.1 second. Got a Supra, beautiful car on the top of our screen. Guy Davies coming across the line. Let's see what time he manages to put through.
53.7.
53.7.
Pete Porkita and Julia.
Got the Toyota Supra, I think is just come across the line already.
48, I think.
48, Pete Porkita in the Julia, and then on the top of our screen we have got Cristiano Verolini.
.4 for Pete Porkita in the Alpha.
Leighton Fourie seems to be having a tremendous amount of fun in that M2. Let's see what he can put here. He says there's still quite a bit to come.
Oh, sideways there. Colin would love that.
Magic. John Wooker, John Wooker, the John Cooper works.
So that's a Temu Mini.
Out on track there. Oh, I didn't count. Oh, Verolini looked very, very strong.
And we've got Bradley Boshoff out in the Mini. He's had a pretty much under the radar day, but I mean that's the best way to get through practice and qualifying. I think tomorrow he's going to throw it all out. Yeah, 53.6. We saw him do a 52 earlier.
Yeah, Verolini doing a 44 dead.
Wow.
So super lap ahead of Leighton Fourie is in a 46.4. So super lap from Cristiano Verolini. Waiting for the big guns to come out. Now it's also, Clifford, you're getting to a time where, as you say, track temperature is completely different. What does Franco Scribante do? He hasn't. He seems to have found some pace there where it looks like that's going to be a DQ as well. It's definitely a touch over there. Now, what does Franco actually do? Does he sit there and go flat out? Or does he sit there and say, track conditions are not optimal, let's just do a solid run? Try and do a 40.2 or 40.3, or maybe even a 41.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, Franco is a completely different animal behind the wheel of a car, and probably has a completely different temperament to mine. Whereas, I mean, that's why he's won so many different racing categories and facets of racing over his career. Whereas I'd be looking at this now and say, let's feel good about life and go into this with just a bit of a confidence builder, and then attack it tomorrow. But Franco might turn around and say he wants to do a little bit more, because if you look at what Reggie did in the last run, Reggie's going to sleep a lot better tonight than what Franco is, and that's going to be the difference, is that Reggie's going to be knowing that everyone's chasing him, but Franco in his mind and with his pit crew making changes to try and find that time, are going to be working overtime for sure just to try and find the gap. So yeah, mental game on for sure, but we'll only know once he cranks that thing up and gets a launch off the line.
Yeah. 8 different OEMs represented here at Simola 15th year of the Simola Hillclimb, which is terrific to see. The likes of Suzuki, MG, Alfa Romeo, BMW, VW. Just magic to see all of the brands. And here comes the Suzuki Jimny, which we've established now is a stock standard, no turbo on this Jimny. So it's doing a heck of a job. 112, that's probably its top speed. And it's going uphill.
Look, as I mentioned yesterday, there's a vicious wind in Cape Town called the South. Rodrigo, there's a vicious wind in Cape Town called the Southeaster, and it blows across the city, and in something like a Discovery or a G-Wagon, you feel like you're in a cruise ship. But the Jimny is particularly susceptible to crosswinds, and luckily we don't have any crosswinds out here today for shortness.
Well,
it'd be good with the tailwind.
It could be going against Terry Grant in the two-wheel challenge.
Not on purpose, yeah.
Very, very much so. By accident. The Ford ST. And after this, we are going to start getting some of the big guns coming out.
I wonder if we've seen the best times of the day now purely because of track tempo.
Yeah.
That you can actually see how cold the tarmac is in that shot. It's frigid out there today.
We'll start getting an idea about that here with his run from Antanprunia. If he does 44, you're correct. If he's still on the 43s, then the game is on. If he does a 42, then there's still margin to improve.
I think very much so. I mean, if you look at Clint Weston's time, he was sort of the same on the money, but we don't know what the track temperature variant was. So let's enjoy all of the monsters as they go up the Simola run.
What's in it for the Darth Vader Subaru? Is that a dad joke, Sasha?
Oh, that's a great one. I like that a lot.
42.
Whoa, there we go. You called it,
So there is a bit more than
Rodrigo. There is a bit.
You know, I want to change my stance on what we said earlier. What time would we be running the finals tomorrow? Around this time tomorrow?
No, a little earlier.
Okay, so this could be a bit of an R&D run as to what will be left out on track tomorrow this time if the conditions stay the same.
Lee Thompson!
Go away. Go get it. Sub 40, what do you think, Rodrigo? Is there sub 40 in this car?
With a 224 top speed, it's possible.
Oh, that would be
Let's
mega.
see.
That would be mega. If he gets a sub 40 before Johan Kristoffersen does, that's something to talk about at the next Bride.
Oh, that's nice.
Come on.
Shoot, that car looks so well set.
Come on. Didn't touch a noodle. Four-wheel drift over the final corner. Where is he?
Oh.
40 it's
40.1. I mean, that's hundredths of a second from him and Kristoffersen. Wow, that is. I mean, that's a second faster than he went in the last Q qualifying.
A second?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe...
Only the third real run he did today.
Yeah, you're right. He hasn't had many opportunities.
Exactly.
Lindenberg, 750 horsepower supercharged Mustang. Shelby 51, I think that's her best time of the day. So the track seems to be getting faster, Rodrigo. This seems, well, it means I was wrong, which I'm totally happy about. But what do you think's going on?
Tires. It comes down to normal intuition would lead you to believe that the track being slower would make the car slower, but the Hillclimb special tires are so soft that they allow this kind of scenarios.
Okay.
So the cars running tire warmers are potentially going to be the fastest today.
Yeah, probably
and that
reduce the pressures a little bit.
That's one of our low tie. 40.311. Is that Lee Thompson fastest in the session?
Correct.
All right, 40. That's the gauntlet. The gauntlet being laid down by Lee Thompson in the Lotus. 40.311. Now the time to beat in qualifying 2.
Kashanika with 43.0. He was a little earlier.
And Owen Bridger with a 45.1. Clean run.
Yeah, very
Very
solid.
good.
What can Scooby-Doo do? Yo, this is very cool to watch go up the hill though.
Respectable 48.
Yeah.
48 is actually what Ashley's running in the MG. So apparently the MG guys, they can't help locally. Someone is on the phone to China to try get this sorted out. Ashley on his next run is going to try and not use launch control to save some battery temperature. To try and get through the S's at the top. So let's see what he can do, because currently he's behind Dion Hubert's road car electric record.
All right, Charles Orangi's in the Porsche GT3R. Coming up to the final parts. Let's see what he can post.
What a machine!
Wow, 42.2 for Charles Orangi's.
Rodrigo,
up the wick there.
That GT3R, is that a factory car? Can you buy that from Porsche as is?
Yes, you can. It will cost you some real money, but yes, you can. And not only that, it is the only way you can get one, pretty much. No, you won't see for you to see a private one being sold between people. It has to be between someone with very close ties to Porsche itself.
And how many euros are we talking for something like that? Just a ballpark, if you have one.
At the minimum, 400k.
400,000 euros. 8 bar.
8
euros,
million RONs.
Just to jump back in there, what an amazing drone shot of Giancarlo. They're using all of the track. It came down to millimeters on the exit there. But did he touch something there?
Did he touch something? I don't know.
My eyes haven't checked something before.
I wonder what budget insurance gave him a premium on for that 8 million rand Porsche.
That was a cracking lap. So Ricky Giancarlo 44.5.
Puts him 7th.
This is, I think, the first run of the NASCAR Z4, or the first proper run.
Look at that.
I don't think he set a time, or a competitive time at least.
44.
44.
So it's capable. It's just got to get off the line.
Not bad.
Telling you, I'm going into the launch control software business.
Yeah.
Big gap in the market. Do you guys remember that Desi Goodsight's insane skyline? How
Very
that thing
much so.
used to launch.
I do, yeah.
I mean, the noise, the sheer drama, and that was a custom launch control map that he had developed for that car.
Oh,
Remember that?
42.
Oh, 42. 40.2, sorry.
40.2. So Jimmy Giancarlo hasn't gone out. Just by the way, guys, that was the other Z4.
Craig Zank at 176 k's through the Suzuki Speed Trap.
39.7 for Charlie Hubert.
Wow, that's incredible. 39.7 for Charles Javert. I feel like it's almost like a time attack frenzy at the moment. The times are just dropping as the guys drop them in. It's incredible.
No, the competition this year, I mean, if this is Saturday.
But it's almost like everyone decided to go in this session right now.
Yeah, no, this is get it done and then off to dinner.
Yeah, it was Mike Verrier in the other Z4. He did the 44.0. So Jimmy Giancarlo didn't go out, or hasn't gone out thus far.
Peter Dewey.
Oh, here comes Peter Zeely, the world's fastest chartered accountant.
Oh, that's going.
Little sparks.
222.
222 through the Suzuki Speed Trap. Come on, Peter. What have you got in there? There's going to be some sparks flying into the braking zone before the S's. No brakes on this. Whoa!
Oh, that's fast.
Come on, Mr. Zeely.
38.2.
Yes! Getting faster. 3/10.
This time would win last year's King of the Hill.
Yeah, it would have. 100%. All right, so we've just gone faster. Rodrigo's just confirmed that we've just gone faster than the winning time in 2024 in the King of the Hill shootout. So that means that if everything lines up tomorrow and the stars align and the engines are engineing, we should see some records tomorrow for.
Tell you, Aldo's Cavante looks pretty decent on this one. Fifth fastest of 41.1. Sylvia a little bit slower through the speed trap, only 202 kilometers. Coming towards the end of his run in the S3. Regardt Roots at the bottom of your screen. Let's listen to this launch.
Oh, gosh, one of the most entertaining drivers anywhere on the African continent.
Sylvia 43.0. Here we go.
Full war launch.
Guys, you remember that TV show?
Yeah, I was like you, Rodrigo. When I saw that smoke, I thought, please, something hasn't broken, but it hasn't.
Exactly.
Whoa, that
This
is
man's on a mission.
blistering.
This man's on a mission.
244, that is the record of the day.
That is ludicrous.
That is mental. Traveling at 75 meters a second into the braking zone. He's already at the S's. He's gone purple. What has he got for us? Reggie's Rush.
Big finish, big finish.
Come on. Sub 40.
Whoa, 38.3.
Yes.
Tenth of a second behind Peter Zeely. That
Love
is
to see
phenomenal.
It. Love to see it.
Okay, that is that Gary Martin's BMW doesn't look healthy. Please don't drop any diesel. Oh, that's not good.
That is the world's most stressed diesel engine.
Oh, this is going to be a problem for Franco.
Oh,
this could be a problem.
Are they going to have to flag Franco? Let's see.
It's still green.
It's still green. No, I think
he's not going to get through.
Gary can get it. Come on, Gary.
Well, we could see Franco right at the back of it.
I think they're going to have to yellow Franco. Oh, that's a pity. He'll get another. Ooh,
he's not backing off there, guys.
Backing off. Whoa, this is going to be.
Come on, boy.
Close.
I think he's through.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Sheesh.
Whoa.
That was 50-50.
Woo. He probably lost a little bit there, having to climb on the brakes through the finish line.
I'm sure.
Good driving, though.
I think his brake lights went on after the finish line.
40.1.
That camera angle. 40 point. Here we go. Franco's fastest time of the day.
Yeah.
All right. So it didn't affect his race, and everyone's going home in one piece. All right. Wow. I don't know if you guys. I
was
stopped
close.
breathing there.
That was close.
I've lost a few years of my life right there.
I've lost a few hairs. Actually, the one on the right.
Rodrigo.
So hopefully it's back here.
Rodrigo, take us through what you thought of Reggie's run there, Reggie's rush.
I don't know. With us, at some point, I thought he was even going faster. That he would go faster than Peter Zeely, but guess the huge amounts of aero on the MR2 edged it out in the end, because he was on that top speed on the bridge, and the way that the car was pulling was mega. But then again, that GTR, it's a simpler aero. It has a simpler aero compared to the MR2, and by now Peter is really dialing it in and really leaning into the downforce that car is producing. So we are starting to see the technical solutions offered by both cars really being the differentiate, the factor that makes the difference between both.
Rodrigo, I don't know if you're seeing the live timing on your team, but stream, but was fascinating there between Zeely's run. Let me just pause for the launch. What was fascinating between Zeely's run and Reggie's run is that, let me just wait for the timing to refresh. They were faster in different splits than each other. So one green, one purple. So Peter Zeely faster in sector 2, Reggie faster in sector 1.
Well, I mean, they're 2:44.
Yeah. And actually, no, they were dead. Yeah.
That's what I was alluding to, because the sectors where Reggie edges it out, it's the ones that are most dependent of raw power.
On horsepower,
when you have when you have those sections where you can lean on the air or just to keep a flat foot, you see the MR2 just pulling away from the GTR.
But look how close it is, Rodrigo. 24.2 flat for both of them, and then I think half a second between them, maybe less.
No, 2/10.
2/10 between them on sector 2. That is absolutely phenomenal. And you called it again, Rodrigo. I suppose that's why you're here. You're very good at this, isn't he?
So we got the Corvette. We haven't seen the aerial Atom guard again, which is
tough
a
day
bit
at the office.
concerning.
Tough day at the office.
Yeah, in that category, Rui Campos, his car unfortunately has been withdrawn after the accident earlier today. So only the aerial Atom and that Corvette.
I cannot wait for Robbie Volk in the Gould. Rodrigo telling us earlier that the Gould is built using a lot of F1 engineering prowess and know-how, and it is one of the fastest cars up a hill anywhere in the world. Special tires, tiny fuel tank. The one Gould is not here this year because its engine is in England, which is a bit of an issue. Andre Bezaninote, current course record holder, 34.161, and Robbie Volk will be wanting to take that title as well.
Byron Mitchell, super time, 40.2.
Good.
Byron Mitchell, that was a very, very solid time. I mean, that's a Formula VW, the Reynard engine.
You think when he went through the Suzuki Speed Trap, he'd only clocked 199 k's an hour, so it just shows you how much they make up in the corners.
It's incredible. This is the little 16-year-old, Clayton Cole Enza Smith. He's just loving life out there, saying so different to what he's used to, and just every time he's just finding new parts of the track to find the grip.
If you give him a few more years and a few more cracks at Simola, imagine where he'll be in a couple of years from now once he's figured out a few more things and worked a bit more on the hill.
Of course.
So the Simola Hill is 1.9 kilometers long, 160 meters of elevation change. The cameras are doing an amazing job, but you struggle to capture how steep this really is. This car on your screen now entering into the steepest part of the course, into the Suzuki Speed Trap. These are the bumps that catch out the really low cars through turn 3 under the bridge. This is the corner that tightens on you as you exit.
Yeah, the evergreen Alan Mayer going through, and here comes Robbie Volk. It's like glue on the ground. Just phenomenal.
If Robbie Volk posts a 36, he will have averaged 190 kilometers an hour up the course. Did we get the Suzuki speed cam there? I don't think we did.
I didn't. Yeah.
Is he on it? Has the track gone too cold?
He's backed
off.
off.
He's backed off.
Yeah, he's backed off.
Oh, that's a pity. Oh no.
Well, I hope that. Oh no, that
doesn't sound like it wants to run anymore.
Oh, he's parking it. Hopefully that's not terminal. I wonder if he just went into car preservation mode and just pressed the off button.
Yeah, you'd think if he had a slight issue, he would try to finish the run. But here sitting on the course. Yeah, it's a bit of
stop immediately is sometimes. Not,
that's why I think he might have killed the engine, hopefully deliberately there, and known that he's got to get it off the course. So, sheesh! Oh, I hope.
What a day! What a day. Peter Zeely with a 38.2. He's been so consistent. Rechard Roots, 38.386. Charles Joubert, 39.761. And then the times that were deleted, Johan Christofferson with a 40.297. We know there's still some coming out over there. And Franco Scribante, who was catching the diesel BMW at a rapid pace with a 40.1. So I think Franco will be happy with that final time for today, because he did hit the policeman cone in the run before. So lots still to come, gents, but I tell you that they definitely upped the wick during the course of those sessions.
Yeah, the highlight for me was obviously this last session because this Simola is almost like a pressure cooker making the perfect stew, and as the ingredients get added and as the pressure keeps going on, it makes the perfect end product. And this last session now had all the ingredients for a bit of excitement. So I felt the tension, but that frenzy at the end there with the times dropping was the highlight for me today.
I tell you what the highlight for me, Christopherson, even though his time was not qualified at 40.297, Rodrigo and the very impressive Lee Thompson with a 40.311. That makes for some extraordinary battle tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a lot left on the table. A lot of good drives today. There'll be a lot of guys that are going to sleep well tonight, and a lot of guys that have a lot of soul searching and hard talks to have with themselves in the mirror. But either way, tomorrow's where it all counts. Most people are through. We only lost 3, and that was early today. Everyone else has sort of made it. So yeah, tomorrow most of the competitors are going through, and then tomorrow it turns up big time.
So, as Rodrigo pointed out, Peter Zealy, in the world's most outrageous Toyota MR2, has now beaten his best time, which he set last year at 38.505. He's now down into the 38.220. So he would have won last year with that lap.
Incredible. And I'd love to know, he did change tyres. He went on the 3-year-old Pirelli tyres. I wonder what he
really?
ran.
For that run?
Well, I don't, the run before.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he stayed on those same tyres. Rodrigo, do you have any confirmation? Because, you're closer to him than we are. Extraordinarily.
No, he was on newer tires on this last run. Although that 3-year-old tire remark, it's sort of fallacious in a way, because they are 3-year-olds, yes, but those Pirelli 3-year-old tires are tires that were made here in Europe 3 years ago and were outlawed because they were massively soft, and people were going very, very fast, but they disintegrated at an incredible rate. But they only were on the market. They were on the market for around one year, and then go ahead, Shiro.
Sorry, I just wanted to. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. There was a lot going on in my ears that I couldn't actually hear you. But do you know what Peter Zealy's outputs are compared to, say, like a Lee Thompson or a Reggie or a
inputs? How do you mean inputs?
Sorry,
in
outputs.
This case?
Sorry, power output. Sorry.
The power outputs. Oh, okay. I know that Peter Zealy right now it's pretty much a 1-to-1 power to weight ratio. It's around 1040 to 1040. Yes, if not, and probably conservative here. The Lee Thompson, it's depending on boost, but it's around 800 and 1,200 kilos, I would say. Who else did you ask about? So I can.
No, it's okay. We'll pick up the conversation just now, Sasha.
Yeah, let's just cross over to Colin. He's in the pits, I think, with Franco Scribante. I'd love to know what Franco thought when he came around the final bend, Colin.
Well, we're not going to find out yet, because just when you thought it was over, it's not over. Franco's coming through, getting through the traffic jam here, which is absolutely massive, and he's going for another run to go and do it properly. Interesting thing, both he and Reggie had proper full fat launches as they left the line here. And to answer your other question, Zealy was back on the Michelin tyres, the super sticky Michelins, and not the rock hard Pirellis, which indicate to me that the Pirellis are a little bit quicker than the Michelins. But anyway, they can't get more Pirellis because they don't exist. And Franco's still stuck in a traffic jam down the road there. Got to be worried about the temperatures lurking in that thing, because it hasn't got fans or anything. Got to be moving forward to cool it down. So he's Quibus was trying to get them to open the pit lane.
Here he comes,
And here
here
he
he
comes.
comes.
The question is, Quibber said he's going to go and do another run, but he's parking. So we can maybe answer your question and find out what he thought when he came around the corner and he found a car in the way. That's Margaret from yesterday with her cookies.
Colin's a cold out there.
Let's just see if he's going again. I think he is going again in the car. They're just adding some more Go Foster juice and meth and crack and all the other stuff that they put inside it. I call this car the Kraken. They call it the Sheriff. The Kraken being that mythical Scandinavian beast that looks ugly as sin. He is going again.
He is.
Yeah, he is going again. It's a proper Kraken car. Anyway, that's my name. Right, they filled it up with meth. They're putting some more juice in it. That's just how on edge they run these cars with, and it chews a lot of juice when it's going absolutely flat out. If you have a look at Franco's eyes, they're properly wired, and he's completely focused.
Yeah, incredible. And Colin, you've got Gary Martins behind you. I don't know if there's time, but it'd be quite amazing to find out he's had a whole host of problems during the course of today.
Yeah, okay, so he had a diesel pipe come off and it sprayed diesel all over the road. Then they had an electronic problem, and then he had some issues with making some decisions. Right, so Franco's going to go that. Let's turn around and watch this launch.
Gosh, that skyline sounds angry.
My thoughts are how much temperature has been lost in these tires right now. You know.
Fair enough. Maybe he's just trying to perfect the launch. Just
Yeah,
trying to
maybe.
get that launch sorted.
Fair enough.
Stop GTR 35.
Yeah, come standard with that wing.
And the dining room table on the front.
No, it's factory. There's those new pistons for the DRS. You can actually see them. Yeah, that's fascinating. And that's that gooseneck, swan neck. I can never remember which one, but see how the struts connect to the top of the wing rather.
I'm sure he's not enjoying this long wait.
No one is. Come on, Franco. A good glass of Vino Verde at the end of this run.
I think there could have been some marshals or people up right at the top who thought the session was over, so they've got to ensure that it is fully clean.
Yeah, just make sure that everyone is safe and sound before we take a run. Something we haven't mentioned today, but this flagman at the start there, his hair is magnificent. I don't know how we haven't mentioned this before.
Yeah, it's very special.
I forget his. I think it is a Guy Cooper, Peter Henk. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's something Cooper. He is such a magnificent guy. He really is. His hair and
top class guy.
Personality rivaling each other for magnificence. But no, he's been the flag man for I think every single Simola.
Wow, really?
Yeah, every single one. And he doesn't age either, like Ian. It's amazing. It's good Neisner air down here, I think. All right, come on. Let Franco go. What's happening? I suppose just waiting to see if the course is completely safe. Got to make sure all the marshals are in their posts as well.
Trying to get some air into that very, very warm cabin.
I'm pretty sure that that car is not enjoying standing on the line like that, just building up heat.
Not at all. As Colin alluded to, it doesn't have any fans, so I mean it needs to be moving in order to get itself cool. So, still nothing.
Just a short one. Just a very quick update on Gary Martins. He had a fuel rail issue and it dropped all the pressure going with the diesel, so he had to slow down and stop. Wasn't able to talk to Franco. They've got a little issue with a misfire that he's not completely happy with. They're running proper, reasonable launch now. We'll see that now. The temperatures sitting idling like this, not ideal. they're not really worried about the tire temperatures because it's on the super soft Michelin. Let's see what it does.
So this run is probably just to have a look at that misfire.
Perhaps.
R&D.
All right.
Time to shine.
Final run of the day right here at Simola 15. Tomorrow, don't forget, we've got 3 more qualifying sessions, and then, of course, we get into the finals.
Oh, 4-wheel spinning there. I've heard whispers that this is in full tune, about a 1600 horsepower car. Rodrigo might know, but he won't tell us. Don't worry, we won't break your confidence there.
Significantly slower.
I had to disclose the car has a 1600 horsepower before. That was the name. That was the number that was revealed. Yeah, that was revealed to the press, and I really can't go against that.
There we go. What's Franco got for us?
Well, I'm not sure if are we gonna get it? Oh, there we go, 39.
He's in the
39.6.
There we go.
He's just said to Reggie, "I'm here."
I think it makes him feel a lot better as to how the day's gone. Yeah, I think
he'll sleep better tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's been a tough couple of days, but today hasn't been the easiest with how circumstances have played out, but that's going to make him feel a whole lot better. And you know, the thing is with racing for me is that one of the biggest joys of racing is the relief after. You know, you build up, it's nerves, it's tension, it's adrenaline, that, but the relief after is probably where all the endorphins and joy come from. So he's going to feel so much better after that run.
Yeah, brilliant. Rodrigo, I think, you know, to finish off a fascinating day here at Simola, that's probably a little bit of icing on the cake.
It is an unexpected one too, at that. Although I was getting a bit worried to see the car standing on the line for so long. I know all those things really don't like to stand still, and those transmissions have a tendency to overheat under stress. But sorry guys, still recovering, but it was a pretty fantastic day, and I think for anyone who hasn't watched any of Simola before, I think the ramping up of events throughout the day and how nerve-wracking it got even on a qualifying day, I think it's a fantastic way to display the potential of hill climbing, and more specifically of Simola here in this case, and probably the best ticket to invite anyone for the live stream tomorrow, because it isn't getting any less hardcore. Much to the contrary, it will get much more hardcore, and the times will fall even further, and people will take will take major risks compared to today, because as fast as people were going today, I still saw a lot of margin, both from the Jouberts, both from Rehard, even from Peter Zilli. I know how he drives when he starts going for the limit, and as fast as that 38.2 was, there's still a bit of margin there, even from the driver, from the car. Only he will be able to tell. At the end of the day, it will also come down to the track and the weather to play a part on all of this. But for so far, so good. The weather has been playing along. We have seen throughout the day that the weather may get a bit colder, but the times keep falling. That's something I was keeping my mouth shut, but I know how these super soft hill climb tires work, and I wasn't too surprised about the times keep falling. But I let it all play for you guys to see how it went. But it was a fantastic day.
Fantastic, Rodrigo. And listen, always your insights are invaluable. We can't wait for you to join us tomorrow for the culmination of Simola 15. Thank you for your time. Have a good rest. And we'll catch up with Rodrigo tomorrow from Hillclimb Monsters.
Sasha, just before we wrap up, I want to throw forward to tomorrow by just looking at Class B4 and B5 quickly. So B4 currently led by Peter Zilli with a 38.2. Charles Hubert right behind him with a 38.97, but that means he's 1.5 off. Darview Bear with a 40.2, so only 0.5 between them. And then it sort of starts to fall off from there with the 47s, 48s. But then if we go to B5, leading B5 into Sunday, Richard Rutz with a 38.386. Franco with a 39, so he's about 1.2 off of Richard there, which is not an impossible gap to close, of course, but Richard, as Rodrigo said, will be going faster. Aldo tomorrow, Aldo with a 41, Silvio with a 43, George Evans with a 44, and then Jody with a 51, and Gary Martins hasn't had a great day. He wraps up his best time of the day with a 106. But the time to beat tomorrow with a 13 minutes, 6 seconds, and 0.054 is Robert Volk. It took him 13 minutes to get
up the hill.
to get over the finish.
I think I could do that. Guys, listen, it's been a phenomenal day. We trust that you've enjoyed the live stream from Simola for Simola 15. And we will be back with you tomorrow nice and early. I just want to check if Colin's got any final thoughts from the pit lane. He's been a Trojan. I'm sure he will love a very cold soda water. I think
Soda.
I think that'll be good. So I think we're going to leave Colin and the whole team, but on behalf of the whole team right here at Simola, thank you so much for joining us. Outstanding job, Clifford, with no surname, and Chiro Di Siena. Guys, it's been amazing. To Peter and our whole team, thanks so much for joining us, and make sure you join us tomorrow for Simola 15, the King of the Hill. Good night.
My last thoughts of today is what a day, how hot is the competition, and Rogero, I agree 100% with you. There's margin. Tomorrow is when it really counts, and the guys are going to come out fighting hard. I think we're going to see some really good times. 2 impressive drives for me today. The way Peter Zeely got into the fast times as quickly as he does and did today tells me that there's a fair, probably 3/4 of a second still to come at least out of Zeely. The 2 big GTRs, they still have a whole lot of things to do. It's a beautiful evening. To make sure that you watch tomorrow, it is going to be so exciting. It's a big fight. From me and Patrick and all of the crew, thanks for watching. Good night.
In a world where every second counts, one man stands on the edge of destiny. Will he make it on time? Out here on the streets, anything can happen. And every move counts. When the odds are stacked against you, one man finds the will, the drive, the passion to steer his path to destiny.
Wow.
It's a Swift.